Jesus. Admin, what happened?
Yes.
God have mercy on you. I will talk to you later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. It's like you got ahead of me and got going before I was ready for the whole stream, but I trust all is well wherever you are. Karibu sana kwa show. Naamini kwamba uko tayari katika mjadala wa leo tunapoangazia Mashujaa Day ya kwanza ya President Dr. William Ruto, vile imeenda na yale yaliyojiri, yale yaliyokuwa kipaumbele, yale ambayo yalikuwa yanaudhi na yale ambayo yalitia moyo. Hayo yote tutakwenda kuangalia kwa kina katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Kwa hivyo nawakaribisha wote mahala popote mlipo dunia nzima. Hii ni Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, ambapo Wakenya wanapata nafasi ya kusema yale ambayo yamo mioyoni mwao na jinsi wangependa kuona nchi yao ikiendelezwa na jinsi wangependa kuona kwamba kila mmoja ameshughulikiwa ipasavyo. Asante sana kwa wote ambao umejitolea kila mara kuwa hapa katika Mtembei TV. Naomba tu tuendelee kuwa waaminifu na tuhakikishe kwamba tunatenda yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya kwa sababu ni muhimu. It is important, and if we can't do it for ourselves, let's do it for our children and for our children's children. That is the greatest legacy you to leave behind, that you took care of those that looked up to you to have a better life because you passed that path. And so let's get talking. Thank you so much. I want to salute all of you that are in studio and those of you following on the comment section. It's like we got ahead of ourselves, and so we may not go through the tradition of saluting those on the comment section before we get down talking. I can see people are agitating to say one or two things about today's Mashujaa Day. Vile mambo yalienda, kama yalikuwa ya kufana ama kulikuwa na nini. Nani GFH.
Bernard, I'm getting you from far. Your voice is not audible very well.
Ni wewe peke yako. Eric, are you getting me?
I think ni yeye ndiye kona problem. I can get you clear.
Yeye ako talk. Msalimie sana. Mwambie asonge karibu na booster. Oga Francis, you're welcome. I was responding to GFHGG. Bernard, where were you yesterday? I will find you. There is no there's no point finding me. Even if you do, you are the one going to pay for the fine and bail me out. I have told you, I have had some health issues, and so at times my energies are not strong enough to stay with the show as I have done previously, and that is then the advice of the doctor. And so if you don't see me, just know I'm around the corner, and I'll be back so that we could proceed from whatever
Umezeeka. Bernard umezeeka.
kuanzia saa ngapi? Hiyo mmenitesa, nitakosaje kuzeeka?
Umezeeka mpaka umeanza kuvaa macho ine.
Kwenda huko. Hii macho ine mimi nimekuwa nayo all through, ni wewe ukuona. But all the same, nashukuru sana. So kama sipo GFHGG, hii ni nyumba kubwa, kuna watu wengi, kwa hivyo kama sionekani, bora kipindi kinaendelea, na kipindi kiendelea vizuri, sisi tunaendelea tu mbele. Kwa cha muhimu ni Wakenya wapate nafasi ya kusema yaliyoko mioyoni mwao, na waweze pia kusema ambayo wangepasa kupenda kuona katika nchi zao. Tafadhali kila mmoja mute your mic as we get down to talking. Make sure that you do that, and make sure also that you stay on your camera. We are not so much admitting the people hiding behind the curtain because we want quality video for the people who come to watch this show right when we are done. And so please, let's be considerate and follow the standing orders and participate into the show the right way. Also, on the comment section, let's keep it civil, respect one another. We meet in this platform and other many platforms, and so you can't just assume that the person you met is just some trivial person who was wasting time online. One of these fine days, you may go for a job interview and find them on the panel after you have insulted them on Tembei TV. I don't know how you're going to handle that interview. If those comments will be brought up, and you know what's happening right now with the vetting of the CSCs and accusation and counter accusation that are taking place. So leo Mashujaa Day ya kwanza ya President William Ruto imekuwa na low turnout, viti tupu. The majority did not show up. What does this signify? Politically, it doesn't smell good and it doesn't look good. So we would love to hear what you think and feel about the same, even as we proceed with the discussion. Tuanze na Derek mwenyewe. Derek Okomo, habari leo?
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, for that golden opportunity that I'm going to speak. Actually, let me just be audible enough according to the standing order that you have mentioned. First of all, allow me to express my sincere happiness because as you have somebody's interrupting. Okay, thank you so much. As you have mentioned before that you were away at some point, I remember yesterday I was lucky to meet you in a different platform. So congrats. Yesterday you were another bishop altogether. So that is also good because you inspire people, and I must acknowledge that. Now, back to the main agenda of today. I have got a lot to say concerning this celebration for today. And just to begin by saying that most of us are aware that one of the hero who left the country, that is Miguna, was back. And that it got a great influence in that function for today. And I can tell you that most people attended that function just to see Miguna. I think that most people are not aware of that some of them were going to see Miguna. And as you see, so many people reached that function because, according to my opinion, and after gathering some information, because where I am, we were able to hold it at a lower level. And it was like even better than those who went on the other side of Uhuru Garden. There's something that I can comment on that. Like the working government, that is the Kenya Kwanza working government, there is this narrative that they normally use. And I think this is the narrative that makes people not to attend their functions as they used to attend before during the reign of Uhuru Kenyatta. They use this term, our competitor. You know, when someone calls you that you are the competitor, you will not be able to match close to that person because you are still battling, you are still in the battlefield. So that is one of the things that may make like the Azimio or One Kenya coalition, most of them, they were unable to come. Actually, there's only one person who managed to come, and that was Kalonzo. The rest of the team, they were celebrating in different levels. They were celebrating at the county level. So if they can stop that narrative of our competitor and use a different term that can make people to become together, to have one language, so that they are not going to use another language that discriminate other people, then I think in the near future, if we will be having other occasions, then the turnout will be that much better than as compared to today. So I think the turnout for today, it is an influence of political. It is political based influenced. So thank you much, Ben.
Okay, thank you for that start. We appreciate it, and we really want to analyze this closely because there are many things that many implications politically. You need to have a constituency. You need to have a constituency. What is it that has kept people from Uhuru Gardens to an extent that the speech somebody analyzes here? I say he spoke for 1 hour 20 minutes addressing seats. What happened to serikali yetu? Sisi ndio tuliwin, wengine wakubali kushindwa, wanyamaze na nini sasa. Nini kwani kumeendaje? Mbona ile scenario tulikuwa nayo Nyayo Stadium na Kasarani seems to be persisting? Do we still have a minority government that wants to be called majority or what? Na katika hiyo masuala yote, speech ya president leo iliangazia nini ambacho ni cha mashujaa, ambacho ni cha kuleta Wakenya pamoja, ambacho ni cha kuendeleza nchi, isipokuwa malalamiko na ahadi na competition? Kwani hii compare ishi? I thought competition ilisha, watu waliingia ofisi wa wakashaapishwa, ni kazi kufanywa. Where are they getting competitors? Eric, tusaidie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. It has been long time. As Bernard, as you grow old, because you have grown old.
Hey, I'm growing younger. Which one old? Where?
Mtu akishaanza kuvaa macho ine amezeeka. Anyway, let's continue on a lighter note. On a lighter note. So, yeah. So, Mr. Bernard, okay. Let me just talk a little bit about today's day. You know, William Ruto, I have no problem with William Ruto. My problem is how he operates. And you know, in the country, we are not, about Mashujaa Day, it was a little bit embarrassing, I think, because the problem is this. You know, this is time to work. There is no need of talking about my opponents. And you know, I just want to go back to an issue. Mzee Moi alikuwa anaita Wakenya. Kibaki alikuwa na njia yake ya kuita Wakenya, kuunganisha watu. Uhuru alikuwa na fellow Kenyans. Ruto ako na my opponents. Understand? And you know, this is no time for my opponents. This is time to work. Na hii ni ile kitu inakuanga hivi. Let me just give an example and I'm going to talk in Kiswahili. Unajua, mwanaume, kama ni mwanaume unaweza pata msichana wewe ni maskini, huyo msichana ni wa familia tajiri sana. Unamuogopa. Alafu umuite, umuongeleshe, alafu akubali. Sa umempata. Na huko unaamini unaweza mpata. Ukimpata unashindwa utafanya na yeye nini? Huyo ndiye Ruto. Ruto didn't know whether he can get this government. So finally akaipata. So anashindwa afanye nayo nini? Juu hakuwa anajiamini. So that's the problem we have. Actually, Ruto, what he should have done is to work. Avoid from being on the screen and do job. Watu wa media wako wanamtafuta. Si yeye wanamtafuta. Kwani Ruto wako wapi? lakini yeye still ako kwa campaign mood. Mali nilikuwa leo, hata ni wimbo walikuwa wameweka, hawakuwa na shughuli na mambo ya Mashujaa Day, because wacha niseme tu ukweli, hata kitambo nikiwa bado na sapoti baba wakati wa serikali ya Uhuru, Mashujaa Day nilikuanga naangalia, lakini leo hata siku anajua, hata siku ana shughuli, nimeshinda kazi. Hata TV yenyewe nilienda mahali nikapata watu ni wimbo wameweka, they are not interested. One person asked me, hii pesa yote inapromisiwa iko wapi? Ile kitu mtu ananiuliza, njoo ile kitu Ruto anasema ni mambo na pesa. Alishajua Wakenya wanapenda pesa ya bure. So hiyo ndio kitu anashinda kuambia watu, na ndio maana huko hakuna watu walienda, watu wana hiyo time. Na unajua most of the people they know and they have learned, they have come to understand this guy needed to be a president. Once he get that position, hiyo story ingine imeisha, mutajipanga. Mimi sikuwa na shida, sina shida na Ruto, shida yoyote. The problem is this, as head of state anafaa afanyie Kenya kazi, si siasa, si blame game. Ruto saizi yako kwa blame game from the day alianza. The work is blame game, blame game, blame game, blame game. Hakuna kitu ingine. Ukienda kwa Gachagua the same. Another thing I want to say, you know, and I say today, I just want to see Ruto start his own programs, project, nione zitaendaji. Achana na project za Uhuru kabisa. Alikuwa Rongai the other day kwa project yenye Uhuru amefanya, iko 95%, iko karibu kuisha. Alikuwa huko ana promise watu. I just want to know, nani atapewa hii nyumba ya 5,000 per month mpaka hiyo nyumba ikue yake? Nataka kujua yule asola atapata hiyo nyumba ya 5,000 per month. Trust you me, that's a dream that will not come true. Hizo nyumba za 5,000 watu wasahau, ziko na wenyewe. Hiyo ni kitu niko sure 100%. So Ruto afanyie watu kazi, aachane na mambo ya blame game saa hizi. And you know, for the starters, kitambo sikuwa na support Uhuru, but Uhuru speech ya Uhuru ilikuanga presidential sana. Speech ya Ruto leo mimi nimejaribu kudownload nisikize online, nikasikia hapana, hakuna kitu aliongea inasaidia. Hizo promises za pesa, nataka kujua hiyo pesa iko wapi. Mr. Bernard and panelist, December kuna launch ya Hustlers Fund. Hakuna Mkenya atanyimwa pesa. Mr. Bernard, nitauliza hiyo swali December tarehe 10. Muniambie ni Mkenya wangapi wamepewa hiyo pesa. Mimi nilikuwa chairman wakati wa Youth Fund. Ile pesa ilikuwa inaitwa ya Uhuru. Mpaka wa leo hiyo pesa hakuna watu uchukua. Njuu vijana hawataki kushikana. Hii pesa si ya bure, na Ruto aliambia watu. Kwa hivyo hakuna hii pesa. Anasikia Hustlers Fund ni kama Youth Fund, ni ile tu Youth Fund, anataka kubadilisha jina. Hakuna kitu ingine, hakuna pesa anapeana, ni hiyo tu. Mshikane group mpewe pesa, alafu mkiwa watu 50 mpewe 100,000. Hiyo 100,000 watu 50 Kenya ya leo mtafanya nayo nini? So I think leo Mashujaa Day imeonyesha Ruto embarrassment. Mashujaa Day ni ya Wakenya waende waburudike, wafurahie. Alafu kuna kitu moja I just want to say, hakuna kitu kama Raila hakwenda, Uhuru hakwenda, hakuna watu wengine, watu wale serious wenye wanajua historia ya hii nchi hawakwenda. Actually, Ruto didn't talk about the history of this country. He didn't, because he doesn't know. Even he doesn't value the history. And people should remember, Ruto doesn't like the history of this country. juu anajua ile kazi amefanya na historia. So Mr. Bernard, leo ilikuwa siku yake ya kuangalia jeshi afurahie, hakuna kitu ingine. Hiyo ilikuwa siku ya Ruto peke yake, na watoto wa shule waende. Unajua watoto wa shule hawajui mambo ya serikali, wao wanaenda tu kujibamba. Hiyo ilikuwa hiyo siku. And to me, my last word, Hustlers Fund mnakopeshwa na mna save kwa hiyo Hustlers Fund. Nataka jua ni Wakenya wangapi watasave hiyo pesa kwa Hustlers Fund. My friend, hiyo pesa mnasema msave, si serikali ya Ruto. Nobody will save. Kama mimi siwezi. Thank you.
Wewe ni mfanya biashara unafanya saving kama kuna surplus?
Alisema watu wana save hiyo Hustlers Fund. Uko na chance ya kusave pesa yako uko pesa kama ile tunaitanga treasury bond, tuna withdraw, tunatoa saizi, tunatoa, hatutaki jua tumtrust treasury bonds. I think people understand treasury bonds. People are withdrawing. I have like 15 friends who already have withdrawn.
Tulia hapo unarudi. Asante. Nashukuru wote mnajiunga nasi katika Mtembei TV ni open forum, tunajadili siasa zetu. Leo imekuwa Mashujaa Day. President Dr. William Ruto amefanya hotuba yake ya kwanza ya Mashujaa Day. Hiyo ndio tuna analyze, na mbona Wakenya hawakutokea katika hiyo sherehe kama kawaida? Mbona sherehe ya kwanza ya Kenya Kwanza inakuwa na watu hafifu, watu viti tupu, the majority of the field was empty? What is happening? Does this confirm that we are having the minority government in the majority seats or what? And if this is the case, Kenyans up to wherever the kind of offers that are being thrown around, of course wameendelea kutupatia ahadi. Huu ni wakati wa ahadi ama wa kutekeleza ahadi ambayo ilipeanwa? So Wakenya wote tujumuike, na kama unatupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili wote wakamakinike katika siasa zetu kwa kuelewa yanayojiri na jinsi ya kuyachambua na kuyaishia ama kuachana nayo ipasavyo. Dada yangu Julia, vipi?
Hi Bernard.
Hi to you. Long time.
Umepotea. Did you abandon your sheep?
No, I'm here.
Yeah, tulikuwa tunashanga.
I'm not a bad shepherd who runs away.
ama nikashanga. Ama Bernard alipewa kibarua na Kenya Kwanza. Sasa akaona hao jamaa wamtembei hapana.
Nikashona hiyo pink suit niende veti, mngeniona tu parliament. I'm being waited for Minister for Communication and Broadcast.
Yeah, ungetuambia, ulisikia Aisha Juma alisema yeye alipata D+. And she struggled so much kupata hiyo D+. Kwani ni ngumu sana kupata D+. I'm beginning to wonder, kwani walimu wetu, why are our teachers letting us down? It is so hard, but it seems it's so hard for someone to get a D+. It's really hard, and those are your cabinet secretaries. About Mashujaa, I think this serikali lacks legitimacy. They lack legitimacy. It is serikali ya wananchi, yeah. And even now, I think, even though we question Uhuru's winning in 2013 and 2017, now I think Uhuru had his crowd and had his legitimate followers, because Uhuru did not seem to struggle to get people to come for such occasions. That is what I'm beginning to see. Alafu, what Kenya is asking that bona huyu jamaa anaongea hivi kwa hata kwa occasion kama hii, it is because mimi nashanga after Ruto working with Moi, after Ruto working with Uhuru, and he saw how Kibaki's government was working. Yani hata experience jamani, if you go to people to foreign places, or you see how people eat kwa meza, you adapt, you learn many things. Ujama, I have been asking myself whether our president is a slow learner or maybe hata yeye alisumbuka sana kupata hizo grades, because I think something is very wrong with him. Otherwise mimi sikusikiza your speech Bernard, because I don't want to waste my time listening to such speeches. I don't expect anything. I joined this early show. Nataka kusalimia Bernard kwanza, alafu niambie wananchi wa Kenya kwamba because I think now I can reach those Kenyans who are watching, that not to expect anything. Kenya do not expect anything good coming from this government. These are the times of Absalom and Rehoboam. Rehoboam aliambia Waisraeli kwamba our father did 1, 2, 3 to you. Mimi I'll set scorpions on you. Mulisikia the landlords wa Nairobi wameanza sijui kulitishwa nini. And when I was hearing that, nikajua landlords of Nairobi, most of them come from Mount Kenya region. Nikasema it's payback time. Mlichagua hii serikali, sasa mnapokea mshahara. So don't expect any. That hustler fund will not reach anybody who needs it. Will be grabbed by a few people. I mean, these are few thugs. Munaona hii, when you people, I was telling you Kenya kwanza ni ya majambazi, mlikuwa mnakasirika sana. Lakini ukweli kwamba hii ni serikali ya majambazi. And I can prove to you from the list of nominees who have been appointed. You can agree with me. I think I have so much evidence that I can prove to you. So you don't expect anything to work, right? These people don't believe in structures. They don't even know what to do, what, where. Hata wajio address inflation aje. They don't know. They literally cannot figure out. That's why I'm thinking that they're even slow learners. They saw how Kibaki worked. They should have learned about that. I was watching something that Alia Kibaki made somebody resign. I think Murungaro and others. Lakini you don't expect this majambazi to resign. Hawata resign. Kwa hivyo Wakenya mjipange, kama uko na kashamba, utafute kashamba, ulime mahindi kidogo. Hard times are coming. It's the times of Rehoboam and Absalom. Hard times are coming, fellow Kenyans. You don't expect anything from this government. Hii ni serikali ya majambazi. Asante Bernard. Nitatoka kidogo, nitaingia baadaye. Good to see you,
So,
Bernard.
asante sana Julia kwa huo utangulizi, tunashukuru. Na kila Mkenya tahadhari, ni muhimu kila mmoja amakinike kujua mbivu na mbichi. Wanasema siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Dalili ishaanza kuonyesha kwamba hawa viongozi ambao wamepewa mamlaka ama wamechukua mamlaka ni kama hawakukuwa na mpango. Walituambia tu wana mpango, lakini mpango wao hauonekani. Ni kama wanashika hapa wanaacha, wanashika hapa wanaacha. Si mbolea, si mbegu, si mvua, si maji. Mimi sijaona serikali inaanza kufanya kazi namna hii. Kibaki aliingia kwa serikali when the economy was negative. Akaingia kwa ofisi na kanyamaza. 100 days tukaanza kuona matunda. Nobody was even talking. But these ones are talking continuously. Things are remaining the same. What is happening? If, okay, Kenya Kwanza is the one that has the governor of Nairobi. Si kweli? So if this governor is the governor of the majority in the support of the Nairobians, where were the Nairobians in the field today? Why would the president and his guests address empty chairs? Kwana kuwa na mpango, walienda wakajivinjari wakasahau kwamba mkutano wao unahitaji mobilization. Chaga, sema mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Asante sana brother Bernard. Ni vyema kupata hapo. Pole kwa kugua na nakuambia afueni ya haraka juu tunakumisi sana. Then kwa wengine ambao tuko Francis na wengine Guru, habari zenu ndugu. Kiutangulizi tu ni kwamba kuna kipindi nilizungumzia nikasema haki huinua taifa, bali dhambi huwa ni aibu kwa watu wote. Maana ya kuzungumza hivi nasema hivi, ushindi huu unadhihirika wazi kwamba Mungu si kitu cha kuchezea. Mungu si wa kuchezea, kwa sababu kama kweli hakika ushindi huu ulikuwa haki, basi leo tungeweza kuona umati kwenye ule uwanja wakisherekea, wakiwa pamoja na nyoyo zikiwa ziko sawa kabisa kwamba this is our president and this is our government. Sasa hapa ndo tunapouona ukweli kabisa mahali upo, kwamba hii ni serikali iliingia na mlango wa nyuma, na kwa vitendo vinadhihirisha wazi kwamba waliingia na mlango wa nyuma na hawakuwa wamejipanga kabisa kwamba tupatapo hii serikali tutafanyia nini ama tutafanya nini. Lengo kuu hii ilikuwa ni serikali ya ushindani, lazima kuwe mvua kuwe jua, tutakuwa hapo, piga ua, vyovyote vile tutakuwa hapo, lazima tutachukua serikali. But kuchukua serikali si tatizo, tatizo linakuja kumhudumia mwananchi yule uliyemuomba kazi akakupa. Hapo ndo tunapoona sasa utofauti. Hivyo ndugu zangu, tusishangae hili. Mimi na hata Bernard tulipokuwa tukianza hapo mwanzo tulitegemea na tulijaribu kadri ya uwezo wetu kujaribu kuwaelekeza ndugu zetu wa Kenya tusimame, na I believe walisimama, lakini kwa sababu ya mambo fulani mahali wa Kenya walielekeza nia zao, siko mahali tulipoelekea, sikuwa na mipango na mbinu. Sasa matokeo ni haya. Jambo lingine la kunisikitisha zaidi ni speech. Nilitegemea alivyozungumzia kwamba ni kweli anakubali kwamba kiangazi kilichoingia Kenya kimeathiri masuala mengi na kilimo. Kwa hiyo angetueleza at least njia ya kumtia mwananchi angalau matumaini tu kwamba bei ya chakula itashuka namna hii, tukisubiri tufanye hili na hili na hili, kwa sababu ndio mzigo mkubwa ambao unamlemea mwananchi mashinani hapa. Mwananchi sasa hivi anaumia, kufundisha mtoto wake inakuwa ni balaa, inakuwa ni mbinde, school fees inakuwa shida, pesa unaipata inaingia inatoka na pandile nyingine, hususa kwa sisi ambao hatuna ajira. Yaani tunaishi tu tukitegemea kwamba mtaji wa maskini ni nguvu zake mwenyewe, so hiyo nguvu unaitumia, hiyo inapita. Leo tunaomba tusubiri Bernard, tupande miti ndivyo tuje tushike mvua, ndo chakula iwe sasa itakuwa nyingi Kenya hii. Kitambo nikipanda mti mpaka tukisubiri mvua ndo tuwe tumeshika ni miaka mingapi? Kwa sababu nimemsikiza sana mimi katika hiyo speech, mimi hata huwa sina kusinywa kwa haraka, nataka hakika ni kila kitu kinachozungumza huwa nimekipata, kwamba tupande miti haswa na mbolea, tutaagiza mbolea nyingine. Wakati ule ule amekiri kwamba kuna kiangazi na hali ya hewa imebadilika. At least hata angesema kwamba at least angalau tutap maji, tuchimbe hata kama ni mabwawa, at least nisaidie wakulima ABCD, at least bado unaambia upande miti. Bernard, tusitegemee mazuri hapa. Hapa ni shilingi ndio inaumwilikwa zaidi na hawa viongozi wote wa Kenya Kwanza. Shilingi ndio inaumiza tu. Ikiwa county government ya Nairobi Sagaja amepata ikiwa na billions of money, leo hii Gachagua anaenda huko kwa kina Ruto leo anasema tulipata empty shelves, so tunabamanya sasa hivi tukujiweka sana, lakini msiwe na wasiwasi, subirini mazuri anakuja, kwa sababu walioangusha uchumi huu ni our competitors, our brothers wa handshake. Uhuru na Raila ndio wameangusha huu uchumi na wakameza pesa zote za Wakenya. Kwa hiyo tunabambanya. Where were they? Do they not? Hawakuwa kwa ndani ya serikali. So huu ni uongo mtupu. Haya ni maneno hewa, ni maneno tu, lakini Mkenya si mjinga. Wao walisema hawapangwingwi, watatupanga, na ndivyo hivyo tunavyopangwa kwa Hustler Fund, tunapangwa kwa mbolea, tunapangwa kwa mambo mengi mazuri tu, lakini one day kama tutakuja kushikana kweli kabisa kama Wakenya, tusimame kidedea, tuseme kwamba hapana, enough is enough. Hii serikali sidhani kama itatoboa miaka mitatu kama itaendelea na mtindo huu, kwa sababu Wakenya wanaumia Bernard. Wakenya wanaumia. Gharama ya maisha imefika mahali ambapo hata mgeni akikuja kwako unataka aondoke tu kwa siku hiyo, hutaki akae hapo kwa sababu anakuongezea mzigo mwingine. In fact wale wageni wanakuja hawana kitu mkononi, inakuwa balaa. Sasa hapo udugu unaanza kuisha kwa sababu ya hali ya maisha. Nobody anatufikiria. Nobody katika serikali inafikiria ni jinsi gani haya mamilioni yamezuliwa kwa makaunti, kwa sababu hata wakati wa vetting hao nominees wote ni mabilionea. Hakuna ambaye maskini hapa atakaulizwa kwamba I'm having our 500 millions 500 and something millions, niko na bilioni 4. Hizo tu zile ambazo wanazungumzia, lakini yale ambayo yako chini ya mvungu huko ambayo hatuyaone, ni ngapi? Pili, wengi walikuwa na madosari tu, cases either za corruption, murder cases nyingi tu. Hakuna ambaye hapo hajaulizwa kuhusiana na kesi. Leo hawa waje watupe matunda na sisi tufaidi, tufikie nchi ya maziwa na nyama. Hii ni ndoto ya mchana. Hivyo Bernard, mimi nitaendelea, niwapishe wenzangu wafanye ufunguzi kwanza, lakini kuna mengi leo tutayazungumza hapa, mengi tu, ili Mkenya yuko hapa aelewe.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Changa, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo na maoni yako hayo. Tunashukuru kwamba kila Mkenya ana uwezo wa kumakinika akiendelea kufuata kipindi hiki, na tunaomba tu mahala pote ulipo, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, ili wasipitwe na uhondo huu ambapo Wakenya wanapata nafasi ya kuchangia katika masuala yetu ya kisiasa, ahadi baada ya ahadi. Yaani mipangilio ya Kenya Kwanza ilikuwa wapi, na hii mipangilio ilikuwa inafanywa hewani ama ilikuwa iende kwanza treasury iangalie hela ni ngapi ndio ianze kufanya mipango. Kulingana na ratiba ya serikali, budget ya Kenya inasoma mara moja na ni mwezi wa Juni. So wakati wewe unafanya campaign, unataka kuwa rais, unataka kuwa nini, unajua kwamba utaingia katika hiyo ofisi August, okay? Njia pekee ya ku revise budget ni June of next year. So hii mipangilio ilikuwa vipi? Kwa sababu list ile imetolewa leo tena ni nyingine refu na tena mpya. Si sasa ile ilikuwa ya bottom up, ni just another created something that is splitting things and confusing Kenyans further. Does Kenya Kwanza have anything for this country, or all they were interested in is to fill posts and then harvest from there whatever that they will find hanging near their reach? It's something that we Bwana Chaga, keep your mic mute. Keep your mic
Oh,
mute.
sorry. I'm sorry, brother.
Thank you. Yeah. And every other person, please, you keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. We need to interrogate this and begin to look at this critically, because the way the government is taking off, from where I sit, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned because ni kama tuko na dereva ambaye tuliingia kwa basi. Unakumbuka kulikuwa na scandal moja ya basi ilichukua pesa ya watu wa kusafiri kwenda Christmas, alafu siku ya kusafiri basi kuwepo watu kutoka Mombasa wakienda Kisumu kwenda Ingoo na hiyo masuala yote. So siku ya hela zishachukuliwa, mlifanya mapema booking, lakini siku ya kusafiri sasa, hiyo time imefika au umefika station, basi ya kusafirisha haipo na yule aliyechukua pesa hayupo, ofisi inakaa kana kwamba inafungwa. So that's the kind of picture I'm beginning to see with the way the president is talking and the deputy president is talking. It's as if Kenyans need to go and take a break somewhere, wapumzike kwanza, hao watu wajipange, alafu watarudi baadaye wakiwa washafanya mipango, watawashughulikia. Life doesn't work that way. Life doesn't work that way. Those of you who are couples, when you are new couples, okay, you have gotten married, you're getting ready to get children. You never get ready to get children. As soon as the child arrives, whether you are ready or not, you must be able to take care of that child. So the moment you get sworn in, you are in office. Whether you found money, you did not find money, mtoto amezaliwa, huyo mtoto mpaka atunzwe, na huyo mtoto atatunzwa at the expense of the parents. So the people that are in office should not be explaining to us the situation. They should be solving the situation and providing the leadership required in moving Kenya from where it is to where it ought to be. These endless explanations should not be accepted by Kenyans. Let us demand what is right, for it is our right to do that. And talk to us when you are moving us to somewhere we see light at the end of the tunnel. Not to talk to us about everything at the same time. Well, let's move on. Mashujaa Day, viti tupu katika I'm still looking for that video. Kuna mtu anademand hapa nicheze hiyo video na ingoja, kuna kama uko nayo tafadhali nisukumie kwa WhatsApp, alafu tuone kama tutaicheza, lakini nimeona tu za TikTok ziko mingi hapa, watu wakisherekea, wengine wakihuzunika, wengine wakitupatia maonyo kwa nini mambo yamekwenda vile yalivyokwenda leo. Bwana Benson, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Yesterday I was looking for you, nikakupata uko pahali ingine. I was very impressed. You have different hats. Lakini sasa nilikupata wewe ni pastor, leo nimekuona na hii t-shirt. Hii t-shirt ya hii t-shirt Bernard. Hii t-shirt naye
we Bwana Benson, wacha kunisorora, okay? Hii ni station inaitwa Mtembei TV. Saa ingine tunakodiwa tu advertise maneno ingine ambayo hata sisi wenyewe hatuisimamii, kwa hivyo
okay. Okay, thank you Bernard, good to see everyone. Let me say this. Kenyans are hurting, and it's a difficult period. Today is 20th. Some of us who are farmers, and I keep on saying this because I'm a farmer, by 20th, by 20th, mvua inakuwa imenyesha. So basically, I can tell you, if it doesn't rain the next few days, the whole thing will collapse. So it is a difficult time. Unga is getting almost 300. So even when we are talking about Madaraka, and I was watching quite a number of celebrations across the country, and you can tell people are hurting. You can tell it's a difficult time. So I understand Kenyans that they don't have luxury of going to Uhuru Gardens. And number 3, wale walienda, ukienda labda uende ukauze njugu huko upate unga ya watoto. So that is the reality of where we are living. This is a difficult time. If me and you can feel the pinch, I can imagine a Kenyan living in Nairobi without a proper source of income. Number 2, Uhuru Garden, unajua jogoo ya mjini kama umetoka Machakos ni ngumu sana wewe kuika jijini. Kwa hivyo Ruto ni jogoo ya ushago, you know, and you can tell by the number of MPs in the wa UDA au wa Kenya Kwanza. There are only 3 MPs out of 17. So that tells you, or 4, maybe 4 out of 17. So it tells you that huku jijini, this is not his comfort zone in terms of people. You remember our last rally, because I'm a UDA person, our last rally in Nyayo Stadium, tulishindwa kujaza. Wale wenzetu wakina Bernard walijaza Kasarani, ikakuwa watu wako nje. So sisi hata tukufikisha nusu. Kwa hivyo we are struggling to get our pitch in Nairobi. It is a difficult period. Hiyo ingine sasa hauwezi weka Mashujaa Day. The country have not reconciled really. We are still divided right in the middle. Sasa ukiweka ceremony ya serikali ya UDA kule Kibera, you know, huko hapo Rangata, sasa hapo hautapata watu, because you know that's a different, hiyo ni boma ya wenyewe. Hapo ni Kibera, hapo ni nini. Sasa ungetaka kuweka watu wa UDA, ungeweka huko Githurai, huko ndio ungepata watu. That is my analysis in terms of getting people to that stadium. Number 4, I think my team are still celebrating. There's a lot of celebration. I think we came at a time when we were not given time to celebrate, so my team is still celebratory. I saw a lot of women with the UDA singing with UDA colors, and I was like, hey, we are still in celebration mode, which I would urge people in UDA and my Kenya Kwanza team to actually, because Kenyans are hurting, to stop the celebration and move forward. And finally, I want to thank Chaka, because Chaka, you are a Kenyan. You demonstrated nationalhood. You told us wewe ulikaa ukasikiliza president akiongea. So you are critical because you listened. So anyone who didn't listen the president have no business telling us, because you know, a Mashujaa Day speech is government talking. So kama ulikaa pale ukasikiliza, I want to celebrate you. Kama wewe ni kama my sister Julia, ule anaongea mambo sijui yeye hakusikia, yeye ni Abusaram sijui ni nini. I think I want to urge people that we have a country called Kenya, that we all belong. So even when you want to criticize, you also want to criticize from a point of no. But I also want to tell you, Chaka, 2015, Jubilee government told watu wazee waende wajirejiste. Wakaambiwa endeni mrejiste, mutapatiwa pesa. Mlengo moja ikaambia watu musiende kurejista, hakuna pesa itakuja, hakuna kitu itakuja. If you look at, and I want to tell people this, if you look at pesa ya wazee, 80% ya pesa ya wazee is concentrated in a certain region. Ukienda pahali unapata in a constituency it have 4,000 people, you go to another constituency it have only 200 people. What is my point to my brother Chaka? Serious Kenyans who are, you know, who are looking forward, wako wanaregister, saa hii wanaregister SACCOs, saa hii wanaregister youth groups, saa hii wanaregister women groups and cooperatives. Why am I saying this? It is the early birds in any government ndio wanasaidika. Kama kuna mtu atasaidika na hiyo pesa, hata ikitoka 5 billion, ni yule atakuwa ready. So it's also my time to tell young people, kama mko kwa sekta ya motorbike, endeni mregister. Mkipatiwa hiyo 200,000, mtaweka car wash yenu. That is my urge to Kenyans. While we are also being critical, please, msiarau sisi wale tuko kwa dogo, because Bernard anatuita minority, don't allow us to enjoy the 50 billion. Please, I urge hata wale hawakutusupport, please go and register your circle, register your group, so that you become early bird. Finally, Bernard.
Bwana
Finally, Bernard. Let me make this.
Goja, you will do your final. I
Okay.
just I wonder what you're talking about in terms of the 50 billion for that and that.
Mhm.
In terms of you've been in Kenya for a while, okay? You
Yes.
seem to have an understanding of what bedevils this country,
Mhm.
and the kind of antidote you are advocating for
Mhm.
is nothing new. We talked with you the other time, and you agreed with me that the Hustlers Fund is not different from Uwezo Fund, is not different from Women Fund, is not different from Youth Fund. It's one and the same thing. The only difference that maybe all those funds will be put together into one basket.
Yes.
Now, if we have had Women Fund, Youth Fund, Uwezo Fund for the past, let's assume, 10 years, okay?
Mhm.
And our level of poverty is still highest.
Mm.
Our unemployment rate is still unbearable.
Mm.
Which magic are you advocating for? That by the declaration of the Hustler Fund on 1st of December,
Mm.
there will be some supernatural intervention that is going to cause this country to turn around, people to go and pick that money, invest that money, and that money will generate profit. Everything will just work, and our poverty will be addressed, our illiteracy will be addressed, our unemployment will be addressed. From where you sit, does it even compute?
Okay. Bernard, I think it will be too much of expectation to think that we are going to change the country in a single day, or we are going to eradicate poverty. That even here in America, people are still struggling with whatever. It takes baby steps. 1st of December, there will be launch, and there will be no money by 10th. There will be no money in January or February. There will be money somewhere next year, because it is a process. It is like even you, when you are registering a business and all that, it will take time. In fact, what I'm telling people is, and I can tell you, if there is something that Ruto is going to do, hata kama ataanguka zile zote, is to avail the Hustlers Fund. And that one I can tell you people. And that's why I'm pleasing people. Please, let's move to the next level. The next level is organizing ourselves. And then you register wale watuku serious. Mpaka hii Mtembei. Mimi nataka kuona Mtembei sisi tu register hapa, because sisi ni mahasla tupate pesa. I'm very sure. So basically, it will not change. Nothing will change overnight.
So Wanambudia, why should we take the cow to the river when we know the cow is not going to take the water? And the whole government is behind taking the cow to the river. Come rain, come sunshine. Can't we apply a different way?
If
It has not worked for 10 years, what makes you think it will work from 1st of December?
Let me tell you, David. Let me tell you, Bernard, and I want you to go to. In fact, I want to take you to the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, kwa Shebesh. Actually, I want you to go to Shebesh. Unaona ule waziri Shebesh. The last 3 years, look at the amount of money she have given to youth groups. You know, some of these things we also need to be Shebesh. Ile pesa wamepatiana na professor the Minister for Public Service kwa youth groups. I can tell you there will be money. It will not be sufficient. It won't take our poverty in a night, but there will be money. That's what I'm telling you. The motorbike guys, wale watajipanga mapema, watapata hiyo 200 motorbike zao, wataweka kakaosh. But let me finish.
Wanambudia, I think
let me finish.
you need to be appointed to be the deputy to Hussein Mohammed so that you speak for that government.
Let
But
me let me
the
finish.
truth is,
Let me
you and I agree that what you are saying is not viable. It is just looking for another excuse why things did not work.
okay. Let me finish. Let me finish
If
my.
if the UDA government or Kenya Kwanza government were really after changing things in this country, then they will talk about something else other than distributing money. And now they are talking about, by the way, you talked about the Mashujaa speech, Mashujaa Day speech. What was Mashujaa about the speech the president gave today?
Did you listen to? Did you listen to the
I
president?
listened. I looked for any Mashujaa thing inside what he said. I didn't see. I looked for anything Kenyan. I didn't see. It was all UDA. It was all peaceful elections. It was all the hero. That bottom up is a hero. What is bottom up in Kenya? Where was bottom up becoming a hero in Kenya?
Anyway, Bernard, I think you are still. I think Bernard, you are still hurting, eh? And I'll pray
It
for
is
you.
not a matter
Let
of
me.
me being
Let
hurting.
me.
I want you to
No.
tell us why should this a whole president of a whole country come and talk to us about UDA agenda in a Mashujaa Day speech? Mashujaa Day is about Kenyans, about
Then
those mamas that wake up early in the morning to go to Marigiti. We wake up going for morning glory together. 5 a.m. Wamejaza matatu na vikapu. Okay. Now they don't have even the money to go to Marigiti to pick the Sukuma Wiki and come and sell.
sasa
Things are
Bernard,
that far. They are choosing between Marigiti and the food on the table.
Bernard,
We
unaona
needed somebody to inspire us, to tell us this country has been lowest and it picked up again. We are at lowest, but we are well able. We are cut out for the job. We are the Kenyans that never relent. We are going to make it. Other than going there to attack Azmio, having competitors and that, please, you need also to help the president write a speech that is Kenyan. Achana na vitu za Itumbi kumsaidia kuandika speech. Itumbi can only work in UDA office and his mind can only work within that framework. He can't
Bernard,
work with Kenya.
can I make my final statement? Then I move forward.
In 1 minute, malizia tafadhali,
Okay.
tuende kwa ile
Okay.
tumsikilize participation kabla turudi kwa guru.
Okay.
Mr.
Then
Modri.
my final statement is me and you know that there are only two offices that have occupants. We only have the president and the deputy president. The ministers have been vetted now. The PS have been vetted now. The CAS have been vetted now. So at this point, we are still just talking about the promises and all that. In the coming months, there will be government. There will be a first cabinet meeting for UDA. So as we also been critical, is also to understand the process. The process is we don't have ministers, we don't have CAS, we don't have PS. So by January, Bernard, by January kutakuwa na serikali. So hold your horses. Thank you, Bernard.
Maybe I will second you
Thank
to
you,
be
Bernard.
government spokesman. You fit
Asante.
that job.
I'll be
You are
I'll,
the
I'll,
person to be the
I'll be
one to
the
hold for, be their PR, okay? Public
I'll,
relations officer. That
I'll
one,
be the
I will
government.
recommend you from Tembei TV. Go and speak for UDA government.
I will
You
speak it
fit that
here.
job. But the
Nitaiongelea
truth
hapa.
is,
Okay.
God, just to balance what you're saying. Uh, I will talk about church. Okay, when you appointed the pastor of a new church, and you are yet to set up the committee for the deacons and for the elders and for departmental heads, the church does not stop to conduct worship. And the difference is only that now that job rests on your desk until you get people to assist you to get it done. You cannot sit in the office and say, I'm waiting to constitute the council of elders. I'm waiting to constitute the deacons. I'm waiting to constitute the head of departments so that work starts. No. So that's why I'm telling you this government is full of excuses, and their excuses are clear. Even lower primary school kids can read, these people are not ready to work. And if they are ready to work, it's not in Kenya. They are ready to work elsewhere, not in Kenya. And the time will vindicate us eventually. They may be ready to work, but not in Kenya. They don't understand Kenya. They have no idea what it is to turn around this economy. 6 months down the road, I'm giving you 6 months down the road, this government will be so confused, they will not know what hit them if they continue the way they are continuing. History offers lessons, and those who don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. From the look of things, these people have drawn zero lesson from history. They have learned nothing from Moi. Moi led 3 minority governments, 3 of them. And all of them were successful. Why? He was a guru. He understood Kenya. He knew when you're a minority, you must always reach out to the majority and reassure the majority that they can still be safe in a minority government. You don't lord over the majority when you're a minority. Moi served this country successfully with a minority. Those are lessons that are rich, which I believe Dr. William Ruto was in that class. Me, I was outside. I was still in school. How come I understood how Moi was operating, and the person who was in the kitchen cabinet of Moi is not doing anything like Moi in terms of saving the situation? There will be no country to lead if you don't consolidate people, you don't encourage people and bring them together. So kama hiyo ndio hekima mko nayo ya uongozi, na waogopa sana. Naomba tumlete public participation, alafu tarudi kwa guru baadaye.
Yes, Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama. How are you today?
Nzuri sana. You are my shujaa. So, I watched, okay, I didn't even watch much because me, Tangu Hustler became the Venezuela elect. I switched off. So, I just saw the party where Miguna was talking to people in the airport, and when he was being welcomed to the Mashujaa Day celebration. Let me comment about Miguna first of all. So Miguna clearly is coming into Kenya is an agenda. He's not coming into Kenya, because it's his motherland. He's coming to Kenya is an agenda, which is apparently to finish Baba, or to finish Baba's influence in Nyanza. Miguna is a troublemaker. Sooner than later, he will also start falling out with the hustle and discipline. So just give him a bit of time, because he's somebody who likes, he's an instigator. He likes provoking, and he lacks self-restraint. So sooner than later, he'll be enemies again with the government. Now, about the Mashujaa Day celebration, you see, the problem with UDA supporters, they were used to being given money. UDA supporters are not like Azimio supporters. Azimio and ODM and anybody who has been supporting Baba like myself, we support Baba based on principles. At no time, at absolutely no time, yes, Baba has tried, I don't know how many times to be president. He has been in politics for most of his life, but he has never been a kind of a politician who buys people. And this time was no different. And that's one of the accusations which were being given by UDA, that your principal is not giving people money, and that's why he failed. So supporters of UDA, they are used to being given money the whole time that the campaign was going on, and now they are not used to following somebody based on principle. They were following a hustler based on the fact that they are trying to punish Uhuru, the fact that they don't like Raila, and of course they are being given money. So now that there's no more money, and there's no more, campaign as such, because after all, they got the candidates they wanted, so they are not motivated anymore. They lack motivation of going to attend, whichever function. Another thing is that you see, because they were expecting that within like 2 weeks or even 1 week, they'll start seeing something tangible in terms of basic commodities like what they cook with kerosene, like the issue of unga and all these. Those were the kind of things they were expecting. So right now they are in a big shock than even Azimio. Azimio is not shocked because we just knew that if this guy comes in, this is what you can expect. You can't expect any better. So PTA people, now there's no more money to be dished out, so you can be sure that they will not be attending functions. Number two, they are so much frustrated because they had almost magical expectations that immediately this guy enters, at least our life will be. But now things have gotten worse. And as you can see, they are about to get even more worse as these landlords are being registered because if they are going to be told to give tax, that means they also have to increase the rent payment. So sooner than later, hustlers will not be able to afford rent very, very soon because there's no way that the landlord will agree to pay extra taxes and deduct from what he has been receiving from you. He has to hike the price. So things are falling apart. Used in your as a word, things are totally falling apart in every area. Uh, Extremely bad. So you dear people, they are the ones who are more frustrated than us. For us, we just knew what was going to happen. We had no hope in this government. And you can see Mr. Mbudia there, how he's being so overly optimistic that, go and register your group, go and register your border. Have you been living in this country or you are from Tanzania? Eh? Those 50 billion we know that it's just a ploy of telling us that hustler fund. These are funds to be embezzled. Mm? They will form groups using their own proxies, and then they will take that money and they will never even pay. Eh? Right now, I had somebody here saying that people with treasury bonds are withdrawing their money because they don't trust it. They don't trust the hustler with their money, so they are withdrawing. They'd rather keep in the house their money or wherever than leaving it in the treasury bonds because they are scared. And that is the same with donors. That is the same with people who could have helped us with the bonds. Not only does hustler not have charisma, he also doesn't have a good network and good relationship with international players. So reality is beginning to sink in that we are doomed. That is what is making people not go for celebration and not even to watch. Because me, I only watched Mugun. After that, I switched off. I was like, there's nothing this guy has to offer. So let me not waste my time here trying to defend him. We know how he operates from the time of NCPC. We know. So there's nothing of telling us Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund is a proxy to be able to siphon funds. Eh? Let him not deceive some to deceive us. He was in Ministry of Agriculture. Why wasn't he helping farmers? He was using his friends and his people to loot the money for the maize. And that's what will happen in all these things which people are waiting for. Very unfortunate. But as last by them, my friends who are in that side now, they have changed direction. In fact, they don't even discuss. They try to bring up Mamboya Hustler. They are keeping off that topic now. So at least the other time of Ruto, it took some time before reality sank in. Now this time, a month into their regime, you already know what is coming. This is a pure hell for Kenyans. Thank you, Bernard. That's my submission.
Asante sana public participation, we appreciate that. It's it's about time people began to tell each other the truth. Ni vizuri kutarajia kuna msemo kwetu huwa wanasema ukiingia katika boma la mtu alafu uone moshi inatoka jikoni, usitarajie chakula. Ngoja mtu aliye jikoni atoka akuambie subiri chakula. So kuona moshi ikitoka kwa jikoni haimaanishi kunapikwa, na hata kama kunapikwa basi kunaweza kuwa kupikiwi wewe. So we wait for word of mouth to tell where the government is headed and whether there is hope there or not. when people are bound to repeat what did not work in the past and insist on it that is going to work, then we are sure that the outcome will be the same. The outcome will be the same. This situation needs a holistic approach, not fixes. But it seems like the UDA and Kenya Kwanza are bound to do fixes. Beba pesa peleka kwa mama, wamama wakifurahi kidogo, beba peleka kwa vijana. I think they are just buying time. They are not serious about turning things around for this country. And they seem not to be shouldering the responsibility. They are looking for who to blame for what will not work. And that to me, it is a bad approach in terms of leadership. We need leaders who can own up the responsibility. Own up the responsibility that Kenyans are starving. Own up the responsibility that the drought is ravaging the country and it's 60 years of independence. We need to have leaders who get angry at the situation enough to find a lasting solution. But what I'm seeing right now, it is not encouraging at all. It is only showing people who are hungry to share positions, then share the proceedings. I don't see any plan to multiply the money. And now the people who run the economy are withdrawing their investment. So where would they get the money to distribute? Where will the hustler fund come from? Is it going to be mandatory? Ya ile wamesema saving itakuwa lazima, ama tunarudi kwa ile siku ya Likuru? Okay, atakuwa anaenda nyumba kwa nyumba akichukua pesa ya saving, mpeleke NSSF, msipopeleka andika hapa pesa ya rambe, ama achukue kuku ama achukue karai. Hiyo ndio watatumia kutengeneza hela. Hey, Mungu asaidie
Bernard,
sisi. Yeah, yes.
Bernard, let me
Yeah.
add something small.
Yes.
Let me add something small. This issue of Hustler always talking about competitors, detractors, saying that we will show them how agriculture is supposed to be run. We will show them how, where they failed. We will show them. We will do this. We will do the other. I'm really wondering because I am thinking about Kibaki, for example. Kibaki elected, inherited a country which is very dilapidated for more than 24 years. At no time during Kibaki tenure did I hear him talking about Moi. Never, not once. He said that you people stop harassing me. I inherited a government which has been dilapidated for 24, whose economy has been dilapidated for 24 years. Hustler seems to not have a plan because if you look at everything, even today, that low turnout, I saw somewhere that Hustler's team is now blaming, is it Baba or who? They are blaming Deep State or they are blaming someone. So, as somebody who has a plan, like Kibaki, when he got into office, he had a plan. So he entered the office and started implementing his plan. He did not listen to the structure. In fact, people used to insult Kibaki a lot. But at no time did you hear that Kibaki is now using them as an excuse or going back and forth with them. He was concentrating on his legacy and concentrating on what he promised Kenyans, and he was quiet. Even the projects that he did, he never mentioned it. When it's the ready, when people notice things done, then they say Kibaki is doing this thing. Kibaki is doing this thing. At no point will he come and tell us that we are going to show you how infrastructure is done. What is that? This man has no plan. Let me tell you, those who are supporting him, he has no plan. That's why now he's confused. He doesn't know what to do. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Let's play these videos before we proceed further. I appreciate everyone. As you continue following, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Don't watch alone. Share in your WhatsApp group. Share in your Facebook groups. Share everywhere. Let the whole world tune in and let us make a difference today, even as we dissect and look into all that transpired today in Mashujaa Day celebration, the first ever under the new president, Dr. William Ruto. Let's see what happens.
Gardens, where this year Mashujaa Day celebration is being held seems to be below the par as days goes by. A spot check into the venue established a low turnout as evidenced by empty seats, even as President William Ruto is presiding over the event. When Ruto was addressing, the venue was half filled, implying that many Kenyans boycotted the event. Only a majority of dignitaries were present.
Wazingatie michezo.
Wakenya hii leo wameadhimisha siku ya Mashujaa kwa njia tofauti, ingawa baadhi walisusia kufika katika sehemu za maadhimisho na kusalia manyumbani. Wafanyabiashara hata hivyo wamesema hali imekuwa tofauti mwaka huu ikilinganishwa na miaka iliyopita kutokana na kupanda kwa gharama ya maisha. Mwanahabari Saada Hassan anatupa taswira ya jinsi Wakenya walivyosherehekea siku hii.
Hotuba za waheshimiwa zilipokuwa zikiendelea kutolewa, baadhi ya Wakenya walijitosa katika shughuli zao za kila siku. Wafanya biashara wakitegea wateja, wakitumai angalau baada ya siku watapata hela za kuinua maisha yao. Ila wengi walisema hawana lamno la kusherehekea siku hii ya Mashujaa.
Hatukupumzika, lakini time ifikia time hiyo bado kazi si nzuri pia. Nilikuwa tunatarajia tupokee customer wateja, hatujaona customer, hatujaona wateja. Tuko tu kujikaza kaza hivyo.
Wajua tumefunga biashara kwa sababu sisi ni watu na familia. Mashujaa deni ya matajiri. Sisi hatuna kitu. Utafunga kazi yako ndio ukafanya biashara. Uko nifunge kazi nikafanya sherehe.
Hata hivyo wengine walikuwa na maoni tofauti kuhusiana na umuhimu wa siku hii.
Juu ya hii Mashujaa Day, hii siku ya leo, watambue wale tu ambao kwamba waliweza kuwa mashujaa katika hii nchi yetu mpaka kufikia hapa ilipofikia.
Kwa wengine ilikuwa wakati wa kustarehe, kupiga picha na wapendwa na hata kujivinjari kwenye mandhari ya bahari. Kilomita chache na wale waliokuwa wanastareheka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, sherehe za kuadhimisha siku ya Mashujaa zilikuwa zikiendelea, japokuwa idadi ya Wakenya waliofika ilikuwa ya chini. Hata hivyo viongozi wa ukanda wa Pwani wameweka ahadi kushirikiana na serikali kuu ili kuwafaidi Wakenya.
Siku ya Ijumaa we facilitate a sitting with all leadership tuweze kupanga mikakati ya usalama wa kaunti ya Mombasa, tusikie na kutoka kwao yale matatizo yaliyoko mashinani kuanzia ma-MCA wetu, wabunge wetu, na tuweze kusikia pia kutoka kwa upande wa serikali kuu na serikali ya kaunti itaweza kuweka mikakati gani tuweze kusonga mbele pamoja.
Siku ya Mashujaa imesherehekewa kwa njia tofauti nchini. Hapa katika kaunti ya Mombasa, chakula ainati zimepikwa na kuandaliwa kwa wakazi. Ila wafanyabiashara wanalalamika kuwa gharama ya maisha bado ingali juu na wanatumai kwamba siku za usoni hali itabadilika. Saada Hassan, KTN News, kaunti ya Mombasa.
Naam, ni kwamba siku hii imeanza kupotea.
Okay, thank you everyone for staying tuned. We trust all is well with you. We are here looking at Mashujaa Day celebrations being conducted by the President, Dr. William Ruto, and it's clear there that the majority of Kenyans kept off that ceremony. What does this speak of our politics and the Kenyan situation in view of the prevailing manenos? Bwana Guru, habari ya leo?
Nzuri Bernard.
Hi, karibu.
How are you?
I'm well. Good to see and hear you. Uko kwa ujafikiwa na second mile?
Hapana. Na wewe ulienda Mashujaa?
Mimi nilisikia habari nikiwa hapa
Kwa
hapa studio.
hivyo hizo viti uliona zikiwa wazi, ni moja ilikuwa yako?
Mimi hata sikualikwa.
Kwani si kila mtu alikuwa anaalikwa? Wewe unaingia tu.
Mimi siwezi enda sherehe kama hiyo. Sherehe
Aya,
ya
sawa.
muhimu kama hiyo nitakosaje kualikwa? Kama serikali iko serious inaalika watu wa muhimu kama sisi ili tuende kwa sherehe, sio kwa assume tu kwa sababu tarehe imefika kila mtu atakimbia aende huko.
Miguna alikuwa
Shauri yake, alitoka Canada kwenda kuhudhuria. Yeye sijui kama alilipiwa nauli ama alipelekewa passport, amesema sijui alionwa kando. Hiyo sisi hatujui. Sisi wa Kenya ambao tuko Kenya, hakuna mtu alitupigia simu, hawakutuma kadi, hawakutuambia tuende. Sasa wanatarajia wewe utamkatua uanze kupigia wageni ambao hujaalika wakuje kwako wakuje.
na wakati huu sikuwa na magari.
Ingekuwa magari hakuna mtu anaingia.
Si wangepatiwa kakitu wangepatiwa nini ya unga moja tu 250 Kimeumana
hapa kumetoka. It's like you remember 2017. 2017 the swearing in of Uhuru Kenyatta, his second term. It was bumpy in Nairobi, and it was so bad that magari ilitolewa kweli, ikakuja mpaka Kibra na ikakuja vitongoji hapo Mathare huko chini kwa Njenga, na watu walikuwa na 500. Okay, upewe 500 uingie. Wakenya walifika kwa hiyo matatu, wakaangalia hawa watu, wakaonyeshwa 500, wakawaachia 500 yao na wakarudi kwa nyumba. Wakenya wako rahisi kununuliwa hivyo.
Haya basi, wacha niseme yangu. I think what we have seen today, especially the raw turnout, is not shocking. It is not surprising. This government lacks legitimacy. Most Kenyans still believe, and rightfully so, that victory was stolen. And this is not the government that they wanted. And therefore, to change people from that mindset will become very difficult. And even worse, those who purport to have won have continued to talk arrogantly. Like just yesterday, I think the deputy president was somewhere in Nandi, and he said that they only first have to fix the problems of those that voted for them. That is a very serious message, and it only makes matters worse politically, because those who did not vote for UDA then take it that this is not their government and those are not their leaders. So I do not know what plan they have to solve the legitimacy question. I think Uhuru Kenyatta was much wiser politically, because you see, you cannot purport to read people, majority of who do not take you seriously, or they are just waiting for an opportunity to take you head on in the streets. So I think they have a lot of work to do, but they seem not to acknowledge that they have work to do politically to at least earn the support of the majority of Kenyans in the projects and the programs that they need or they want to put on the ground. You are aware that the Hustler Fund is actually their flagship project. But you are also aware that in recent days, the terms of getting that Hustler Fund has changed, and the same stringent measures that have made Youth Enterprise Fund and Women Enterprise Fund become difficult to reach and out of reach for many youths and women is because of the bureaucracy. And that is what was the issue during the campaigns. In fact, some of us often heard that the youths will just need to pass through the CDF offices and get the money if we got it right. But now we are hearing of registering of cooperatives. We are hearing of budding of groups, and so on and so forth. The same procedures, same bureaucracy. And what this means is that the uptake of this money is not likely to be as expected. Worse, and right before, this time the youths who take up the Hustler Fund are expected to not just pay, but also save and also pay taxes. Now, that in itself presents quite some problems. And already the youths have smelt a rat. You know, there is a misconception that our youth do not read between the lines. There is no much enthusiasm so far as the Hustler Fund goes, except for those very established business people who perhaps know how they already have run the ropes. This is yet another project that could end up in shame. Now, the other thing is you are aware that this man read a 1 hour and 12 minutes speech full of hyperbole, promises, but very little in delivery plans. We are told that 100 dams will be constructed or something like that through PPP. Now, it's good to have intentions, but intentions may not measure up to the reality on the ground. I would want to know those private providers who would be enthusiastic to invest in such projects, some of which and whose business sense does not seem to manifest very easily, especially because there are other costs of maintenance. You have heard of dams that have even been silted, and the high costs of maintaining this. So in the sense, that's why most people in the business world would rather keep off some of these projects. But we wait to see. Now, I also heard some time back that he intends Kenyans to plant 5 billion trees in the next, I don't know, 5 years or I don't know. Now, that is good intention. But if you ask those who are in this trade, if you ask the people in the Kenya Forest Service, they will tell you that one of the greatest hindrances to raising our forest cover is the inadequate seedlings across the country. The number of seedlings vis-a-vis the requirements is too low. So there's a lot of work to do there. I roughed myself off when I heard the president say that every person should plant 100 trees. I wondered who is feeding the president with these kind of statistics, and the reality on the ground does not indicate that this can happen in a short run, not even in the medium term. So this is a government of promises upon promises upon promises, and yet right now what people are suffering more from is hunger. Hunger is biting deep, and this misconception that Kenya Kwanza government seem to have, that a government is like a business enterprise. I don't know who gave them this concept. A government has never been a business enterprise. That's why governments continue in perpetuity. And that's why governments borrow. Governments exist to ease the pain of their citizens. It's not to make business. It's not to have reserves or to constantly look at the bottom line. Of course, they should balance these ratios, but by and large, a government should provide for its citizens adequately in terms of food security, in terms of security, and should act proactively should the citizens be going through a stress or pain, to ease that pain. To tell citizens that to wait for nature, Mother Nature, like our current government is doing, that when you provide people with fertilizer, you are done with them, and they have to wait to see the production come up and the food prices start going down. That is not planning. That is wishful thinking. I asked on this platform the other day whether this government has written a contract with God, because what we have is a rain-fed agriculture. What if, and it looks like it is headed there, that we don't have the rains or adequate rains? What comes out of this? A government should be one that plans even for dangers or natural calamities. It's not one that should just be telling us of how food will come down in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, because apparently a lot of fertilizer has been given to farmers. Things don't work like that. Anyway, I do understand they are in a hurry, maybe to first of all, recoup the monies they used during the campaigns and start accumulating for 2027. So for the hustlers, I think it is time to start tightening the belts. And if you have one belt, you buy another one, because what is now emerging is that very soon the rentals will start going up, because you have also heard that taxes on rentals will be increased, and therefore the landlords inevitably pass that pain to the tenants. So it's going to be quite a hard time for Kenyans. And I don't envy the rights of Budia, whose work is to defend this government. They will have to eat more to be energetic enough to be able to defend the indefensible, because the hungry people cannot pretend to be full. And therefore, I think Budhia and the likes of Dato here, I don't know whether he's changed his affiliation. This is exactly the things we were telling them, but they could not open their eyes to. A government is run by serious people, people who know what they are doing, people who have a reputation internationally and even locally. Right now, there is a question that was asked during this vetting. One of the MPs, I think it is Dawood from Meru, said that people are holding foreign exchange. They don't want to kind of trade it in Kenya. So that itself is a big problem because it seems then that people have no confidence that they'll make money, they'll make business. And then again, our president seemed to be driven by enthusiasm that doesn't have substance. Like just, I think 1 or 2 days ago, he met the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and was, encouraging them to go into manufacturing. Yet the problems why manufacturing is not growing is very clear. And one of them has to do with the cost of electricity. It has to do with the number of licenses. It has to do with the bureaucracy. It has to do with so many other things. And instead of trying to see how to, change these policies and maybe even lower the cost of electricity and so on and so forth, mere talk will not bring industries in Kenya. It is making the factors of production to be accessible and affordable for the manufacturers. Otherwise, so far, I can tell you this, a government that will perform is actually seen in the first 30 days, the first 100 days. When you see empty chairs, Kenyans have already known that they are in a bus, that they don't know where it is going, and the drivers look rudderless, they look confused, they look excited, but they have no substance. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Guru kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Kuna wale wanaendelea kusema hii serikali ya hot air. The hot air seems to be getting hotter with every passing day. That we need to not forget what is our right as Kenyans and what we must demand from everybody that assumes office, and that includes the Kenya Kwanza government. They are not in that office because they are the best. They are in that office because they happened to be in that office. And now that they're in that office, they must deliver for Kenyans. Whether they got everything working or nothing working at all, that is immaterial. And they should stop telling us that. They should tell us, now you are the class teacher. You can take over a class that has not covered the syllabus. When I was in primary school, we did algebra for 2 years, mathematics, algebra. Was it 2 or 3 years? Standard 5, standard 6, and 7. So when the new teacher came to take over from we had the same mathematics teacher in standard 5, in standard 6, and standard 7, and taught us nothing but algebra, nothing else. So when the standard 7 teacher now came to take over from our class, discovered that we couldn't even do the mathematical table while we were in standard 7. And she was a tall, slim lady. And she said, you have 24 hours to know the mathematics table. So by tomorrow morning, you should have known it. And we laughed it away because we were used to algebra. But when we came the following day, we had to know the mathematics table. I will not tell you the rest of what happened. So when you take over a class that was not taught anything else except algebra, you don't now say the other teacher failed because he failed, we will also fail. You now cover up the other parts that the other teacher did not do. That is what responsible teaching does. That is what responsible government and responsible governance does. History ya kutuambia we inherited a fallen economy. Oh, the economy was run out by handshake. We don't want that now. You are in the driver's seat, tupeleke Canaan. Na kama sio Canaan, tuambie tushuke. Hiyo ndio madai yetu kama Wakenya, na tuta relent. Tumeanza tu warm up. Wacha hii Uhuru Gardens. The next ya Jamhuri Day. Tunaweza ifanyia ndani ya State House. Kwa ile kanisa tulianzisha huko. Naomba tumsikilize Francis, alafu nafuata mgururo. Tutaenda kwa Francis ndio turudi kwa nani. Ndeto mheshimiwa. Nimekuona. Francis.
So, yes.
Karibu. Wewe umeanzisha show bila kuongea. Sasa sijui show itakuwaje, lakini Mungu akubariki.
You know, I had alerted you and then nikaona hapa ni kama umelala.
No, I'm the one who launched the show, and so I was working on my camera only to come to the studio. I find the show is running.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry by the way for that.
Karibu lakini.
Asante. So, to me, one of the things that I've noted with the president's speech, it was more of mutation. It is mutating at a very high rate. Whatever the man said on Sunday when he was in Kericho about the Asla Fund is a different thing what he said today, Asla Fund, when he was in the Uhuru Gardens. They are totally two different things, but referring to the same thing. So, and then when you look at it, it is a more of a long con, but people have not realized because people are used to tupatie time, waja tupange, tujaribu, serikali bado ni changa, hatuna mawaziri. These are the things that are being used to give Kenyans hopes, which are not there. But as time goes on, they will realize, even those people who still think that the government has a good intention to them, they will realize that they were waiting for nothing. Guru, so we cannot be saying that let us give them time, whereas we can see very clearly that there are no plan that gives us some hope or assurance that our waiting will not be in vain. I also noted with a great concern about the UDA, the women who are wearing those clothes there, UDA. That was not a political rally. That was a national event that was supposed to bring every Kenyan, every corner. And that's why most of individuals, maybe to some point, gave it a big breath, because you cannot be bringing political colors and political rhetorics there and then you expect all Kenyans to be there. We are some of people that we support Raila, the others who supported Wajakoya, Maure. All of them should feel that they are part and parcel of that government that is in power. Then when you look at also the turnout, the turnout was a very clear indication. If the president can learn and can see and maybe can be told, is that Kenyans have sent one strong message that indeed we voted for you. But should you fail to fulfill whatever you promised, things will not be good. I want you to go and check 2022, the difference between what Raila got and what William Ruto got. It is a very small margin. Raila won with a very small margin in Nairobi. So meaning even though majority, we can say the majority of people support Raila in Nairobi, those people who voted for William Ruto in Nairobi could be able to fill that garden, that Uhuru Garden to the full. But they opted not to send a clear message that we, the people that we voted for you, we are not satisfied with the trajectory that the country is taking. We need to change the course. Today, I want to thank Gachagua. Today, at least he improved, but unfortunately, it seems that more of a written speech, because I saw him saying that the time for talking is over. Let's embark on working. That one, I congratulate him for that, because At least he changed something. Today, he never blamed Raila Andishek or debilitated economy or empty coffers. He never blamed anything. At least he said that time for politics is over. It is now time to work for Kenyans. I've also seen that the president was addressing about the housing. That one is another long con. We cannot achieve that one within an year. It is a lie. It is a full lie. That houses that he specifically mentioned, it is totally a lie. It cannot be achieved. Then he talked about the public-private partnership in construction of 1,000 dams. That one will not happen. These private people is calling private are the same individual that he called this Mabonyenye dynasty. Which private people will he collaborate with? Atakuja collaborate na Nambudhi ama Benson to build a dam. These are the people that he called names, that these are the rich people. These are the dynasty. These are the individuals that today he's saying we shall have the private public partnership in construction of 100 dams. Then my question is, during the administration of Jubilee, they were supposed to construct a Roland Kimwarel. What made it fail is the same thing that will make these 100 dams to be unachievable. Unless we solve what made a Roland Kimwarel dam to fail, we shall achieve these 100 dams that he's talking about. So as we stand now and things the way they are trying to look at any possible way that they can shift blame. And I also I've also seen it that the Mugirango MP Salvana Sosoro he signaled the president that Kalonzo Musyoka was also in the Uhuru Gardens, and he went and extended a warm reception to Kalonzo Musyoka. It was a good gesture that the politics are over and you embark on building. So that one was nice, and also you should also learn something from it, that some people within his circle can still embrace Kalonzo. It means people did not vote for him because he was a better option, but he was, according to some individual, he was lesser evil to those people who hate Raila. It's not that they love him. It's only that they could not have any other alternative. And that's what I always say, should that election could it be between Ruto versus another candidate? Ruto could not have won because the kind of hatred that has been planted to some individual for generational. Anyway, to me, I think we Kenyans, we need to get our apps together, at least to look at a broader perspective. Let us pray and see, maybe rain will be there. Let's God grace will give us some rain so that we mitigate this kind of drought. But as things are standing right away, it is not possible that whatever the president talked about to be achievable. He also talked about things to do with the fertilizer, that will cooperate with the East African countries to build factories about to manufacture fertilizer. You remember, and I said it earlier, in 1977, when the East African community broke differently, each country walked away from the community participation, that the East African Federation. It created a lot of mistrust. Then the mistrust is emerged from the point that Kenyans, we inherited the largest percentages of the assets that were under East African community. Then the question is, who will dare participate with Kenya and other countries to build industry here? What about if Muhoozi goes ahead and reclaim Kenya, and Kenya reacts by maybe cutting ties with Uganda? Will Uganda still enjoy the factory maybe they are built in Kenya? The answer is no. So they are fearful that this that happened in 1977 could still happen. And if we want to build the industry as East African countries, we must be able to address those issues that were raised at that time and what followed after that event. That one will help us to at least to achieve that agenda. So for the hustlers and everybody else, we need to get our help together to question, to look at it in a deeper way, because of the things they are, there are no chances that the government is likely to deliver. Because even right now, they have forgotten what they promised: free Wi-Fi, free data, unga ya 70, mafuta. Wamesahau. Now there are new promises, up and down, up and down. I don't know. For me, I don't have any hopes in them because there's no any plan at all. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Francis, nashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Nashukuru Wakenya wote mahala popote mlipo. Asante kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Naomba endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike kisiasa tunapojadili mambo jinsi yalivyo na vile tukependelea kuyaona viongozi wetu na jinsi wanavyotuongoza. Ni halali, si halali, ni ukweli, si ukweli. Hayo mambo yote mpaka tuyaangalie kwa kina. Na leo imekuwa Mashujaa Day ya kwanza kuongozwa naye rais mpya Dr. William Ruto, na haya ndiyo yanayotokea kwa hiyo sherehe zote. Inaonekana Wakenya wamesusia sherehe nzima. Kwa nini wamesusia? Na kama William Ruto ndio mwanasiasa maarufu sana, anayependwa na Wakenya wengi, aliyepigiwa kura na Wakenya wengi mpaka akawa rais, mbona Wakenya kabla ya siku 60 kupita wamebadili nia tena kumhusu? Wanamwacha peke yake kwa kiwanja. Nini kinachoendelea katika Kenya Kwanza na siasa zao? Hilo ni swala ambalo ni nyeti kwa sasa hivi. Alafu pia tuzungumze kuhusu mipango yao. Walisema wako na sera, wako na mipango, wamepewa ofisi. Sasa badala waanze kuroll out sera na mipango, wameanza tena kulaumu serikali iliyotangulia, kulaumu hali ya anga, kulaumu hali ya Wakenya. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa mipango ama kulikuwa na mpango mwingine? Na kama kuna mpango mwingine, mbona hatuuoni? My free advice to Kenya Kwanza government, it's very simple to solve Kenya's problem. Very simple. One of the greatest miracles that have taken place in this country is called devolution. The breaking down of the country into smaller segments, so that through the smaller segments, you will be able to address issues. All Kenya Kwanza government need is to get to the table and look at each and every county. What are the prevailing problems? How can they be solved? Which counties are leading in food insecurity? How do we solve that? Let's do it at county level. The national level will respond simultaneously. But you want to swallow the whole bread and slice it when it's in the stomach. It doesn't work that way. If to finish a mountain, you must be willing to carry 1 grain of sand at a time. So hii tunayoona 100 dams, 100 what, 100, those are games. Somebody needs to understand that Kenyans are at pains and they need their pain relieved on a serious note. So watu wote wa Kenya Kwanza na supporters wao wanaoombea wote, tunawapatia ujumbe, mpelekee Rais Dr. William Ruto ache kutuhada. Sisi tunataka chakula na mambo mengi ambayo aliyoahidi. Kama hawezi, atoke jikoni, tutafute mpishi mwingine. Naomba hivi, ni zamu ya Ndeto, lakini tutasikiliza Mama Mary alafu tuende kwa Ndeto, then ndio tusikilize basi. Mama Mary, vipi leo?
Nzuri sana, habari zenu?
Salama, karibu.
Bernard, Guru, Deto, the other one I can't read his name, Francis, and the other person. Habari zenu, mko salama? Mnaonekana mko sawa? Pokuwa ni vile tu shida zimezidi, tunasikia mayowe, watu wanapiga kelele. Okay, habari ya speech ya leo, hiyo ni speech unasikia maumivu. Unashindwa sasa, what is going on here? Tena mi najiuliza, kwani hii mastoo ya Kenya haikuwa na chakula yoyote ambayo inaweza hifadhi watu waache kuumia na njaa? We are not interested with money, we are interested with food. Money, they can keep it, they are all billionaires. And if they are sympathetic enough, they are billionaires. They can donate some money and it can help some part of the country. So for that reason, mimi hata sioni kama ni billionaires, mi naona kama ni watu wako hata shida nyingi kuliko hata sisi. kwa sababu huwezi kuwa bilionea ukiwa na neighbor anakufa kwa njaa. You are not a billionaire, you are a fake one. Ninaangalia naona hii mambo yao ya kuwa wanalaumu Uhuru, wanalaumu Raila. This is something that we should not be hearing from their mouth, because Uhuru is never going to come back to defend himself. Raila the same. He will not come back to defend himself. Why do you keep on mentioning things that have really passed? I think this government, hawaongozi wa Kenya, ni wao wanajiongoza. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko na shida kubwa, na hii shida ni sisi tu tutaweza kutatua, kwa sababu sisi ndio tunasikia njaa, wao hawasikii njaa. In fact, even the time they are talking about that we're going to get you something, we are going to give you money, nini. Hiyo ni mambo ambayo sisi wa Kenya tunatakiwa kusema now, not tomorrow. Because if you are telling us that you're going to take 100 days before I eat, whom are you going to give that money when I'm dead? So that money you are telling us, just don't even talk about money. Give people food, let them eat, then they can wait for the money to come. Because I know that is fake things that people are being promised. I know some people from my area whereby they had enrolled themselves for youth money, which was that they group themselves and get money. And I was shocked even when I heard Benson talking about money is coming. The money came, and that group never got the money, but they were forced to go and sign that check because it is under their company. After they sign, there is the big boss there who says, okay, I got the check, you guys go home, I'll see you later. And that's it. The money is gone. But you are being pronounced that there is a youth group that was given some money. It's very, very, very sad. Those guys, they could not do anything. They cannot sue the big man because they know what they're going to face. They can't win the case. So when they talk about money, I don't see why we are being told money. Actually, people are not looking for money. They are looking for food. And if there will be money, that it come in a different way. Not saying that we should form a group. Let me get my share. If I'm getting money from the government, I utilize it and I pay the way they are saying. We negotiate whether I can be able to pay that way, rather than putting people in groups, because we are not all hard workers. There are people who are hard workers. There are people who are lazy, and you want me to have somebody in a group whereby we'll be suffering, running after him. Where is the money? What is this? And then the group will evaporate while we owe the government the money. So this is another fight that will be in groups. People, asking for money from each other, which was given just aimlessly. That money, I don't know. And I heard Benson, I'm sorry to mention him, saying that the money, give them time, the money can come in January. I believe I heard the president when he said that after he put down the Bible, everything will be right. So for me, I conclude that he was looking for both. He was not serious with what he was telling people. And for him, being out like he's in a campaign mode, I would say the president is used to having crowds around him, so he is not able to stay in the office. And I don't think he will be stable in the office. He will be getting out, going to look for those crowds. So the work will not be done as quickly as you think, and it is not going to be perfect, and it is not going to please anybody. People will start yelling and crying and asking what happened, because there's nothing that is going to work the way they think. So we are looking forward to see problems over problems over problems. And the guy has no charisma. That is why now Benson again, he said that when people in Nairobi, they are not luxury of going to Uhuru Garden. But when Uhuru is there or Raila, they are luxurious. They run there. They are luxurious that time. So Benson, try not to be like you are sweet talking us, to be out of our track. We are steady and strong and our feet on the ground, trying to do the right thing for our 190. However, our government is still strong. Azimio is going to do wonders if only they are given chance to do that, because they meant what they said, and they were serious of what they were heading to, and they never minded whether the government is broke. They knew how they're gonna manage the problems, and they would make people feel at home in Kenya. So for me, I feel very, very sad, because I am not able to support my many people in Kenya as they are in hunger and in the demand of what they have to eat. It's not enough ever. So every day money, 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 because they need to buy food, simply because of the problems that we have. But the government is not sitting down to make any conclusions or to give people any idea of how this problem will be solved. The only thing they have is talking about what they will do, and days are really passing. So for me, I reached there, I stopped there, hoping to talk again. I think I'm finished, and I feel happy. When Mutembe is not on, I feel like we have been overthrown. So try to be coming back soon, because it really makes us feel like we are still alive. We are not finished. So I'm happy to see you people, and enjoy your time, either evening or morning or afternoon. I love to see you guys. Thank you so much for the chance.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary. We appreciate that, and we are here to stay until we are told not to be here. We pray that never happens, but we will ensure that we are on and give every Kenyan an opportunity to air what they feel and think about the whole scenario and the situation in our country right now. We need serious leadership, and we pray that there will be that serious leadership, or at least the people in leadership to realize the enormous responsibility that is placed on their shoulders. In my opinion, they seem not to be aware of the enormous responsibility that is on their shoulders. They think it's a joke. They think the Kenyan lives are balls to play with, but soon the reality is going to dawn on them. I just pray that it doesn't get them unprepared, because from the look of things ni kama wamezika vichwa vyao kwa mchanga, wanaamini kwamba mambo yote yako salama. Kama ni kucheza na maisha ya Wakenya, Wakenya ni wavumilivu, Wakenya ni wanyenyekevu, lakini ikifika kiwango ambacho they cannot take it anymore, it will be disastrous. The proposal to manufacture fertilizer with the East African community, a good suggestion, but charity begins where? At home. You cannot go to build an industry for East Africa when you have not built one in Sugoi. Which industry has been put up with the Jubilee government when the president now was deputy president? What industries did we bring into existence? Anyone we can name? The only one we had was the one for assembling guns, which he was personally against. He says the money put into the gun manufacturing, assembling industry in Thika was a waste. It would have gone to build a dam or to buy fertilizer. So Hey, Mungu ni mwema lakini. Yes, Mama Mary unasemaje?
Yeah, I just want to add something small. When I saw the Uhuru Gardens empty chairs, I really felt like, oh, Kenya really, they cannot drink dirty water when they are looking. So I'm happy for that. Anyway.
Sawa, asante sana. Bwana Guru, half a minute.
The idea to set up a fertilizer factory is not new. The East African countries, why they held back in the past is that their fertilizer requirements is quite low. It's not like Kenya. So in other words, it's Kenya that has that big need. And we are one of the countries with the highest usage of fertilizer per acre in this part of the world. So I also am aware the government of Kibaki and indicated that they would put up a fertilizer factory somewhere called in Western Kenya called Kamukuya, and was later on shifted to somewhere in Rift Valley. I don't know, I can't remember the position. And then the idea just fizzled out. So this is a talk that has not started now. This is something that has been there, but for one reason or another, that idea has been, just not taking off. Then you are aware, Bernard, just about 2 days ago, some hustlers confronted the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, in City Market, and they started telling him of how life has become difficult. He just told them that, it is not me who is in charge now, but my leader is Raila Odinga. And then he got into his vehicle and left. So that is the situation we are in. That's the way it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Guru. Unajua ukiwa na mgonjwa na huyu mgonjwa anahitaji kushughulikiwa na daktari, hauwezi kuwa na luxury ya kusema utaenda kuongea na majirani angalau mwanze kuweka industry ya kutengeneza dawa ndio hiyo dawa ikuje ishughulikie mgonjwa. There are things you do because of saving a life, then thereafter you can talk about these other things. Where do we have manufacturing of fertilizer in Kenya? Then number two, Tanzania has said no to GMO. Okay, you have said yes to GMO. Then you want collaboration with Tanzania to manufacture fertilizer, to come and put in GMO, you transport GMO to them. Sioni tukiwa serious. Tunapeana na mkono moja tukichukua na huu mwingine. All the same, let's play this video and then they takes over as we proceed with the conversation. Thank you all of you who are watching and participating. Thank you those of you in the comment section. Mnaendelea vizuri sana. Kuna huyu anasema I lost hope for Kenya. Anybody with a brain can see this is a playing ground for villagers to make a coin. Hey, Mungu atusaidie. Huyu anaitwa Robert Male. Enda polepole tafadhali. Hii Kenya tutaiokoa. Tutaweka Okoa Kenya program very soon. Kenya itaokolewa, msijali. Let's get these. We start with these two quick videos and then we get into it.
Facing. And that's why we are saying increase the revenue, remove the machines, then we do business together in a very good way. Na kama mtaki kufanya biashara, usijuzi nimeuliza hawa my friends, uko na bango gani? Wananiambia governor, ukiendelea kusema hivi tutaenda Rwanda. Mimi nataka niseme you can live for Rwanda like yesterday, we don't care. Kwa sababu that yesterday is not helping us as it is now. So you can live if you want, because you cannot blackmail and push us. What we are saying, even if you leave, we can as well announce a new contract list internationally. Na tutakuwa na watu wa kununua chai and list the rates at our own terms, not in their own terms. Sasa hii madarau lazima ishe. We must have respect from our investors here in James Finlay, Unilever, Baga Williams Sudani. They must deal with us with respect going forward, and they must respect the people of Kericho County. Mimi kama governor wa Kericho, I have a responsibility to ensure that our people get the best out of their resources. And that is the journey they have given me to travel going forward.
Si uganga ni utibabu. Waganga ni wanatibu watu. Lakini mimi nimesema mimi ni Mkristo. Tena ni Mwangilikani. Na mimi naomba, mimi najua umuhimu ya Mungu. Manake mimi nimepita eneo zingine ambaye singeweza kupita kama ingekuwa kuna Mungu. Mali zingine ambayo mimi nimewekwa ndani kama shimo. Masaa 24, saa moja peke yake ambaye wewe unaweza kuona jua. Yale ingine yote wewe uko kwa giza. Kuna chochote, asubuhi wanakufungilia wewe, upeleke mkojo yako kwa choo. Alafu narudi nafungiwa. Unakaa namna hiyo mpaka saa nyingine macho yako yanakuja yanaharibika. Unaona saa nyingine mnaona mimi kuna shida ya macho yangu kwa sababu ya wakati ile. Na wanakutesa kule na bibi yako vile vile anateswa hapa. Mara kwa mara mama ameshikwa, amewekwa kwa seli. Kwa hiyo lakini yote hayo tulipita kwa sababu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Kila mara mimi naambia wenzetu ya kwamba wimbo wetu wa taifa ni maombi. Wimbo wetu wa taifa ni maombi. Kwa hivyo hakuna haja kama mchapigwa hata kuomba tena. Wakati nasema Mungu bariki nchi yetu ya Kenya. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi. Somebody say amen. Hiyo ni maombi tayari. Maana yake tunaanza kwa kutaja jina ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Waanzilishi wa taifa letu walikuwa na ndoto. Ndoto ambayo kwa kimombo inaitwa the Kenyan dream. A God-blessed country where justice is shield and the defender. And people live in unity, peace and liberty. But most importantly, plenty is found within our borders. Pale ambaye kuna plenty, nchi katika Biblia ni nchi gani? Nchi gani? Si Canaan? Si Canaan? Israeli ndiye amesema iko kwa Biblia. Na waanzilishi wa taifa letu walikuwa nataka nchi yetu tubadilishe iwe Canaan.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Ndeto, tunaenda Canaan na ama tushafika?
Wow, thank you so much, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you. Long time.
Wow, I'm also so happy that the team is still moving on. Actually, you seem so strong. I like that because we left each other when the campaigns were at the peak. But we thank God that surely the transition story from elections to now people possessing the government positions, I think it has been good. Most of us have seen what the people can do. The people are the boss in this nation. So, and also we are in a very democratic nation. So to begin with, let me wish you all a happy Mashujaa Day. Actually, the youth in this platform are really shujas because when others are asleep, you know, we are enriching people and also passing strong message even to those in power that for sure we young people, we are enlightened. As well, I like that last clip when Baba is really telling us he is a Christian. I do not refute that. I'm so happy. I like also maybe how he has expressed himself, you know. So because sometimes it takes too long to come and tell people maybe the truth. And I'm also liking it that the strategy now he is taking is not divisive. He is a leader and a person who can really applaud change. So, Bernard, you gave an example of the Ojibla class, and it was so confusing that in 2 years you performed poorly, but now comes a new teacher, and you are tasked like you have to know Ojibla in 24 days. I
Well,
would like,
Deto, you are the one who confused yourself. Okay?
wait,
I never said we performed poorly. I only said we had a teacher who taught us algebra for 2 years, standard 5 and standard 6. We did not do any
yes,
other subject. So it's
wow.
not that
So,
we are
and
poor.
yes, and I know you are referring to why is it taking too long for the Kenya Kwanza administration to commit itself to the promises that they pledged. So one thing I will say is there is no one strategy that is achieved in 1 month or 2. Actually, that's why we have a 5-year strategy and maybe even 7 years. So it requires time and also a lot of patience so that we see what is in the store. So getting to my first point, maybe there is this notion that Kenyans did not turn up for Mashujaa Day. It is true. I think Kenyans have come to embrace technology. I can tell you myself, I did not get there, but I could follow through the YouTube stream. So, and I could see a lot of Kenyans watching online. So you can now see how ICT is getting us to another level. As well, Kenyans are people who work hard, and you can imagine it is on a weekday. So from Monday to yesterday, people have been so tired. They wanted maybe to visit a friend or the other because they are free, or even to go and watch out on their projects. You know, Kenyans are also investors. It may not be in a big way, but maybe in a small way. So, and also there is Ebola. So you can imagine how much Kenyans learned from the COVID-19. So a lot of crowding also, it may not be so necessary at the moment. Maybe on my second point, I would talk about the cost of living seems to be so high, and all of us should be able to appreciate that the inflation rate is really high, And this is caused by some factors like the international market forces. We have seen maybe due to various conflicts and such, and also even dollars and euros, to some extent, they have also like depressed in terms of values. So, and also the high borrowing that was left out by the phasing out administration. So, and also it is good also to point out that the previous regime had given Kenyans some subsidies. So, and this include like the cost of fuel was a bit low. As well, we saw that they even tried to bring the cost of unga down, and I did not manage even to get one packet for 100. So I don't know who they were targeting, if it is not as the people. So I believe those are some of the reasons why it is also taking it a bit more time for the Kenya Kwanza administration to pick up, because you cannot like start without planning. You need also to understand the books, the cash books, like where are we? And I don't know if it is true. When I heard Gachagua talking about 93 million, we don't know, but could be that is what was left. So, and we cannot start also by borrowing, you know. So I also appreciate the point, the fact that there is administration transition. Even some of the ministers who are running various ministries, they are still the one of the old government. So I think vetting ended yesterday. So we are really awaiting to see how the new team will start up in the office. And that is where now we shall be able to understand that in the planning stage of the government, because I know this is the time that they are planning on what they are going to achieve. How long shall it take? You see, I like it that our president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is not on the short-term interventions. He is looking up for the long-term interventions, like instead of lowering the cost of maize meal, it is better to lower the cost of production, like machineries as well as the fertilizers. And also the discourse that has been happening about even how as East African countries, we can be able to come together and produce fertilizers in large amounts. I've also seen some schools of thought, like encouraging farmers also to delve into organic farming, you know. The idea on GMOs, maybe it may not be the best idea, but politically, maybe they are doing that because they would like to produce food so fast. And people, sometimes they may not understand what is happening. Every one of us can see what is happening, especially in ASAL counties, arid and semi-arid lands. Actually, it is so demoralizing to see an old woman or maybe a child succumbing just because of lack of food or even water, and even a lot of moribund, especially when it comes to the animals dying at a very high rate. So there is really a need to bring more involving strategies. And Guru, he mentioned that, you see, he does not know if this administration has really have a connection with God on when he will bring rain or not. But I can tell you, despite that it might seem the rain is not there, I believe with the time, you know, we belong to heaven or maybe to God. So with the time, we shall be able to see the various fruits of the work that is being set up to happen. As well, I would say the increasing of the residential taxation, to some extent, it is good because the government need revenue. You can imagine how much money we owe to the various countries, China and even France. So we need really money, but we should not, the government should not be exploitative, because even where we live, every day we are hearing about increment of maybe the cost of even where we live, increment in the cost of electricity and water. So why is it that there is no tax that is leading to that? One good example is, you see, like when the subsidy on oil was removed, I did not see so much change when it came to bus fare. That means maybe their profit margin were a bit high, especially the public service. So it is good to work and also contribute to the government. As I conclude, I appreciate the fact that the Kenya Kwanza administration has pointed out that institutional independence, like the police, like the judiciary, it is the way to go. You can imagine how much money is really leaning, or maybe is just laying due to an attended case, maybe due to a 10-year kind of a case. You can imagine how many billions. I've seen some cases engaging things to do with billions of money. Imagine that money is frozen in accounts. We never see how much that money can contribute to the economy if it is accurate. So I believe that by the administration putting more effort on the institutions, I think the more independent like the judiciary is, the quicker it will be to arrive to a consensus in various cases. And that way, even the money, like you can imagine, like the 200 million that was alleged that it belonged maybe to Gachagua, but at the end, it was reverted to other person who claimed to be the owner. You can imagine how long that money stayed in the account, almost 5 years or so. But if that money or that case could have been solved earlier, you can imagine how much money that money could have contributed to the economy. So that is another angle that other people do not see, the changes that are happening in the government. But if we put our lens from that angle, I believe we can be able to appreciate. Finally, there is the public-private partnership. Actually, if you follow the economies of the first world countries, if there is something that instigated their fast growing, one, we can call it the PPP, allowing the citizens who have money to invest in big projects so that they can get their return maybe in a specific time, like 20 years. Then after 20 years, where they will be repairing the facility or the infrastructure, then it will shift now to be owned 100% by the government. You can imagine that change of takeover. For example, the Nairobi Expressway, you can imagine how much jam or traffic it has reduced. People who would like to go direct to the Kenyatta International Airway, you can imagine how much time from Nairobi you can get there maybe in 10 minutes. And it will take like 10 to 15 years, maybe for the investors to be paid back. Then after that, all that infrastructure will be left for the government. So I believe even the same model, if applied also to the dams we are talking about, there will be more agriculture, there will be more farming, because if these people, maybe they will gauge their return, maybe through the production or the benefit out of these dams. You can imagine they will have their business, they will give people jobs, they will also contribute through taxation as well. They will be able to pay themselves back. And after some time, the dam will be 100% owned by the government. And that way, it will become a resourceful government, because that is something that we will never think about again. So I thank you all, and let's unite as Kenyans. Politics is over. Hakuna haja ya
Deto, you are a politician and politics cannot be over. One quick question. The cost of living is high. The president's approach to solve the cost of living is long term and has no provision for short term. Okay? Who foots the bill when it's high until the government can put their act together with their long term plan to see to it that that cost of living is reduced? In between, who bears the burden?
That's a nice one, Bernard. Actually, I'm also like, Kenyans, they are used to very quick solutions. And also, in this
No,
case,
Bwana Ndeto, I just answered the question, okay? Wewe umepata binti mzuri mrembo, ukamuoa, mtoto akazaliwa, okay? Lakini wewe kazi yako ikaisha, alright? Labda binti biashara yake ikaanguka. Huyu mtoto tutamweka wapi mpaka nyi mweke long term plan? Labda wewe urudi college ndio upate hiyo degree, ndio ukuje hapa tufanyie wewe vetting, tuone kama utakuwa minister wa agriculture. In between, huyu mtoto atatunzwa na nani?
let me answer this way, Bernard. Direct to the case of a child, maybe you may have parents or other people who can also assist you. In this case, I've seen the president is really creating partnership, especially with the neighboring countries, where the production maybe of something like maize in Tanzania, it could be low. So in a way, by enabling that market or permeation of maize from Tanzania to come in a way, there is that competition in the market, which will make the Kenya maize man who is selling his maize at a high rate, he will have to consider and go down. So I think that's an effort, and it could be one of the solutions towards the short-term solving of this case of the cost of living. Competition from the neighboring nations.
Well, Nandeto, I can see you are campaigning to be the assistant of Mbudia in speaking on behalf of this government and defending it at all cost. There's no problem. The truth is, you know the truth, and you know that the responsible parent will not leave the children crying because she's cooking kidheri. When you come from school and kidheri is not ready, mama will have to put the kidheri aside, make some quick uji for you to drink in the meantime as she prepares her long-term kidheri. This government is not making any uji. It's telling us it has a strategy for long-term solution. By the time that strategy works, every Kenyan will be dead. What will be the use for that strategy? We are dealing with one irresponsible government from my observation. Their first 30 days are not promising. They are not showing anybody who knows the way. Ni kama ile umeenda kuuliza, umeshuka Machakos country bus, umetoka Ushago, unauliza mtu magari ya kwenda Lungalunga iko wapi? Alafu anakuonyesha Kikomba, anasema sijui inakuanga huku, sijui inakuanga huku, sijui inakuanga huku. So you get stranded because the person who is supposed to give you direction doesn't have direction. Mimi nataka nyi watu wa UDA pamoja na serikali yenu mtueleze kinaganaga, tuko hapa, tunaenda wapi? Sio story ya kusema oh, maybe the dams, maybe the teachers, maybe the doctors, maybe agriculture, maybe rainfall. We want a concrete plan that tukivumilia njaa in the next 3 months, there will be this harvest of these bags, and these bags will take care of this. That is how you follow a leadership, and that's how you provide leadership. You can't provide leadership with maybe this, maybe that, maybe this partnership. maybe that partnership. Sisi abracadabra, yes, kutegemewa tafadhali. Okay, tutaendelea kuchangia na kuongea kwa kina. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tunaangazia Mashujaa Day ikiongozwa naye rais mpya Dr. William Ruto. Uwanja ulikuwa mtupu. Wakenya wameamua kukaa nyumbani. Ndeto anasema ni kwa sababu ya ICT. Just a reminder, bundles za bure hazijafika bado kabisa. Simu za bure hakuna, hata zile tulikuwa tumefungiwa. Sasa hii ndio ilikuwa Kenya Kwanza kutuambia bundles zinakuja wakati simu zinazimwa. Labda hivyo pia mtatuambia kwa kina. Now, bwana Baz, just hold on kidogo. Huyu Frederick alikuwa hapa akatupwa nje. Naomba nimsamee, alafu aongee kwa kiasi, then to go to Baz. Na Francis, I hope you're here with all powers to read and write. Huh?
Yes.
Good. So I can drop out anytime, but I'm still here. Nataka kusikiliza Baz akinijibu hiyo maswali ya bundles baadaye. Tumsikilize Frederick in the next 2 to 3 minutes, please. Let's restrict ourselves there, and then we go to Baz, and then tuende kwa chairman mwenyewe wa hiki kipindi. Derek.
Yes, Bwana Bernard, habari zenu?
Tuko salama, vipi huko?
Mimi niko salama. Unajua nimekaa kwa hii panel nikasikia watu wanaongea, but I want to say categorically that hao watu wa UDA wanakaa watu wenye wanachukua earphones wanatuwekea kwa masikio ndio sisi tusikie ngoma, tuache kuwaza ile kitu wanafanya. That is now what they are trying to show us. Because hata hizi maswali wakiulizwa, there is nobody who is giving us tangible evidence hapa. Hao watu wanajizungusha tu. Now, the issue of Mashujaa. We've been speaking here daily, and I can state it categorically that I've been saying here and then, hii serikali don't expect anything positive. Let's start from there. Don't expect anything positive. Out of 100, ile kitu wanaweza fanya, maybe kama nimewapatia mingi itakuwa 7%. So 93% itakuwa failure. If you can see what happened today kwa hiyo uwanja, that is a big mess. Ni embarrassment kubwa sana Ruto ameona leo. Amepata. Hiyo ni kipigo amepata. And that can tell you that hii kura Ruto alicheza karata zake akapata hizo vitu amepata. I'm telling you for a fact. It is evident. Today, it was evident. I was waiting for that. Hata jana nilikuwa naomba tu, wacha siku ifunguke nione. I'm telling you, I was almost going to that event. But wakati nilisikia watu wanaambiwa chukueni hizo viti muweke hata 2-3 juu, at least isionekane as if kuna viti zenye ziko empty. I felt like Kenya is going a very wrong direction. These are events yenye watu wanahudhuria. Yani kwa ile mapendeleo ya mtu. But if you see what is going on today, if you saw what went on today, unaweza hurumia nchi sana. When I told you that time, Bernard, that Ruto and the deputy president are still on the campaign mode, ulidhania nadanganya. Do you know what happened today? Hizi areas inaitwaje? I'm not quite nimesahau, lakini kuna ka area hapa. You know watu walikuwa wananunuliwa leo. Watu wanasafirishwa kwa hiyo uwanja leo. They were being given 500 shillings, upande basi upelekwe kwa uwanja, uende ujaze pale, then you come back. Hata kuna wamama wawili wamekufa leo on their return. It is there. You can follow up. Inaitwa Dandora, yes, Dandora. Just follow up on Dandora issue, utasikia. So it can tell you the kind of government tunajaribu kubabysit. So hizi vitu hao watu wanakuja kutuambia hapa, there is nothing new in this government. These people wanted a platform, washapewa. They are showcasing their images. Hao watu wanatafuta mali wanaweza tumia kukimbia. Unaona? So there is nothing that is going to be built in this nation. Hakuna kitu mpya itakam. Wameshapata platform and let's expect drama in the next 5 years. Kenyans wakikuwa wise, after 5 years waende wachague mtu mwenye wanajua can move this country to the next level. Wakicheza venye bado wanacheza, they will still be on what we are seeing right now. Hii nchi inataka mwenye ako sober, inataka mwenye ako na experience, inataka mwenye ako na reputation mzuri. Haitaki what we are seeing right now. Nikiangalia hii nchi ni nchi mzuri sana, lakini where we are going to, hata hustlers wenyewe hawataipendelea. If hustlers were real hustlers, hiyo uwanja ingejaa. Leave alone Azimio fans wakuwa nje. Hustlers wenyewe wangekuwa na furahia hii serikali venye imeanza, hiyo uwanja ingejaa. I can tell you hustlers ni wengi na wangejaa hiyo uwanja. But this is an indication to the president and its cabinet and whatever that this nation is not healing anymore. In fact, it is leaking. Juu hata hao hustlers wenye waliopeleka pale hawakuenda pale. Kwa nini? They have seen something. So to me, I can tell you there is nothing big that we are building. The next thing I would like to talk about this hustler fund. My fellow Kenyans, don't be cheated. Wacha nikwambie, mtu anakusaidia hawezi kukuapproach venye Ruto ametuapproach. Alipokuwa na campaign hakuongea. Mbudhi alijaribu kutudanganya hapa. How I wish Mbudhi was here. Alijaribu kutudanganya ati when Ruto was campaigning, he told us ati hii hustler fund utakuwa unagaramia, like we will be making circles and whatever, ndio uchukue hiyo. Hakuna, hiyo ni uongo. That man came directly and told us atakuwa na mwaga bilioni fulani, milioni fulani, sijui nini fulani. You will just go there and unahitaji pesa yako ya kufanya 1 or 2, you're being given. But right now imebadilishwa, inakuwa sijimu na kwa in groups, in what? Sasa groups saa ngapi? Na hiyo groups mtakuwa mnachangia kitu kwanza ndio muende mpewe hiyo pesa. Let me tell you something. Ruto is a businessman. Now, there was this time when money was being changed into new currency. Unakumbuka wakati pesa ilikuwa inabadilishwa? Ruto used to put, I don't know, group of 7 people anawapatia kama ni milioni, mnaenda mnabadilisha na wapatia commission. This is what is going on here. Kenyans wake up. Some mkikaa hapo ati sijui mnapewa hustler fund. Hakuna, there is nothing new here. Mimi nishajua mahali kitu iko, mahali inaenda na madhara yake yote. I've been telling you here. So Bwana Bernard, ambia watu tusidanganyane. They all know, hata kina Ndeto, you know what is going on and you know what we should expect. So msipake vitu hapa mafuta. Hakuna, kama ni mbaya we are Kenyans, tunaumia sisi sote. Kama ni unga tunainunua 250 shillings. Wacheni kudanganya wa Kenya. That is what I can say.
Haya, huyu anaitwa Derek. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Asante kwa wote mnaojumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Mjadala ni open forum. Tunaangazia Mashujaa Day, speech ya president, na mbona Wakenya wakasusia mkutano wa muhimu kama huu. Nini kinachoendelea? Njaa imezidi, hali ya maisha, ama ni nini? Kabla Baz aje, tutacheza video fupi kidogo tu tangazo, alafu tutamleta Baz. After Baz tumlete chairman wetu, na chairman akishaongea mimi nitang'atuka, ninyi mtaendelea na kipindi. Na ngoja huyo chairman kwanza. Okay, let's get this rolling. and then we'll be good to go. Yeah, here we go.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject. In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith. Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you'll be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, turudi kwa Baz. Baz vipi?
Fiti sana Bernard. Habari ya masiku?
Salama salama.
Nasalimia sana Deto. You know, Deto today you look like Miguna. I think you should do the cup.
Wow, thank you so much Buz.
Atuambie kama ametoka Canada.
Happy Mashujaa.
Happy Mashujaa Day. Karibu.
Yeah. I think today's Mashujaa Day was not exemptional. Hii mambo ya low turnout, I think we need to go back a little bit and see how the election happened. There is a disconnect from the masses to the political class, because even election had a turnout of 65%, the lowest we have had in some time. So this low turnout cannot be attributed to a UDA function or people keeping away from the government. That is a fallacy. It is not backed up by any facts. Facts are there online that even when everybody was on the box, Kenyans did not turn out as expected. So there is a disconnect all over. The other thing is about the new regime. I think we are judging them too harshly and too early. They have not even formed a government. The guy is operating.
Barnabas.
Yes.
Don't call a low turnout as a fallacy. Uhuru conducted his last official, Madaraka Day? That was in June 1st. Same place. The fallacy was not working then. It started after the elections.
Bernard, you see, that 1st June it was more of a campaign period. Actually, the official campaign had kicked off. It was an Azimio campaign, Larry. So we cannot use that one to gauge.
Thank you for admitting that Azimio has the masses, UDA has the government. Thank you.
The only barometer we can use is turning out to official functions. And the 9th election was a barometer that people are drifting away from the political class. I was talking about the regime, Bernard, and I think the president is in a tricky situation, having to start his government with the same waziris of the old, with the facing out regime, which was very hostile. It was very unfriendly to Kenyans. Their policies were they were lopsided policies which could not allow growth. If you look, what I'm so happy about and optimistic about the incoming regime is I have listened to the vetting, what you can call vetting in parliament, and
I would like to say some of the guys who are coming in into cabinet are very promising, and they are speaking actually what we have been looking for. I listened to Moses Kuria. As far as he looks like a joker, that guy is going to turn this country's commerce. That guy has spoken about the real problem we face in business. What Moses Kuria is saying is not what a professor may say. You know, professor atakuja atuambie mambo mazuri kutoka kwa kitabu. Tulipokuwa tunasoma statistics, kuna kitu tulisoma ilikuwa inaitwa perfect information. Na hata kabla mwalimu afundishe, he told us perfect information exists in books. It does not exist practically. The guys from Azimio want to be told the perfect information from books. But the guys like Moses Kuria are giving us the practical information that he will apply to solve the problems of this nation. And that's what I'm optimistic about. I am in business, and what he spoke is what we face in a day-to-day basis. So I'm very optimistic about the incoming regime, including even what Murkomen said. Those are the things that we are optimistic about. We cannot lose it yet at this point, because good things are coming. And and Bernard, you will be the last to laugh.
Barnabas, why are you determined to kill me today?
You will be the last to laugh.
Let Moses Kuria recover from counterfeit product that he applied for himself. And if that is the method he's going to use to transform commerce in this country, I fear. I fear for this country. What is the roadmap of transforming this country? From UDA part, what is the roadmap?
The roadmap, Bernard, is giving this country practical solutions to the real problems, not theoretical. You want to
What
hear
is theoretical about me going hungry? What is theoretical about Mama Mboga not being able to go to Marigiti and pick what? What's theoretical about that? These are practical problems that need practical answers. You are giving us theory. Tell us the roadmap. Roadmap ni kama vile baba alisema, every county a product that makes an industry in that county mandatory. Then when an industry is established in that county, manufacturing becomes compulsory. When manufacturing begins, there will be jobs for the people to work in that industry. That's more practical for me. Other than commerce, people who want to bring counterfeit products in Nyamakima.
Bernard,
tunue chaja kila wiki, ina charge simu moja inapasuka, uende kuchukua nyingine. Hiyo ndio mnaita commerce.
Bernard, what Baba was saying is what I have just told you. It is perfect information from books. One county, one product, without telling us what product was there for Machakos, what product was there for Kajiado. Give us practical. Tell us Kajiado will be producing this.
Barnabas, that is not from the book. The miracles that Mama Ngilu has been performing in Kitui. I go to Naivas, there is Kikuyu honey on the shelves. Kitui honey from Kitui for Kitui County is labeled. I buy that one. That's not theory. That's practical. There are shoes for Kitui. There's manufacturing already taking place when a governor knows what he's doing. That is the way to go. If you're not going manufacturing and you are now one manufacturer fertilizer. Fertilizer is going to employ how many people? And now you want it now, even
how
you want
many
it
people?
East African scale. East African
How
scale
many people did the shoes employ?
The Tanzanians, the Ugandans are coming here to work in that your manufacturing of fertilizer. And then fertilizer, you will force it to every farmer.
Bernard, you are contradicting us, because when you say manufacturing, then you ask us how many people will it employ? How many people were employed in those Jews from Kitui that you are talking about? Did it solve the employment in Kitui?
Of course,
What
the
were
rate
the
of unemployment in Kitui is different from elsewhere, where there are no industries. You cannot argue like that. You are from Thika, Kikuyu section. The people working in Delamonte and the other farms, the rate of unemployment there is low compared to where there is no industry at all. I'm a missionary. I travel around this country, and the saddest picture that has never left me is when I see a father, a mother with 3 children begging me to buy a maize cob from the window of the bus. I've seen that for as long as I've been traveling, and it seems not to be changing. I just came back from Homa Bay. The same scenario. Mama ana watoto wawili, amefunga mwingine kwa mgongo na mwingine ako njiani anakuja. Wanakuomba tafadhali, nunua sweet. That is not a country I want to be part of. And I don't want any government that neglects to solve that problem permanently. Alafu anaongea kuhusu fertilizer na agriculture sijui na nini. Those are the theories we are talking about. We want practical solution. Sit down with governors. Get counties. Let's solve problem of one county after another. Not all counties have the same problems. There are counties that have an employment problem, others have food problem, others have water problem. Let's deal county per county. That's what a responsible leader does. When I'm a bishop of a church or a pastor of the church, I don't put mamas together and babas together and youth and say, from today, receive, go home, you are healed. No, you go in every segment. They say the youth are talking about PA system. These ones are talking about relationships. This one are talking about marriage. You deal with every cell. Hata mwili yako haifanyangi kazi mara moja full bread. Is one cell at a time. So hii mnatuimbia UDA na serikali yenu, tunawajua, tunawaelewa from 18. Hii ni game. After blaming Uhuru, you blame Raila. After blaming Raila, Miguna is back. And he's not with a solution. He's going to be your number one problem very soon. And so take it easy. Getting somebody to blame is very easy. But finding a solution to Kenyan problem, it will take more than what you're saying. And if you're recommending Moses Kuria, Aisha Jumwa, wapi huyu mwingine, all those people who have never done nothing in terms of establishing an institution or making a certain event succeed in the country for the sake of the country, they will begin it. When they are made CS after swearing in, no, I don't buy into that. Julia,
Bernard,
Niswali,
can I finish?
hold on. Julia has a question, quick one. Please make it brief so that Bas can conclude. To Sonkebel.
Okay, I just want, as Bas concludes, I want to correct him that he said that that what Raila was bringing is in the books or is in the universities. Raila was very clear, Bas. He said he knows our problem. Our problem is taking our children to school. All of you here who are in Kenya will tell me, kama uko na mtoto high school, uko na stress, next time ataingia aje. So Raila knew that is one of the problems. So he purposed to address that. So if Raila was president today, we'll be asking Raila, next time tunalipa fee. Alafu akasema maneno ya access to health. Tukakuwa tunauliza baba, next month nikienda housing nitalipa. But one thing he did, he said, he was very clear. He was not in the books. He said we'll have about 2 million Kenyans 2 million families that go hungry. After being sworn, next month, they'll be given 6,000. So right now, tungekuwa tunauliza baba, wamepewa 6,000. You people, what books? You people, you neither have the books, you have nothing in particular. So as Bas continues, I want you to be specific. You tell me what Moses Kuria said about addressing our problems. And you also said somebody else, I think, said Murkomen. You be categorical. Uniambie wewe Julia, next month nitashughulikia maneno ya watoto wako hivi. Don't beat around the bush. Be categorical, because if you ask me about Baba, I will be very categorical. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you.
Julia.
Alex, quick, make it brief, Alex, please.
Yeah, Baz, habari yako. You know, you are the few people wa UDA that napenda and I respect. You know, you argue from an intellectual point of view, but I think today you have negated that intellectual point of view. I think it's a little bit of emotionalism, which I will tell you, just don't do that to yourself. Baz, the economic advisor for the president, who is called David Ndii, told us that the bottom-up economics does not work for Kiambu. It was very categorical. So maybe you do not understand the problems we have. I will tell you in Kisii, whereby the cash flow that we have that comes to Kisii in a week is millions of money because of the people who are in diaspora. But we don't even have one industry or even one manufacturing company. The people that are employed there are either the county or the national government. So for Kitui to have just a mango production is a way forward for some counties. I think we celebrate that, Mr. Baz. So when you ask that, has it solved the labor industry? It's not about solving. It's about moving a step or a notch higher. Some counties have never had something called an industry. We used to have two, Coca-Cola and Elianto. All of them are gone. Now we don't have any. While in Kiambu you have so much, De La Monte, you are enjoying and you don't even understand the problems that are in other counties. So when Kitui has now a production company for mango, you should not ask the question you asked. Actually, you should congratulate them, Baz. Please. Some counties are hurting. The only source of employment we have is either private private companies, which are actually going away to other countries, or county government. For example, in Kisii, it's 58%, which means we don't even have money to build roads. So that kind of question is myopic, my friend. Don't ask that. Some counties are really hurting. So for Kitui to have just a mango, congratulate them. Don't ask if they are resolving their labor industry. Thank you, Baz.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Maybe a quick one, Baz. The clip I played about the Kericho governor dismissing companies that threatened to go to Rwanda. I don't think that's the way to go. Right now, you should be begging everybody to stay in Kenya, especially if he's an investor, because you have an ailing economy. You will not turn around this economy by chasing away prospective wherever investors simply because you cannot negotiate on good terms. And I don't see how you negotiate with investors on the podium with microphone. Baz.
Thank you, Bernard. I think let me respond to Julia. Julia, you see, you are talking of me, I'm in business. I told you the practical position that the practical issues that the incoming CS addressed are real to me. They may not be real to you. You may be looking for somebody to pay for your school fees for your children. I'm not looking for that. For the business that I do, they were practical.
What are those? What are those? Name them. Let's shame them or glorify them.
Ben, he said one thing, and I would love you look at the chair you are sitting on. You are in an office. That chair comes from Malaysia, all China. That is a job that has been created in China by Mutembei TV. The seat I'm looking at here, I'm seated on, is locally made. I have created a job here. That is the practical solution he is talking about. That we are, even in government, they are going to sit on chairs made locally. Those are practical solutions to create jobs.
Bernard, sorry for disrupting you. Baz, why then are you condemning Kitui? Kitui came up with their product. Are you not be like you are double-edged sword? On one side, you are talking about we should produce our own products, and here you are criticizing what happened in Kitui. I don't understand. And another thing, Baz, listen, pay attention.
we or not all of us can be businessmen. Pay attention. Now, Bernard was talking here earlier, akasema mtoto akitoka shule na nasikia njaa na githeri komotoni, the mother needs to do something before your githeri ishive. Bernard was trying to illustrate. Pay attention, Mr. Baz. We have immediate problems that we must address now. We must address immediate problems and we must look at the long run way forward. So your government has neither this nor that. You're talking about me, Mr. Kifanya Biashara. Me, pay attention. I'm not even a business person here where I am. But where I am, these people make sure that whether kama we ni mwana biashara ama we si mwana biashara, your child has gone to school without struggling. You can access health facilities. That's what they do. Because what we need is basic infrastructure and basic services to give us basic human needs. Maneno ya biashara, wachana achia kina Bernard na kina Bazo nataka kufanya biashara, afanye biashara. But don't start telling me here that Julia, you need Hasra fund to do business. I don't want to do business. It is my right for my child to go to school without paying because I'm Kenyan. It is my right for my child, for me and my family to access good health services. It is my right. And if I'm Kenyan and I have a government, I should not sleep hungry. So that government should do what it will take them to make sure Julia na watoto wake hawalali njaa. Sasa wacheni kutuambia hizi ati mnafanya ati they provide solution. They didn't provide solution,
Julia,
Mr. Baz. Yes, that's my point.
Julia,
So I ask a
Julia,
question. Before you respond, I ask a question. Tell me, and you be categorical. Right now, Kenyans are sleeping hungry. Okay? And tell me what your dear government is going to do to make sure kesho na kesho yake na mwezi ujao hawa Kenya watalala njaa. Number 2, tell me, people are struggling to take their children to school. Tell me what your government, it is the responsibility of the government to make sure children go to school. Uniambie what they will do to make sure that people take their children to school without struggle. Number 3, your president, when he was campaigning, he said that he will do something about NHIF so that people can walk to the hospital whether you are paying or you are not paying. Tell me, because in the minds of Kenyans, what worries them? Wachanya maneno ya biashara. Me, I don't want to do business. I will never see me doing business. But as a Kenyan, it is my right for my child to go to school. It is my right for me to access good health services. And it is my right not to sleep hungry. Serikali ya Ruto ifanye vile itafanya nisilale njaa. So niambie hiyo serikali yako itafanya nini, kwa sababu mi basi nikwambia sitafanya biashara na sitaki kufanya biashara. Asante Bernard.
Bernard, acha nimjibu Julia tu. Acha nimjibu Julia tu.
Relax,
Julia
Baz.
rahisi tu. Just a
One
minute.
moment. Baz, I'm giving you full control. What I'm saying is it is impossible to travel the second mile until you have traveled the first mile. Don't talk to us about the second mile until you have shown us how we covered the first mile. Carry on.
Julia, umesema umesema unataka kujua mtoto atapelekwa shule na nini na atatibiwa na nini. Ndio mtoto atibiwe lazima kukuwe na dawa. Ndio kukuwe na dawa lazima serikali iwe na pesa ndio inunue hiyo dawa. Ndio serikali ipate pesa lazima itoze kodi mfanyibiashara. Are you getting the cycle? The government does not print money from the way you think that they will print and go and pay for your drugs. It is a cycle. And every cycle is important. So as much as you want your kid to be in school, there must be a conducive business environment to generate that revenue, to sustain that school. So choose where you'll start. Are you going to start with a chicken or with an egg? It is your choice.
So the countries that are not into business don't have revenue for drugs, don't have revenue for education.
Bernard, the country that do not have conducive business environment are just at the masses of donors. You can look at Haiti and the other countries of that category. And we don't want Kenya to slide that way. Create good business environment, the rest will fall in place. Period.
Barnabas, you lie. What percentage of Kenyan revenue comes from Business.
1%. You can
And
check
you are
on
telling us
collection from.
you want us to depend on 1% to give us 99%. Are you being honest?
What do you mean 1% comes from business?
I'm asking you. You tell me the percentage. You are the one in business.
If you want to see the money that is used by government, the budget of 3 billion, KRA collects around 1.8 from business, from taxation of business.
Which business?
All businesses in Kenya are taxed.
I just
Bernard,
asked you, give me a specific percentage from business that is responsible for the KRA collection. They collect pay as you earn, that is from workers. There's a lot of taxes that are collected, VAT and all that. It's not from necessarily from business.
Bernard, you are funny. Where
Yes.
does VAT come from is not from business. Where does pay come from? The only pay that is collected and not from business is the one that is collected from government employees. The rest that is collected from people who are employed in the companies, that is from business. It is that business that is paying the employees. That they're
What
being taxed.
percentage, Vane? Just give me the percentage. Is it 20? Is it 70%?
The percentage you are asking of is, I'm telling you, out of the money, KRA collects almost 95% of it is revenue from government, from business.
It's from business.
From
Alafu
businesses.
agriculture inakuwaje uti wa mgongo wa ekonomi yetu? Tourism.
Bernard, agriculture is also business. Tourism is also business, my friend.
You people are confused.
So Bernard, ask him.
You people are
Ask him how
jumping from one goalpost to another. You have no specifics. You want to run into generality so that they give you a leeway to escape from being held responsible for what you are causing. The president speaks the same. The deputy speaks the same. His cabinet, before he constituted, is speaking the same, blowing hot and cold. It doesn't work that way. If the country is going to navigate from where it is, it's going to require better reasoning and better actualization of principles than what you people are offering us. Lumping up some collection and say KRA takes 95% from business, and you now to make everything in Kenya business. In fact, one of the greatest problems we have in this country is making essential services businesses. Education is not supposed to be a business. Health is not supposed to be a business. Those are essential services that must be available for every Kenyan. But you turn them into business. So what happens? It's given to the highest bidder. What happens? Our health sector is falling apart. Our education sector is now useless. People graduate with papers. They can't deliver anything they have graduated or they profess to have graduated into. Why? Our education was turned into business. It's no longer serving its purpose. And then you now want to make somebody who has no regard for education, hey, to be in charge of education. UDA mnatujaribu. Now,
Let me wind up.
Okay, wacha niambie bas wacha nikwambie kitu. Right now in America and Bernard, I don't see those businesses that Baz is talking about. Kama duka hapa where we buy food is just we have Walmart, lakini utapata duka ndogo ndogo. Okay, but I think what these people do when they decide to do something, they do it well and effectively. Kama ni wakulima, kama wako na wakulima wa potatoes, they are large scale farmers and they do it and do it well. Those who are farming are like dairy animals and know that they do it and do it well. And I also like Baz to tell us what conducive business environment is Baz talking about that the government will improve that are not there and Ruto's government will create. That's what I would like to know. Now, so the common American man, ukianza kumwambia story defu, ati tuongeze biashara ndio tupeleke watoto shule, those things don't make sense to them. And why? How do they succeed? Size, you won't see anybody. In fact, Bernard, you can wonder what these people eat. This one who are here, you see them driving around. Utashanga, watu wanakula wapi na wanatoa pesa wapi? In fact, even me, sometimes I ask myself where they get funds to pay teachers, you see. But what I have discovered, their accountability and their efficiency is very high. Every single coin, every dollar wanatoa from the central government, even for education, they account for it to the letter. Hapa nikipewa, when I'm given things like stationary pencils za watoto, siwezi kachukua ati packet moja nilete nyumbani nilete watoto wangu. If I don't use those pencils, I use them the next semester. And I account that last semester mlinipatia 10 packets of pencils. I only use 5, so I have 5 more for the next semester. So these people, you won't see those businesses Baz is talking about. You won't hear. Utasikia mtu akisema ati kuna hasira fund, tunapea watu anze biashara. You won't hear such things. But the government here is very accountable for every small thing they do. So me, Mr. Baz, even you people, you are just hoodwinking Kenyans. Ati mnawapatia pesa ya hasira fund. That is just another way ya kupora serikali. Hiyo pesa nakwambia, Bernard, ikitoka treasury, that money will never be accounted for. Ikitoka treasury. That's another way of drinking Kenyans, because as I told you, me, I don't want to do business and I'll never do business. If you ever see me doing business anywhere in Kenya or in America, you sue me. I'll never do business because me is
No, Julia, thank you. Never say never.
Because sina talanta, Bernard, I'm not gifted in that area.
No, you may end up there. Don't worry. Anything can be learned, and what can be learned can be
not
transferred
gifted, Bernard.
from one person to another.
Sina hiyo talanta, sina kabisa.
Utaipata, usijali. Tutakufundisha polepole. Now, naomba hivi Baz, Clinton amepigiwa hapa debe sana, anapaswa kuongea na yeye ndio chairman wa hii kipindi. Nataka wewe ukamilishe mara moja, tumlete atutetee. Lakini Baz, kabla uongee, nataka uongee in the light that your deputy president, okay, is not in support of kampuni kubwa kama Safaricom kusaidiwa ili ziendelee kuemploy wa Kenya. Kampuni kama Tuzo na nini zifungwe kwa sababu ni za mabwenyenye, ili mahasla wapate pesa watumie biashara. That's the mindset at play. So can that create a business atmosphere to attract investors so that the country can get revenue?
Bernard, I think if kama tutaongea hiyo story ya Safaricom na Kenya Airways na nini, itakuwa ni ndefu kidogo na italeta mjadala mrefu sana. Leo mimi sikukuu ya Mashujaa, the only thing that made me happy is to see that guy who had been sent away for 5 years back in the country. It doesn't matter what he will do, but as long as he can come back as a Kenyan, it was a constitutional moment and it was very good for us. That it was a good way to mark today's Mashujaa Day, and I think that was spot on the president. Thank you.
Mekuwa pa maswali yote, no problem. Clint, umeji Alex, what is it? Ni wakati wa chairman.
Unajua Baz, wezi hapa useme when very important questions have been asked, alafu unaepa unaanza kuongea juu ya Miguna. I think Baz, that's, you see, we respect you and sometimes we want to hear your point of view. I don't think it is right for you kuepa your question. You know very well, since the initiation of Safaricom, the tax code of Kenya has been very difficult to calculate how Safaricom is supposed to pay taxes. And the truth is that Safaricom has not paid taxes for 10 years. Kenya Airways has always filed for bankruptcy. Hii kampuni ya huyu mama senator wenu wa Nakuru, you know, she was using the tax code to benefit her for a very long time, not knowing that it will catch up with her. Eventually, it caught up with her when those people went one-on-one with 10 commissioners and many accountants, and they took one-on-one account and they found out that these people owe a lot of taxes. So when you come here and tell us that companies pay taxes to Kenya, that is a lie. We know the truth that our Wahindi, these businessmen, even the Mount Kenya Foundation, leo hatutaki kutetea hawa watu. They know how to go and talk to KRA and they don't pay taxes. The huge amount of taxes that we get today, Kenya, comes from the payroll taxes. But do not lie to us that taxes come from businesses. That is not true. These businesses have found a way of connivingly not paying taxes. And if today the truth to be said, hata wewe umeona, we import cars sometimes from Japan. Unaenda huko unapea agent pesa kidogo, wanachapa hiyo kitu chini, you don't pay taxes. You know the kind of corruption that is going on. Lakini anybody who works like a teacher, like a nurse, there is no way hawezi katwa, pay as you earn. So the huge amount of taxes today that comes to the government, honestly, yote inatokanga kwa payroll. Don't say it is business. It is supposed to be business. That is how it's supposed to be. But the truth is that it does not come. And you know it. And we must fix that. Let us not say it comes from there and then we fix it. If today we go to Brookside and we look at its books, we may find that Brookside has never paid taxes. If today we go to Hustler Nation, hiyo kuku zake, maybe hajawahi lipa taxes na hizo mayai zake. So I know what you are saying, that the huge amount of taxes needs to come from the businessmen. But in Kenya today, it comes from the payroll taxes. And you need to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I want that to rest there, please. Let's go straight to Clinton. Let him make his submission. Chairman, vipi?
Halo, asante kwa nafasi hii. Nimeshukuru sana. So nimeingia
karibu, ongeza volume kidogo.
Okay, so nasikika kweli? Ama bado unipati?
Unapatikana kwa mbali.
So nilikuwa nasema nimeingia katikati nikakuta mnaongelea Kenya Kwanza, serikali yetu na vile ambavyo kulienda leo hii pale Uhuru, sijui inaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta Stadium. So Ben, nimeghadhabishwa sana na wakazi wa Nairobi kwa kutofika kwenye sherehe yetu. Hii ni tabia mbaya na wanafaa kukemewa vilivyo. Kama wamechoka kukaa Nairobi, wakuje nyumbani, sisi wengine tuende. Wao ndio wawakilishi wetu ikifika kwenye sherehe kama hizi, kwa sababu siwezi nikatoka kwangu Homa Bay niende Uhuru Kenyatta Stadium kwenda kusherekea pamoja na Rais William Ruto. So watu wa Nairobi wakicheza tena, tunawapa last chance. Tutakuwa tunapeleka hizo vitu Kitui, Machakos, Nyeri, na watazidi kukaa Nairobi bila any celebration of the holidays. So last chance inakuja, they have to use their chance well. Nimesikia jamaa akisema Dandora walinunuliwa wafike. So kuna pengine wenye walikula pesa hawakufika. Ni last chance wapewe. Kama hawataki, kuna maeneo kadhaa Kenya ambao hatujawahi shuhudia sherehe kama hizo zikifanyiwa.
Samahani, tulikula fare kumbe.
Nimesema iwapo mlikula fare yetu, then it is the last chance, cause hata Homa Bay hatujawahi shuhudia. Kama rais atatuletea tutashukuru, na tutafika pale asubuhi na mapema kama siku ya swearing in. Ben, kuna achievements tushafanya kwa hizi siku 30 tumekuwa kwa serikali na hamtaki kuyazungumzia. Achievement yetu ya kwanza ni kwamba Miguna asharudi. Hii kitu tuliwaahidi, tumefanya hatujafanya. Hiyo mwezi mkasema kwa sababu ni kitu positive. Judiciary tumewaweka mpaka tukienda parliament wana line up kutu welcome, something that was not possible before. And this is the independence of the judiciary we are talking about. So we've even given them more money to maybe fast track the cases, more so the corruption cases that were just being left in the corridors of the court unattended.
Oh, you mean to drop the corruption cases? Use proper language. to
Ben,
drop corruption cases so
if
that the pile up of cases can reduce in the judiciary. You paid
if
them ahead of
according
time.
if according to
This
you to
account,
fast track if according to you to fast track the cases means to drop them, then so be it. Wajua wanaazimia hatuwezi tukawafundisha jinsi ambavyo mnaweza mkatuelewa sisi. So judiciary hiyo ni achievement. Kutoa subsidies pia naweza sema ni achievement kwa sababu hizi subsidies tulikuwa tunaibiwa. If in 1 month tushatumia bilioni 7, bilioni 7 huweza kujenga barabara kutoka pale kwenu, ile barabara babu yako alipeana for free, alipeana ardhi for free, inaweza jenga barabara kutoka hapo kwenu mpaka Kakamega. Na hii 7 billion tunaambiwa kwamba haikufikia wale millers. So hapo kulikuwa na ufisadi fulani. I appreciate His Excellency the President for doing that. Lakini I have a problem with this. During the campaigns alituambia, hakusema atatoa subsidies. Kwa sababu angejaribu tu kutuambia hivyo, then hatungempigia kwa sababu subsidies watu wengine walikuwa wanasema ilikuwa inasaidia. But the inaugural speech ya William was completely different from what we expected. And that's why time aliambiwa apande hiyo Land Cruiser yake, uwanja ilikuwa ishabaki wazi kwa hiyo inauguration, kwa sababu speech alishatoa, tukakuta ni hot air na tukaenda nyumbani, sababu vitu ambavyo tulikuwa tunavitarajia hatukuyasikia pale. But again, this is the first transition that we are witnessing under the new constitution 2010. So we have to give the guy time and his government. Ruto sasa hivi hana waziri, hana inaitwaje, hana au kina Kibichi sijui ma PSS, hana anything, ni president tu na deputy. So let us give them time, they form their own government, and then we can judge them from the 100 days that they told us. Another thing that doesn't make me happy is always telling me about the fertilizers, the farmers and the so on. Because mtu mwenye alikuwa anahisi njaa na amekalia viti vinne pale Uhuru Park Stadium, alafu unamwambia nitaongezea farmers wetu mbolea ndio waweze kuzalisha chakula cha kutosha. I'm sure akisikia tu hiyo statement njaa inaongezeka. Kwa sababu you tell us during campaigns that you are going to reduce the prices of those basic commodities, immediately you take over. And now hizo fertilizer milioni 6 hata hazijanunuliwa. We have a plan. The word we have a plan. So hii njaa itangojea bwana mpaka hii plan iletwe, mbolea zikuje ziuzwe, wakulima wazalishe vyakula. At the same time unalilia hakuna mvua. So tutangojea utengeze irrigation, ulete mbolea, farmers walime. Alafu kuna kitu pia nimeona leo. Farmer anaweza kanunua mbolea, alime, apate mahindi, alafu serikali kuja na bei mbaya, wakose kuuza. And you can't force farmers to sell you maize. They sell willingly. So we can support them the way we want, but wakishapata waseme we can't sell. And there is nothing the government can do. They can't be forced to sell their maize. We can even sell to Uganda or Tanzania, but not the Kenyan government. So I think Mr. William needs to find a very serious solution to the cost of living. Hiyo itafanya Wakenya wampende. Kuna holiday inakuja tena, maybe watu watapungua kushinda leo, lakini akijaribu kuact, maybe ataona watu washaanza kumpenda kama alivyopendwa enzi zile za kupiga siasa. The police, then kulikuwa na hii SSU yenye Ruto alidisband juzi, hii squad ya Rivayala. I commend the president for doing that. Nilijaribu kusoma comments kwa Facebook wenye wamepitia kwa hiyo squad. They are not happy people. So that one is commendable. Landlords overtaxation. I think this is a good idea for the government to raise revenue. But again, William anatangatanga kila siku kwenda kusema nitajenga cheap houses. How can the house be cheap and to the landlord umeweka tax juu? So hapo pia anajipiga 10-0. Inafaa kuwe na msimamo, ile kitu inaitwa government policy. Lakini kama policy yake ni kama ile ya Gachagua, tumetoa order watu walime misitu, tumetoa order landlords sijui wafanyiwe nini, tumetoa order, watakuwa wanatoa order. Gachagua anatoa order yake Rift Valley, Ruto anatoa yake Homa Bay, wakikutana kwa cabinet wanaangaliana. We, ile order ulitoa nani alikwambia? These things are being decided in the cabinet. So again, that one needs to be looked into. Then kuna hawa oligarchs wa Kikuyu wanaitwa Mount Kenya Foundation. Hawa oligarchs wenye walikuwa wanatembeza baba kwa mahoteli, kumbe hawana kura kwa ground. Hawa watu wako na pesa and they are the investments we want to come and invest in our government. Lakini sasa hivi wamepotea kabisa, sijui ni hewa gani bado wanapima pima. We want them to come out with their money, they invest their money here so that we can see the way forward. But I hope they are still waiting that we form the government, they see our policy is when they can bring their money, because huwezi leta pesa yako place pesa yako itapotelea. So I hope at long last they will come and tell us we can invest in this. But for now, the oligarchs bado wamenyamaza, wamepotea. They are waiting for the right policy of this particular government in place. Kwa Hustler Fund, nilisikia jamaa alikuwa anaongea eti Hustler Fund William anatudanganya. Campaigns alisema pesa itakuwa for free. Saizi pia anasema pesa itakuwa kwa masacos. But akisema pesa itakuwa kwa masacos, it will be free still. That's just a requirement. Like you need to have an ID, you need to be in a sacco. Bado utaipata for free. You don't have to pay 100,000 to get 97,000. The money will be free. We kazi yako ni kufuata tu maagizo. I need to be in a group, I need to be in a sacco, and then you get your money. So opposing Hustler Fund is not good, because William amesema it is not money for free. You take it when you have a business idea, you're going to do your business, you return the money. That one I support 100%. Then another thing, nilisikia eti rais wa zamani alikuwa kwa market fulani akasema kwamba watu wakaanza kujoke na yeye, bwana, maisha imezidi kuwa ngumu. Anasema rais wangu, mimi sasa nitafanya nini? Ile swali lake la kawaida, mnataka nifanye nini? Rais wangu ni Raila. Tunamwambia ile uchungu alikuwa anasikia William akimdharau, ndio uchungu tunasikia sasa hivi akimdharau William. Kenya only has one president, na ni William. So we call upon the president, the former, to respect the current president. It is not good telling Kenyans everywhere that baba ni rais wangu, baba ndio rais wangu. Hatutakubali hiyo ujinga tena. Akae nyumbani kama rais mstaafu, wale wengine walivyokaa nyumbani. Pili, staki kusikia, huwa nasikia uchungu sana kama Mjaluo, rais wa zamani akisema baba is his president, and then he had everything to make baba the president and he failed. Huwezi kuja kutuambia hapa nje ati baba is your president and you had everything to make him the president. So hapo kama Mjaluo huwa nasikia uchungu ile. Kuna deputy governor amelia leo akitoa speech ya Raila pale Kisumu. So that's the pain we always hear when we see him dancing all over that baba is his president, and baba akipewa mic ana lament. So hapo na hapo hatuta forgive as Luos. But right now, as a Kenya Kwanza supporter, our government is heading in the right direction. The policies, we will make the policies that favor the common mwananchi, and at long last, Ben, kitu kizuri huchukua muda. Alafu kitu nimekuja kurealize, wenye wanatukazia maisha kwa hii serikali wote ni wanaazimio. Mara wanataka unga ya 70, mara wanataka sijui sabuni mti moja ukue 80, wote ni
Clinton, is that
wanaazimio.
sarcasm?
Order Francis. Clinton, mi nauliza
Wote
wewe
ni
swali
wanaazimio
mbili
bwana,
tu.
tulieni
Swali
Ben.
mbili. Katika hiyo cabinet ambayo imependekezwa kwa parliament, wangapi kati yao ni mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni na mtu wa kidheri? Okay? Nitaka uniombie kwa hiyo list. Ili serikali ya Kenya iko na miaka ngapi?
Leo William amesema kwamba tupande miti. In the next 5 years tunataka miti milioni sijui ngapi. In the next 10 years sisi tunapiga hesabu ya 10 years, wewe unatujudge na 1 month. Unaona hapo kuna
No, not
tofauti.
1 month. The Kenya government has been in existence before colonial, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial. We are about to hit the 60th year. So you don't come into power and start Kenya or start Kenya government. The government has been in operation. You just change. It's just like ulikuwa Mbukinya sio Mbukinya. Siku hizi ni Enabas, okay? Inaenda Kisii. Alafu ikifika pale Narok, dereva mwingine anapewa. Hawezi kusema umepewa basi ikiwa Narok. That is why you cannot take us to Homa Bay on time, bado unakagua basi. Wewe ni dereva mpya, lakini basi ilikuwa inaendelea na safari. Kenya has been on the move for 60 years now after independence. Hii maneno ya 1 month inatoka wapi? William Ruto was the deputy president for the past 10 years in that same government.
You see one thing.
Wa driver wa bus.
So you see one thing.
Anataka kustudy another 60 what?
One thing, as you blame us, as you blame William Ruto, you also need to blame the former president who denied William Ruto during their second term a chance to seriously put his head into the government. William angekuwa ameona hizi shida zote. Lakini William alitolewa.
Clinton, don't do that. Clinton,
just wait Ben, I explain to you this
don't
point.
Go there.
Ben, hii point itakuingiza box. Hii point itakuingiza box.
William Ruto has been in government from 1992.
Okay. So the reason as
okay,
I'm
put
saying
all those mathematics together. Kama mimi nimekufundisha hesabu from 1992. We are now in 2022, hujashika. Hata nikikuongeza miaka ingine 3 utashika kweli?
Na nikichoka na mwalimu si akiingia na izalala tu. So Ben, Ben, William Ruto angekuwa pale, hangetupea hizi promises wakati wa campaign. Juu alikuwa anatupea akijua pesa iko pale, kazi ni kuingia tu na kuweka unga ikuwe 70 everything, Ndio uliona kwa hizo ahadi zote. Kwa inaugural speech ni judiciary alipea kitu na kutoa subsidy. Those ones were the only possible decisions at that time. So wakati umeenda kwa ile ofisi, the reality hits you hard. And now you see the consequences of being hit hard by the reality. So give us time. We're gonna deliver.
No, there is no time to give you. If you don't know the way, get out of the driver's seat. Let somebody else sit in. We must get to Homa Bay in good time. Kama
if the kitchen is hotter,
vizuri. Uelewi vile itapita Bomet ikienda Kisii. Achana na kuwa dereva. Toka, wacha dereva naelewa barabara, atuelekeze. Hii maswala tupatie time. There is no time to be given anymore.
So Ben, nikimalizia, I would just want to tell Kenyans that serikali ndio imeanza. And we have a plan that in the next 10 years,
oh God,
we will be able to fulfill every promise that we made. Because William is a very sober person. We know where we are at the moment, and we know where we are going. So in the next 10 years, we will see changes. But again, you've told me here that the government has been in existence since independence, which I agree with you. But again, the mistake Kenyans make is to go to election every 5 years to elect the president. Let us elect these MPs. Let us give the president time to finalize what he was doing. Look at what Uhuru Kenyatta was doing in the last months of his administration, the superhighway, the modern Uhuru Park, there's so many there's so many projects like some dams that William Ruto just opened the following day. We could have given this guy like 1 year or 2 more years in office, then we could have seen the benefits. So mimi nataka ni waombe wa Kenya, tuanze kwa hii serikali, tuende kwa election, tuchague wabunge, lakini rais tuache akamilishe shida zake, project zake mpaka ile wakati anaona sasa, ama tunaona kama wananchi rais amemaliza, sasa tunaweza leta mwingine. Tusiwe na hii tabia ya kubadilisha rais kila wakati. Hii ndio sasa shida tumejipea.
From across the sea.
Hii ndio shida tumejipea kwa kutoa Uhuru Kenyatta. Hii ndio shida tumejipea kwa kutoa Uhuru Kenyatta.
Uhuru Kenyatta than give one more day to William Ruto.
Sasa ndio nakwambia tungeacha Uhuru aendelee, hatungeleta William Ruto, lakini kwa bahati nzuri tushaleta William. Let us give the president as much time as he wants. Look at what Museveni is building. That is a very big legacy.
Museveni tafadhali. Clinton,
a very big legacy. What Museveni will achieve in the next 3 years akitoka, it will remain to be remembered. So Kenya tufate hiyo tabia. I wish Uhuru Kenyatta was continuing, but unfortunately hayuko. So we can try that. That was my personal opinion. We can try that with Samoei. Kwanza bado ni mdogo. He can work.
Bernard, can I say something? Bernard, nataka kuuliza huyu jamaa kitu Kitu ya kwanza, I want to ask you this. Kwani unaniambia Ruto hakujua ati anataka serikali, unataka tumpe time? Kitu ya pili, unaniambia ati Ruto never knew what our coffers, pesa yenye ilikuwa kwa account ya Kenya, ati Ruto hakujua. Bana, wacha kutudanganya. Hakuna time tunapatia Ruto. Ruto knows that he wanted this presidency and he is going to be responsible and is going to be accountable. So situambia hapa time. Alafu mambo ya Uhuru performed the second term because ye mwenyewe alisema nyumba yake ilikuwa inachomeka, akaita usaidizi, ndio maana hizo vitu zenye unasema hizo nzuri zilikuja. If Ruto knows that he's not going to work in the first years, atafute handshake mapema.
Wajua saa zingine unaweza pewa jukumu kubwa mpaka ujui hata kazi yako ni gani. So na ukipewa nafasi usome kidogo, utajua hapa hii jukumu nimepewa, kazi yangu ni hii na hii na hii. Mbona kwa William hatutaki kumpea hii grace period? Yes, tumempea jukumu kubwa mpaka hata Gachagua ajui kazi yake ni gani, lakini tukiwapa nafasi, this people will deliver. Have trust in our government. Kwanza nyinyi wanaazimio, you have to know election is after every 5 years. So mtulie kwa hizi miaka mitano.
We cannot trust untrusted people.
Untrusted in 1 month. 1 month time
mshasema ya kuamini. Mlisema mkiweka Biblia chini hivi bei ya unga itakuwa imeanguka. Biblia mliweka chini.
Corruption tutakuwa tumemaliza. Tumemaliza, hatujamaliza.
Mkiweka Biblia chini hivi nitakuwa napiga simu bure. Sasa hii bado nanunua credit. Nitakuwa na bundles, zitakuwa kila mahali una connect tu, unatuma email. Haiko. Mnasema sasa tuwapatie muda.
Sasa Ben, zingine tulitumia kutafuta kura. Ufai kungojea zingine Ben. Ufai kungojea promises zingine, tulitumia kutafuta kura. Simu utapigaje bure? Sisi ni Safaricom.
Mlitumia kutafuta kura.
Kama wewe hiyo ya simu ndio ilifanya ukatupea kura, tunaweza sema we are sorry. Simu sisi si Safaricom. Simu bado utanunua bamba Ben. Zingine tulitumia kutafuta kura, lakini hii ya unga ilikuwa serious. Hizi zingine zilikuwa serious, lakini hiyo ya simu, sijui fiber tujenge kilomita 100, hiyo ni ndoto ya asubuhi na tuwasema pole. Hii mambo na hustlers. Hii mambo na hustlers pia mkikataa hiyo jina hustlers, 2027 tunarudi na jina ingine na bado mtatupea. Asanteni.
Hey.
Ben, can I say something?
Hold on everybody, relax. Now mko karibu mmeanza kuvunja standing orders. Hiyo itaanza kutuma watu kwa quarantine. Thank you, Chairman, for that piece. But please advise your president that if he doesn't work hard, hiyo jikoni itachemka. Wacha tuanze machozi Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wacha hii mnasema tuwapatia muda. Tumewapatia muda, they are 100 days. We are counting. As soon as the 100th day drops like this, pap, the following day, we want hustler fund, we want to unga iteremke, we want everything to work. Awe na cabinet, asiwe na cabinet. Sisi hatukumtuma, yeye ndo alijituma. Kwa hivyo lazima atekeleze majukumu aliyopewa. Now, Oga Francis, are you there? And your camera is not properly positioned. People need to see you.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to leave you manifesting.
Yes.
Sakwa and Okumu are the ones who have not spoken. Frederick na Derek na wengine wameongea. Kwa hivyo you give priority to Sakwa first and then Okumu, and then you continue sharing the free link wale ambao wanapaswa kujoin wa join. But now before Sakwa comes, I will play again this advert. Na wale ambao mnatufuata aswa on our gospel program, please mjitahidi namna hiyo. It is good for us to ensure that we fix what is wrong in good time. So I'll play the advert and then go, because nikiondoka nani hata utaweza kucheza, ama nitakufuadia ndio udownload kivyako. The moment I leave, I leave with my advert. See?
Just play it before you move.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject.
In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were, it is called interfaith.
Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye
Okay, that's online Bible Summit every Wednesday. So make a date with us and follow from wherever you are. Thank you very much for continuing with Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep doing the necessary. Kama uja subscribe. Kama uja join as a member, please join. Don't just, predate over Mtembei TV. Be there as a participant, a contributor to the welfare of Mtembei TV. Asanteni sana. Bwana Francis, you're in charge. Unaweza funga station wakati wote uko ready kufunga. So if the night class does not start, but please don't leave it running. Kuna siku nilipigiwa kwa simu at studio ina run na haijafungwa na haiongei. Sawa. Thank you. Sakwa Francis.
Habari zenu?
Tuko poa.
Mimi pia niko poa, nashukuru kuona mko wazima. But kulingana na hiyo story ambayo nimesikia hapo baadaye, ningependa tu kuuliza Clinton hata kama amelala. Is the same Ruto ambaye amekuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru akipromise kwamba damu zitakuwa zisharudi sawa pamoja na laptop za watoto na zile vitu alikuwa amesema hapo mwanzo. Jambo lingine, hizi promises ambazo aliziweka kwa kampeni yake, ili hali yeye ndo the in charge kwa wakati huu. Mwanzo amejitetea akasema kwamba yeye hakuweza kuwa na ule uwezo wa kuweza kuifanya ile kazi, manake alikuwa chini ya Uhuru. Kwa hizi siku 100 ambazo amepatiwa, tumeona yani kazi yake, hata Rigathi Gachagua mwenyewe hajua kwenye kazi gani. Tulipatia watu serikali ambao wajua wanaifanyia nini. For sure, ukiangalia muda ambao tumekuwa nayo au kidogo, kazi ambao wameifanya hata hawajatekeleza nusu ya kitu, hata kitu kidogo kile ambacho walikuwa wamesema kwamba waenda kufanya. Kumekuwa na hii vetting ambayo imekuwako na bado imekuwa ikiendelea. Kwa hiyo vetting naipenda kuuliza tu Clinton mahali penye yako. Clinton, ukiangalia hiyo network yao watu, kuna mahali umeona mama mboga, kuna mahali umeona bodaboda. So imeonekana hii ni serikali ambayo ya kuenda kutetea vitu ambazo ziliweza kufanyika hapo mwishowe kuweza kufichwa. And those cases hautazisikia tena, you will never hear them. But common mwananchi ambaye aliambiwa unga itashuka, unga haishuki, ndio wanazidi kufinywa, kwa sababu kesi ambazo zilikuwako zikitupiliwa mbali inaonyesha ni serikali ambayo imeenda kutetea maslahi yake. Na nimependa sana Clinton amejitetea vizuri, akasema kwamba even if they will come even the year 2027 watakuja na jina lingine. The same mwananchi ambaye amedanganywa hataweza kudanganywa 2027 na jina hasura. Nimeweza kufurahia sana hiyo vile amesema, kwa sababu hakuna mwanaazimio ama mwana Kenya kwanza anahangaika, wote tunahangaika tukua kitu kimoja. But the problem yenye iko saa hizi, tusiangalia ati fulani alikuwa azimio, fulani alikuwa Kenya kwanza, wacha tuangalie mwananchi. Ruto alipokuwa akipromise kwamba nitapunguza unga, hakupromise atapunguza unga kwa wana Kenya kwanza peke yake. Alisema atapunguzia wa Kenya. Akiingia mara utapiga simu kwa credit bure. The question is this, kuna mahali tumepiga simu credit bure? Hakuna. Kwa hivyo bado hajatekeleza kitu ambacho aliweza kusema. Kwa hivyo kwa hii siku 100 wala tutizame tuone kama hataweza kutekeleza hata hii miaka 5, itakuwa ni ngumu sana kwa yeye mwenyewe hata kutekeleza ni chenye alisema. Kwa sababu gani? If you can't save a 10 bob, even when you are being given 1,000, you cannot save it for sure. Utayaribu bila uliharibu ile 10 bob. So for now wacha tungoje hii miaka 5 iwe ni ya kuhangaika. Lakini the question is, where are we heading to as Kenyans? Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni hayo tu.
Not nice. That individual, come to light, we can, so that we can see you.
I think kuagiza huyo haonekani.
Atuongee na watu wa kuagiza, atuongee mahali anazoonekana ndio pia yeye aweze kuchangia maoni yake.
Hapa ni kama kwenye barabara. He was not serious.
Sasa tumempeleka mahali panahitajika. So you know, to me, I'm also getting shocked because whatever the governor of Kericho said, that one should be treated as the highest dangerous statement that can be made within a government. When you reach at a point that a sitting governor can threaten an investor, that becomes very dangerous in a sense that it sends a very clear message that investors are not welcomed in Kenya. Remember, when the Russians attacked Ukraine, Ukraine was not even a member of the European Union. It was a partner of European Union. And the whole European Union acted in unison to punish Putin or the Russians. What happens when the Kenya will withdraw away or will try to threaten this investor from the Western country? We will meet one of the highest backlash that we've ever seen. It is not even it's not even strange to see them saying we recall all the investors from Africa, from Kenya, to go to other East African countries. They did it in Zimbabwe. Remember Zimbabwe and the late Robert Mugabe only took a land of a few people, but all of them left. Remember even the Asians, what happened in Uganda? Idi Amin Dada threatened some of Asians who are operating Dukas. All of them left. So these are the things that this governor should be very careful. He should look at the budget that we depend from donation and grants. Then ask himself, can Kenya be able to fill that gap? If the answer is no, let him keep quiet. There is nothing free. You are given that grants and that money to donation to boost your economy, so that when you are coming to the negotiating table about deals, we will be lenient. You cannot be fed at the same time. You are very arrogant. You are very rude. You choose one. Either you choose to be rude and to refuse donation, or you choose to go to your knees and accept donation. These are the things that you need to know it very clearly. So when somebody is starting there and saying, "Oh, they can go as Rwanda as they left yesterday," that's a very, very, very reckless statement that a governor can make. And you know, they're making this statement thinking that, you know, let me tell you, it is very worse to deal with the people who don't know how economics operate. Investors in Kenya, game parks in Kenya were placed under lease for 35 years. It is not yet over up to now. So if you're thinking that the game parks in Kenya are operated by the Kenyan government, that's a lie. So these are under lease. So these are investors who are operating in every sector of our country. So when you threaten them, what do you expect? Kenya will collapse. If I can go back a little bit, before Donald Trump said that let's kill the Qasim Suleiman, what happened is that a single American investor was killed in Iraq. What followed was kind of attacks in Iraq soil and Iran. So the Western countries are not countries that you can play with them. There are people who act in very unison. They act in unison in a such way that even they can even pull everything that they have there. I've also seen that William Ruto suggesting that let's buy milk from Uganda. As I said earlier, Kenya cannot be ruled on anger and revenge. If he's targeting Brookside, let his mind not only concentrate on Brookside, but think a little bit wide. Where is Brookside buying this milk from? Is Brookside not buying milk from the Mount Kenya people who are selling milks to eat? So if you import a cheaper milk from Uganda, where will these Mount Kenya people take their milk to when the Brookside will collapse? Does he want to create another crisis like the one he created, the one that was created for Mumia's company, that now we have to import sugar? Is that what he wants? We cannot drive a country in hatred. He needs to look at it. Brookside pays taxes. They buy milk from Kenyans. The only thing he can do, maybe he can sit with Brookside and negotiate a better deal. But bring in milk from Uganda, that is like killing in that industries, killing the farmers who are from Mount Kenya, because that's the region that you know well they produce milk in large quantities. And then the other thing, the president should also be informed. The cost of milk is not influenced by individual. It is influenced by the variable cost and the fixed cost. There is no way you can use 20 bob to produce a unit and sell it at 15 bob. Who will be making such kind of loss? A price of any commodity is purely driven by the variable cost and the fixed cost of production. That was drive it. So if the production and the fixed cost of Brookside milk, maybe it is around 70, or how do you want them to sell at 60? Who will be able to make a 10% loss? With the government subsidize that kind of loss? And if they will not be able to subsidize, then you cannot operate on a loss. Operating in a loss is like using your capital to pay workers. It cannot be sustainable. So these are the things that the president needs to know, to get categorically clear that some things can be seen as populist statements that are very good and convincing to the masses. but their impact is very long lasting to a point that it can even destroy an economy of a country. So people who are close to the president, they need to inform him very well how things are operating. We are living in a kind of economy whereby it is dictated by the forces, the market forces that they need to clear. If a small disturbance is created, the economy cannot be at equilibrium. It will collapse. So these are the things that the president needs to get clear so that we will not be moving here in a revenge mission. I've also seen some kind of suggestion wanting to increase some kind of land rates in Nairobi because of landlords. We are tenants. We are the hustlers that he's referring to. Should the land rates increase, we the tenants, the rent will increase. At the end of the day, we'll be the sole bearer of the cost of increase in land rates. Let not anybody cheat you. Any kind of increase in tax, the last bearer is the consumer. There's no producer will carry your cost. That's why when you see the government will increase the price of petrol, you will see commodity increasing their prices. There's nobody who will pay high transportation cost and come and sell your commodity at a very cheaper price. These are things that Kenya to be told. Msikuwe mnaambiwa ati unajua kampuni ya Brookside ni ya matajiri imekuwa ushuru mnashangilia. Wewe unacheka hapo na wewe unapiga hapo kelele ukisema ndio na hiyo maziwa mzazi wako ndo anauza na kusomesha nayo. Hiyo akikosa kuuza utasoma na nini? Ama unashangilia maana imetajwa na Uhuru na wewe hujui kwamba hiyo maziwa ndo inakusomesha. You need to be to analyze things to get them clear that when you are saying yes, you understand very well that it's yes for both sides. Uhuru mali yenye ako naye hata leo hii akiamua kuitumia bila kugenerate anything inamtosha kusurvive maisha yake na wajukuu wake na watoto wake. The Brookside is there to help particularly those people. He should go there and negotiate with the individual. Maybe look at, can you be able to reduce price a little bit so that it can be sustainable to Kenyans? Then they look at a deal. But when he's saying milk from Uganda, he will kill it. And when he will kill it, the Mount Kenya will be the first people to cry the loudest. And we are here. We shall witness it if he goes ahead with the same thing. I've also seen that the Safaricom are refuted claims that they will be separate Safaricom with M-Pesa. And Gachagua was agitating for the same thing. That was a good thing when Dungu stood and said it cannot happen. I liked it because we cannot operate business to a point of populism. Business need policies that are very well outlined, that they have touchable thing. So hizi ndio vitu ambazo tunastahili kutuketi chini tunajiuliza maneno kwamba hii nchi tutaiongoza namna gani? Somebody talked it very well about the private public partnership, about the dams and maybe about improving economy waletes of pesa. But these are the same individual, the people called names, even incited the masses against them, telling them that these are the people that wewe mkungi kama uko na shida ya chakula, mwenye amesababisha shida ni Peter Munga maana ako na pesa. Hiyo ni uchochezi. So I'm wondering which kind of negotiating table will go to sit down. Having said so, does it mean that individual changed overnight? Anyway, I'm hoping all, but what I can sense, we are going the Zimbabwe way. It started very simple when Mugabe said that people should return their land to Africans. They were given back the land. Unapewa eka 100 za shamba, wewe mwenyewe hata eka 2 huwezi manage. Hiyo eka 10 inalala pale, hiyo eka zingine zinalala chini, haujalima, inakuwa ni nyasi, hakuna production ya chakula. Mwisho wa siku, those who are shouting yes, Europeans should get out of Zimbabwe are the ones who are crying right now. They are even buying dollar to be used as a currency. So as much as you are feeling happy, ask yourself, when the dust will settle, where will it be? Will it be at the bottom or at the top? If it will be at the bottom, therefore, you need to be very, very careful. Thank you. So let's have Derek.
Unajua mimi saa zingine nikitaka kuongelelea about government nasikiaga ni kama nitakosa maoni kwa sababu yani everything is just on the negative side. Unajua Ruto, mimi nilikuwa nadhania Ruto ni mtu mwingine anafikiria sana. You know the way he's behaving with Kenyans. Kenyans, no, they will not forget very easily. I'm saying here daily, we are very poor, yes, I understand, but we are not stupid. But Ruto anajaribu kutupumbaza. And I'm telling you, a time will come when the same government itajaribu kurudisha, kuweka watu akili ya kutupumbaza, na watu hawatakuwa na buy that. Because if you start right now to behave this way, what of tomorrow? Do you think these people will wait? A hungry man is a hungry man. Nichezee na kila kitu lakini usichezee maisha ya chakula, tumbo yangu and all sort of. Don't lie. A Kenyan, mwana Kenya sio mtu wa hivi hivi. Atumdanganye kuhusu unga man. These are very important things not to joke around with. Najua if Ruto would be a very angekuwa mtu mjanja angesema basi wacha niwawekee unga at hiyo price hata kama ni 100. You see the last time ilirudishwa 100 vile watu walibambika. Stores zilikuwa zinaenda empty. Bring it even to 100 shilling. Weka mafuta ikuwe even at 120 ama at 150. Unaona? Then at least mtu ataona kuna progress. Ile 100 days we can wait for it. But sahi hata wewe mwenyewe mali huko unangoja 100 ya nini? Wenye wanasema let's give them even that 100. Bernard, wacha kudanganya watu. Hakuna story ya kungojea 100. We will criticize even on day one. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Nimesema hapa kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Hakuna mtu atangojea. In fact, sahi tunasema hapa we are waiting for 100 days. No, I'm very sure kuna mtu analeta revolution. He is not waiting for 100 days. Ameanza kujipanga, siji kama mnaona. You know that man. Ameanza kujipanga. He is not waiting for 100 days. Ameenda kutafuta finance and something somewhere. So don't think we are going to wait for 100 days. Huyu jamaa is a joke. Unaona? So mimi nikiona Wakenya wanachezewa hivi, I always feel very bad. Because hatuko kwa ile era where you could just come and lie to Kenya. Unajua sahi 5 years is like a day or a week. Sio kama ile kitambo kufika Christmas peke yake ni kama umekaa 10 years ndio umalize 1 year. No, siku hizi it's very fast. Vitu zina run very fast. Don't joke around with us. Nikilala njaa leo, nikilala njaa kesho, then you are telling me una organize government. Then the other guy from Momabe anakuja kutuambia ati some were just to kupata kura. Sasa unasema hivi, unasahau tunakuona. These things are on record. Ulikuwa unatafuta kumaanisha mlitumia ukora ndio mpate hiyo kura. So we are waiting for you. Kuna mahali tunaongojea. So I think nitakosa maoni from there. Let me just keep quiet because hata nashangaa tunaelekea wapi. Mimi nimekosa maoni.
So thank you. So Bwana Alfred,
Yes,
I want
yes.
to ask, before you speak, I want to ask you a question and to tell me, because there's a point here I'm not getting very clear. What is the problem of one person having Brookside managing the Kenyan milk, but managing it very well? Is it kind of jealousy that is driving us, or what is the problem if somebody, even if it's one monopoly, but managing it very well? What is the issue actually? Because is it jealousy or hatred? Because I'm not getting clear. Maybe you explain further.
Unajua kitu cha kwanza ndo aweze kufanya hivyo ni kuwa those Mount Kenya goons, you know, the first time mahali wamekuwa na the first time mahali wamekuwa, those guys walikuwa confused, na wakati wamekuwa confused, those guys wanataka kutetemeshwa, kuonyeshwa kuwa hamuna nguvu, bali mimi nina uwezo kwa wakati huu wa kuweza kuwatumia. That is the only way. Hakuna njia nyingine. Hiyo ndo sababu. Manake those are the only guys walikuwa wakimpiga vita, na wakati walikuwa wakimpiga vita, for sure this government imekuwa ni ya kulipisha kisasi. Na government wakati imekuwa ni ya kulipisha kisasi, I don't know where we are heading to, because kama ni government ya kulipisha kisasi, for these 5 years kutakuwa na shida sana. Na tunashukuru sana kwa hiyo vyote yenye tunaonyeshwa, manake sisi ambao tutakaokuja kuombwa kula. Miaka 5 sio miaka mingi, ni miaka michache sana. Manake hata juzi you are just only singing uhuru 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 uhuru. For now unaona wale walikuwa wakiimba uhuru ni sisi tulikuwa tukisema ni mzuri, na the same ndio tunasema kwamba alikuwa mbaya. Kwa hivyo the same government tunasema ni mbaya ndio utakuja kusema tena ilikuwa ni mzuri. Twende upande mwingine. Mimi kusema government ambao iko saa hizi haijui kazi yake. Nimeshangaa sana kuona Gachagua akisema asanteni sana wa Kenya kwa kunipa kazi. Na hajasema asante kwa kunipa hii kazi niwafanyie kazi ambao mlionipa niweze kufanya na kutelekeza shida zenu, yani kutekeleza shida zenu. For sure unaweza chukuaje kiti ukasema unashukuru sana uko kwenye ofisi ambao unapata mshahara na unashukuru sana kwa kupata kazi. Kwa hivyo inaonyesha wewe ulitaka kazi na upate mshahara na kuficha dhambi zako. For sure yale ambayo unafanya kwa siri ni wewe unajua. Lakini akitaka kutolewa waziwazi hutaki. All those cases, kuna mtu ambaye nimesikia akisema hapo anaitwa Clinton that corruption imeisha. When you are saying corruption imeisha, so kama ulikuwa yani umefanya makosa isemekane hiyo itupiliwe mbali. Kama ulikuwa upande wa serikali, kama ulikuwa upande wa Azimio, wekwa ndani miaka 100. For sure this government is not about Azimio mara UDA. Kama wewe ni Mkenya, mbona uko Kenya? All those guys wenye walidanganywa na waliambiwa everything ni wa Kenya. For sure that speech mtu anazoani kana kwamba nimefikiria tu kusema ati Gachagua ameshukuru sana akisema kwamba alipata kazi. The speech iko hapa hivi, I can even show you. Iko wapi? Serikali ambayo tumeipa kazi ni serikali ambayo haijui nini inafanya kwa hiyo miaka 5. Na unajua kitu cha kwanza, haina haja ukapatia mtoto kitu ambacho hawezi kukimanage, manake atakiharibu. Hatuiti mtu mtoto, lakini tunasema tumepea watu ambao hawajui nini wameenda kufanya pale kwa hiyo miaka 5 ambao wamepatiwa. Una imagine those guys are the same guys walikuja kutuomba kula hapo mwanzo. But Mkenya nimekuja kujua sisi kama Wakenya tunatumikiango kwa kitu kidogo sana kudanganywa. Sasa nitafanyiwa hivi, mwisho naingia kwenye ile meza. Nikishaingia kwenye ile meza, nikishamaliza kukula, wao wakiendelea na tupo nje. Na hivyo utazidi miaka hiyo 5. Na nashukuru sana hivyo Ruto ameweza kumleta Miguna. Because Miguna kama atakuwa na uwezo wa kuwa mpinzani, Miguna is a man, anaweza kuwa mpinzani mmoja mzuri sana. Na sio ati kusema hivyo ati kusema amefanya vizuri kumleta. The same Miguna is the same Ruto alikuwa akimtoa. Kwa hivyo Miguna is still going to be an opposition leader na atazidi kumpinga. Ndio hii speech ambayo ilikuwa ikitolewa. Ni hiyo speech ambayo ilikuwa ikitolewa, lakini nimeileta kama just as a message kiasi. Why is not happening? The same guy ndio huyu hapa hivi. Sijui kama mtaweza kuiona.
Yes, we can see it.
Unaona? Sijui kama corrupt mtaiona vizuri, ngoja.
Yeah, just read it. Alfred,
I want to thank Kenyans for just giving me a job. I was in a bad state, getting arrested now and then. At least now I can get salary and survive. Wewe unaimagine yani naibu wa rais anazungumza namna hiyo. Je, yule mbunge ama yule waziri ambaye amepatiwa ile kazi na kupitwa kesi zake pale chini ya maji na kutupuliwa kesi zingine, atareact aje kama mkubwa wake anareact namna hiyo?
Thank you. Yeah, anyway,
Wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, mimi nikiangalia vizuri sana, hii ni serikali tuliyoipea nchi iweze kurudi zile enzi. I remember nilisemea hapa siku moja na nikasema kulingana na hii serikali ambayo imepatiwa, na tukafurahia kusema kweli, hakuna mtu alikasirika kwamba watu watajipatiwa ama nini. Basi kile tunataka nchi ambayo itaweza kuangalia maslahi ya mwananchi. Mimi nilisema that iwe ni huyo Ruto ameingia pale, iwe ni huyo Raila ameingia pale, ama ni nani ameingia pale, asiwe ametudanganya kwa kusema kwamba atekeleza, ikafika mwisho ikawa ni aibu ya kukosa kutekeleza. Na mimi nawaambia these 100 days itakuwa ni siku 100 za aibu, maanake hakuna kitu yote ambayo tutakuwa tumetekeleza. Twende upande wa Safaricom. The person mwenye alianza na mambo ya kupiga Safaricom ni Gachagua. Alianza hata akiulizwa, alikuwa akihojiwa kwenye redio moja Kameme FM, akisema those guys wamekuwa wakiwafinya sana upande wa credit. Twende upande, mimi nataka niingia watu niwaambie for sure, mkumbuke mahali mmetoka. Acheni kukumbuka ati kule mnaenda mkisema mna survive. Utaishi maisha ya kusurvive, but ukitoka hapo utanyang'anywa pia. Twende upande wa nini, wakati wa campaign. Wakati wa campaign mwananchi ndo alipromisiwa kila kitu ambacho wanahangaika saa hizi. Mimi nimeangalia for sure, nimeona nje hakuna mahali tunaenda. Na mimi nataka kuambia Mkenya yote ambaye ako hapa, because nimeona kuna some of the Kenyans hapo wanauliza is fulani ni wa Azimio, is fulani wa UDA. For now hakuna UDA, siasa iliisha, maana hakuna Azimio, maana hakuna hiyo vyama vingine rules party. For now ni kuangalia Mkenya wa kawaida na kuuliza, Mkenya wa kawaida aliambiwa kwamba unga utashuka. Unga wenyewe bado kwa 210. Na hii 210 nisikudanganye, kama wewe hutajituma kama Mkenya wa kawaida na uzidi kufinywa hiyo miaka 5 ambao umepeana ufinywe, unga itafika bei ya simiti and you will not complain. Na ikifika unga bei ya simiti, don't complain, because the same people wenye mlimba mkisema freedom is coming, the freedom that you wanted is this one that you see. Jambo lingine, if kama unaangalia watu ambao wamepatiwa those ministers and CS, all those guys ni watu ambao wamekuwa in scandals. They don't know how to manage themselves. You want to tell me if kama utashindwa kumanage a small amount ile uko nayo, hata upatiwe dunia mzima, will you be able to manage it? That's what I can say.
so thank you Benson. Umekuja kwa tunaendelea, so we are asking ourselves, do you think it is a good idea to import the cheaper milk from Uganda, the issue to do with the landlords increasing of rates? What's your take on that? Do you think it's a good trajectory or it's more of revenge?
Let me start with the milk part.
Yes.
Unajua maziwa pale kwetu Murang'a hapa Keno, 60 kilometers from Nairobi. Actually, yes. From Nairobi maziwa inanunuliwa 37 bob per liter. Wewe ukiwa Nairobi unanunua hiyo liter between 120 and 130. That is a packet at 60 or 65. Yeah. either maziwa ianguke au mimi nikiwa mkulima Benson, because I produce milk, nilipwe maziwa 60 or 70. And I have asked you, I heard you talked about monopoly. And you know what happens to when you have monopoly of things. You know what have happened with Kenya Power. You know what is happening with Brookside. You know what is happening with Safaricom. It is because of monopoly. I cannot understand why somebody buys milk from my mother at 37 bob, anaenda anauza 120 the following day, halafu analipa my mother 3 months after. That is the national discussions that we want to have. Today, if you listened to the speech, the president spent quite some times around that milk and milk value chain. What we need to do is to empower local producers so that the local producers can get to the market directly. And when I say local producers, I mean, kama umetomba Ukambani, there is a small dairy farm somewhere in, unaona pale Mbooni kwa mlima pale inaitwa Kikima Dairy Farmers Cooperative. They should be empowered hapo Kikima, and I want to invite you uende kwa page ya Senator Orekina.
I follow him. I have seen I follow him very closely.
Uone vile a 15 million investment, just 15 million container can turn a whole village. This is the debate we want to have. And you know, anyone who is sorry.
So I have no problem. What you are saying, I agree with you. Today I can agree with you. But the president is saying that one is not the issue. He wants to import a cheaper milk from Uganda.
Let me tell you what the president told the Association of Manufacturers. Lato Milk, which is owned by Pearl Dairies, and the owner is the son-in-law to Museveni. The maziwa inafika Nairobi, inafika Kisumu na 25 bob. 25 bob. Packet ya Rato ikifika Kisumu inafika na 25 bob. This is a debate we want to have. Do we want to force someone to keep on getting Brookside at 120, yet there is maziwa ya 25? That's a debate that we want to have.
Yes, that's
debate.
What I'm asking. Hello.
Higher. Then let me because also you know, this is the thing I want also to in this group is when we get to a debate, let's get more technical so that we agree on technical issues, not the political issues. The political issues.
Benson, that's what I'm saying. I want this way. We have talked about the cost of milk that from 25 and this is buying 120.
Yes.
Before we move another one, I have a question that I want to ask you. Is the cost of production that the cost of production in Kenya, are they equivalent to that of Uganda? Have you kept in something like Kenya, the electricity is high, maybe things to do with running those preservative and machines and everything else, and they're using electricity is a bit higher. You look at the petrol in Kenya is a bit higher, that is transportation. You look at the wage bill in Kenya is much higher. You look at those workers who are working there. So at the end of the day, the variable cost might likely to be higher than that of Uganda. Because when you look at Uganda, we have what you call Aswan High Dam. And because of the small kind of a country, the Aswan High Dam can be able to supply electricity in Uganda and even sell to Kenya because it's a small country. So we need to look at, as long as we are comparing the two costs, we need to look at the variable cost of production of that milk and also at what state is it being sold. So before we go to a conclusion that maybe Brookside is making excessive profits. Have you checked also that one so that you keep in consideration?
One way of sorting out all those things you have talked about is allowing to, you know, try and kill monopoly, because it is monopoly that it is because of monopoly that the milk is at 60 bob per packet. I can tell you, if you empower Kikima dairy farmers, they can bring maziwa at 80 bob. If you just give, and you look at the speech today, Ruto have promised 600 coolers and harmonizers and packaging machines, 600 packs. Those 600 packs, what they are going to do is Meru dairy farmers, instead ya maziwa yao kukolektiwa kuwekwa kwa kura ikujiwe na KCC au ikujiwe na Brookside, watengeneze maziwa hapo kwao. Maziwa ifike Nairobi at 40 bob. What will happen ifike 40 bob, so mkulima alipwe, ule mkulima wa Meru dairy farmers auze maziwa yake at 80 bob. That is how you address this thing of cost of production. Because if you don't address monopoly, you will continue having this discussion until cows come home. So, and that's why when you look at what Kenya Kwanza is telling you, we are going to do interventions at the point of production. Kikima ikitoa maziwa ilipe wakulima 60, hiyo ya transport iwe ingine, maziwa ifike kwa ule kijana mwingine ako Embakasi, maziwa imfikie na 80 bob. I will have sorted the farmer and I will have sorted the guy living in Nairobi. That is what we are going to do. And
Benson, I also agree with you that one. But in business, we have something that we call amalgamization or mergers, we have franchising, and we have deadly takeovers. These are the things that the Brookside have used. We had something we call Lirara. Where is it today? It was takeover or something to do with mergers or amalgamization. So these are business entity whereby you look at right now, for example, let me give you a lively example. Twitter right now is steps ahead going to be owned by Elon Musk. These are the kind of things that happen in even social media companies with the milk company. So we will start that company. Somebody who is more powerful will go and give them a very good deal, buy that milk, then sell it with the same price. How will you solve that one?
Let me tell you, Nani, my brother. When we said there was state capture, this is the things we are saying. Remuru Dairy was bought by gunpoint. The one in Daramea was born at gunpoint, including the land. The one that was owned called Moromiok, owned by Buzeki, was bought at gunpoint. The governor of Muranga tried to do Muranga Fresh. It was every 2 weeks there was CID in his place. Let me tell you what we are looking at is re-engineering the whole thing, empower your mother at the village to produce directly to the market. Ule anataka kuuza yake wacha auze, but it will not be at that level. Number two, I want to draw you to what we are calling, this debate is bigger than what we are thinking. There is what we are calling, what was signed in 2020. It's called Livingstone. If you know a small town at the border of Zambia and Zimbabwe called Livingstone, in 2020, 4 presidents sat there, and Kenya, with its business moguns, went and sat with those presidents. We are supposed to sell milk. Unaona hii maziwa yote inafaa ikolektiwe ipelekwe pale, hii powder milk. When Ruto mentioned about powder milk, he is referring to that agreement at Livingstone, where Peter Kenneth, Gideon Moi, Kiprono Kitoni, they sat with the president in that side, wauze maziwa hapo chini. It is a bigger debate than we are seeing. So how do we deal with this? Empower dairy cooperative societies to sell milk directly. That level, you empower the farmer and you reduce the cost of milk. Today, the president spent 7 minutes talking on how the milk value chain will work. I want to encourage you to listen on the things he talked about. The Kura project that was supposed to be part of Jubilee Manifesto 2017-2022, and it was told 300 coolants were supposed to be provided to farmers. We are going to revive those 300. plus another 600. And it will take a micro level of what you are seeing with Orekina. And imagine that Orekina thing being replicated in 600 spots in the country. In January, in June, the cost of milk will go down. The farmer will get 80 bob. The one in Embakasi will buy at 80 bob.
So Benson, let me ask you.
Ask me.
Have you ever? Do you know why middlemen, or what you are calling cartels, or the middlemen appear? Do you know the reasons to why they are always very flourishing in our economy?
The middlemen, I agree with you. The middlemen that we want to attract should go to Kikema and establish their daily whatever. We are taking them head on, because that is, we cannot live in the past. The middlemen must be taken head on.
So now what you are talking, it is not a free market, but is a controlled government market, which will scare the investors. The moment you say head on, it means forces might be applied.
The investor for the milk will be your mother and my mother at the Daily Cooperative Society. Chukua pesa 20 million. My brother, you are an qualified accountant. I'm just telling you. Enda China, a whole processing plant. Ile inaweza wekwa kwenu ni wapi na ni Francis, and I don't want to get personal.
No, kwetu mimi nimetokea Kajiado mahali panaitwa Loitoktok.
Unaona pale Loitoktok pale karibu na town, hapo karibu town, kama unaelekea town hapo. Hawa wakulima hapo wanatoanga maziwa. Inaekangwa kwa kura, hiyo kura inakuanga ni ya Brookside au ni ya KCC. What we are saying is, those people should register themselves, wapelekewe a container with a full package. Ile container umeonyeshwa na mtu anaitwa Orekina, ipelekwe hapo kwenu. Halafu wapatiwe 3 million, wanunue pickup. Tupatane na wao Kibwezi, tupatane na wao Makinon, kunaitwa Makinon. Tupatane nao Makinon wakiwa na Loitoktok Dairy Farmers Cooperative Society. So when Ruto saying we are going to empower 600 enterprises, it is your mother and your father. Forget about any other investor. The investor is your mother here.
Yes, Benson, that one, to some point I agree. To me, the area I've told that I'm coming from is an area that we grow tomatoes in very large quantities. Actually, we supply Nairobi, particularly the place is called Rombo. It supplies almost all of Nairobi with tomatoes. So what happens is, these tomatoes, if you wait for maybe government corporation or anything else to come and buy, or something to do with maize, they will come maybe buy after maybe 3 weeks, after maybe the harvesting period is over, take to the market and maybe come pay you 6 months, maybe later. But these middlemen, they will go to your shamba, wanakuuliza hii eka ni eka ngapi? Ni eka 5. Tunachuma nyanya hapa, tuweke kwa sanduku. Hiyo sanduku ya nyanya inafungwa mpaka unapata, unaweza toa sanduku zingine, unaweza toa sanduku 2 kwa sanduku moja ya nyanya. Alafu anakupea cash money, which is a half of what you are supposed to get rightfully. But you have no alternative, because the moment the government gets in, that's what we call efficiency. It's not there. It will take 6 months. You have a child in school. What happens there?
Let me tell you. You have given a very good example. I know Rombo. 2005, I used to intervene HIV processes hapo kwa Rombo. Unaona kwa wale wa Masai wanawekwa pamoja wakitahiri kwa ile nyumba zao za kutahiri. 2005 I was doing HIV programming kwa hizo vitu wa Masai wakitahiri. Let me tell you. Do you know producing tomato paste cost, a machine to produce tomato paste cost less than 5 million, the Chinese machine. The whole point is, if we invest on simple village level infrastructure, and this is what unaona huyu mama ameresign wa UK 10 years ago. She told us something called Britannia Unchained. The Britannia Unchained concept was based on, it was something that had been used, and it's part of the bottom-up model that says, when you look at Rombo, Kimana, a radius of 30 kilometers na hauoni a single factory inatoa maziwa, inatoa tomato paste, ina dry hizo tomato ikipeleka kwa nini, just know you are in area agrarian. My point is, the producer association in that region should be able to come together so that they sort out that issue of that broker, and they will double their income, even if they will not go to a level of producing tomato paste. They should be organized such that, why should a farmer put 5 acres of tomato, lakini hawezi kuchukua lori, wachikane wakiwa watano, wapeleke hiyo tomato Isiolo au Mombasa and get 4 or 5. We are in the old mindset that we want to deal with. And when you realize why Ruto have put specifically a ministry for cooperatives and MSCs, it's because we want to intervene at that level. We want to intervene at the production level, and it will sort out all those problems. So if we change the way we look at these things, we'll be able to change. And I like what Ruto said. And actually, you can look at the plan, the manifesto. It says, one of the biggest challenge of government doing business or actually doing programs is, these procurement problems because of corruptions and people who have interest and all that. We are going to empower cooperatives directly. Wale wa Kimana wanatoa, unaona pale kwa vitunguu za hapo Kimana.
Yanapajua.
Empower those cooperatives. Wacha wajirejeste. Next year, waende fertilizer kwa NCPB directly. Wasigoje ati broker mwingine aende NCPB hapo Mackinnon achukue fertilizer akuje wauzie. Once you empower producer associations, you will sort out these problems. It have ripple effects on food security. We have to get positive for this country.
So, Benson, you have a point anyway, but what I know that when you look at the level of efficiency between the private sector and the public sector, private sector always outshine because there's that direct responsibility. I've seen in the video, let me tell you, so that before I will come, Captain, I've seen this way. When I was there back some years back, when I was there, kulikuja a certain organization from England, which said people should form an association of 15 people, wasaidiwe wachimbe balls, ndio the part towards the leeward side of Mount Kilimanjaro, wachimbe maji wanyeshe shamba. Do you know what people did? They formed cooperation very well. They were given the money, they subdivided the money, and everybody worked on his own way. They said that they have no reason to dig that well together. Meaning, the efficiency when you are doing public or community organization or government organization, that efficiency is not there because you find people say, at the end of the day, si pesa yangu, at the end of the day, yeah, inihusu mimi, hata hii corporation ikianguka moradi mimi nimepata yangu, inasonga. But if it is for individual, should you try to mess with it, the next point you'll find in a court of law. That's why my worry is there.
But Francis,
yes,
I want to take you to Fresha. Githunguri Dairy Farmers. Fresha is a producer association institution. It have grown to the small milking center to a big giant. I want you to take you to. I've talked about Meru Dairy Farmers Cooperative. So the whole idea is, when your mother and father comes together in Lombo, they are not government. They are a private sector. They are private investors. By the way, when you talk about cooperative, we are not talking about a cooperative owned by the government. We are talking about turning your mother and father and your neighbors to become a cooperative and to become a private sector. Let me tell you, it is change of mind. Instead of waiting for Benson to come from here akuja invest, the same people wale wanatoa vitunguu hapo wajikane wakuwe producer association. Once they are producer association, they will start getting free fertilizers, they will start getting hustlers fund, and they will now organize their value chain.
So thank you. You have a point, but that one now comes from the moral and ethical perspective that an individual must be ethical from the word go in your heart. You know very well. You know, Benson, I tell you that I've operated with villagers, and there's this mentality that when you come together as villagers, mnaketi chini. Jumi nimejaribu, but I'm telling you something that nimejaribu. Nikajaribu kuachia chini kawaambia, because here we are farmers, let's do this and this and this. At the end of the day, what they claim is, well, Francis, you want to be the person who will be the beneficiary. We will not be able to support you. You want to make a kill out of us. So you stay away. And it failed. And I have no alternative. You cannot force people. It's a liberal world. You have to let that one go. Anyway, let's welcome. Hello. Let's welcome Captain so that you also contribute.
Francis Mukangi na Benson, habari zenu?
Mzuri.
I saw you guys, you have a very good discussion that I was not even in any eager to enter or to interfere with your discussion. Maybe because I was just outside there, but maybe you have not known that I'm okay on what you are discussing. So that's why I'm coming in for now. So anyway, Francis Mukangi, salamia hiyo familia ya Kuringo karibu na Outward Bond wakina Dorothy Machibe hapo sweetie. And then,
okay, so I know them, eh?
yeah, very good, very good. I'm seeing what is running from the bar of the discussion or from the platform is that President Dr. Ruto is first Mashujaa Day celebration or whatever. What myself I saw is that there was some news that some people are dying from drought and all whatever from other parts of like Garissa and all whatever. I was expecting you guys to have been discussing such. And Mukangi, you are coming from a region where you do farming, especially on animals. Wanyama mnafuga ng'ombe sana. And what I expect you to tell us is that in this government you have a state house controller who is Katole Mitito.
Just to
And,
put a post on you, Captain, eh?
yeah.
Kato has been my MP since 2002, South Kajiado. That man from Imbirikani, Kimana, Lilasit, Intarara, Rombo, up to Njukini, he has never appeared anywhere apart from hii sherehe za kimtamaduni, maybe za kupaka warani vichwa, maybe kutandika sijui bibi, huko ndo wapia. That man has done nothing. Even somebody who has helped us, and I wish that he could have also come back as a governor, was the former governor Ole Ngedienye. Is the man who indeed helped us a lot. It's not that we are fanya kitu. Let us not cheat you. I know that man very well.
But you see now, Mukangi, you will not have any choice, people. You will not even defend yourself against this guy to work as state house controller. He'll work for the next 5 years. It is too late for you guys because you did not complain when he was the MP. I know him. I know even his place in Antoinette and all those sides of Mbirikani, Sinet, Murtot, yote hiyo naelewa hizo. Ngatatraeg yote naelewa hiyo area. It is too late for you guys. But what I need you people is the area of all the Kajiado area is a very big one. From Rongai, Kiserian, yote uende Kitengela, uende Bisil, mpaka utokelee hiyo Ng'atataek, Namanga, ukuje Ndonet, ukuje Outward Bond, ukuje juu pale karibu na Tarakea, umalize Tarakea, ukuje town fulani kidogo hapo, ukuje Kajiado, Oloitoktok kwenyewe kwa boda, kwa ile airstrip, yote hiyo area yote ni kubwa sana. Inafaa kama ningekuwa Katoo, a central area where you can install a small Kenya Meat Commission. Wacha ile iko Nairobi. Kenya Meat Commission, because you people, you are doing animals, and they are the best for meat. But who am I to say? He cannot even listen to me. That's what I know from Masai. Masai sio mtu wa kufundishwa. Anaonanga akivaa kinyasa yake afunge ile leso na rungu, huwezi mwambie chochote na kisu kwa kiuno. Unaona? But
Let's
what?
concentrate on drought and other things. Let's leave that one aside. Eh?
No, we cannot give aside because now we are heading there. We are heading there. The next government, we are heading there. Until
It's
when will you
okay.
people will be staying like that?
You know, let me tell you, you know one thing, these are the people that you need to go and talk to them directly and beg them to change.
You see what? If these people they don't listen, we will come ourselves. We buy a piece of land in the middle of Kajiado County, all the center area. We build a KMC, a private KMC, and we give it a different name, not KMC for Kenya, a different meat commission to supply meat. We buy animals from you people. We do the processing of meat and we sell to other countries because we know you have animals which can act like the capital to invest on this company. But because you want us to deal with them directly, how can we right now as we talk, tunaweza fikia Katoo saa hii vile yako saa hii. Masai kutoa kinyasa na rungu afae suti, unafikiria ni rahisi? Utampata? Yes. Listen, na ingine, let's discuss something else.
So anyway, thank you. So Benson,
Yeah.
is you addressing that one and also the issue of drought in stricken area. When you look at the government, the current government, what I say is that from the area that I come from is a fertile land that to some extent fertilizer is not so much needed, but to some point it's needed. It's not, people don't use so much fertilizer. Most of them are even livestock keepers. I think it's only some part Kajiado that you can drive almost 10 kilometers without seeing a single household that a total forest, highway is all in Kamiko kwa msitu. So if this government can sit down, build enough dams, these dams to store water that during the rainy season, so that we can have water during the dry season to do agriculture, it could be much better than this individual trying as much as possible to open some borders so that the maize can flow. Because as I also wanted to interject with the one of milk, remember the somebody who is selling that maize to educate his or her children. The somebody who is selling that milk to educate. What happens if we open borders? We have something that we call inetangwa nimesahau na kizungu, but there's something that we call like more of dumping. You have ever known of something close to dumping, whereby people produce more, and because their country they cannot get enough market, they throw it in your country. They make those people that maybe they use high cost of production to sell at a loss, and these are the individuals who maybe depend on that money to educate their children and to do A, B, C, D. So I'm asking myself this way: how will the government be able to regulate such kind of things if they allow, the way Ruto was saying, the lactose milk, and maybe he allows maybe some kind of maize, maybe cheaper maize, like of those GMO and so forth, to come into the country? How will he be able to deal with such kind of a crisis whereby an individual depends on it as a source of income?
Okay, but Francis, let me start by let me put 3 statements. One, we don't have enough maize. We don't produce enough maize, and I want you to take to statistics. We need 55 million metric tons, 55 million bags. We can produce at the highest 35 million. So every year we need 20 million bags. That is given. We have done this for the last 20 years. This is not Ruto. This is not Uhuru. This is not Kibaki. It have always been that Kenya does not produce enough maize. It is our geography that does not produce enough. We can do better. There are many programs that can help us do this. But naturally, Kenya is an import country in terms of maize. We don't have enough sugar. We produce only 40%. I told you I'm a farmer wa mayai. We import. We only produce 46% of the egg needs in the country. We import 50. My point is, there will always be a discussion about import. In terms of maize, there is always 4 months per year when Kenya requires import of maize. So every year we need between 5 to 8 million bags za kuletewa. That is given. Number 2, today, and Francis, maybe because you are a young, I like you a lot because you have open mind and you are young and you whatever. I want you to also sometimes when we criticize to some, today alone, the president have highlighted 21-point agenda on agriculture. I want you to go to the Nation TV, Nation Facebook at Nation. They have done a very good summary. The things that you are asking here, be it dams, be it irrigation, be it fertilizer, be it input, seeds, be it wells, be it shallow pan, be it insurance for maize. Ruto has spelled out 21-point agenda on how he wants to do the agriculture. So basically, as we criticize also, and this is where I feel very bad when I come here, because we have a lot of people who don't even want to listen. He have said those things you're asking, dam, ziko hapo. In fact, there are 21 points on agriculture alone. He mentioned 21 points. Ziko hapo. In fact, na ziko na numbers. They are quantified. How many coolers? How many millions of acres do we want to irrigate? How many water pans do you want to do? How many millions of cows do you want to buy insurance for? So basically, there is a plan. I wish we can discuss from a point of plan. These are things that the president talked about today. Number 2, there is prioritization. Prioritization in terms of saa hii watu wako na njaa. What do we need to do at this point? Open the borders, deal with non-tariff issues with Tanzania and Uganda so that people can get maize. We better import and eat GMO than to let people die. Number 2, there is a second layer, which I would call medium term. Fertilizer, seeds, coolers, those are things that will work between 3 and 6 months. Then 2 years down the line, Honorable Alice Muthoni can organize dams, organize irrigation. Those things will take 3-4 years. So you cannot come here and you say you don't want, we are not doing, yet we don't even have a minister. Usitupige sana Francis, tunafadhali.
Mimi sikupigi, ila unajua Bernard, kitu moja yenye na find very funny ni kwamba nani Moses Wetangula alisema kwamba unless you have been approved, having been vetted to become a minister, you cannot carry out function.
Yes.
But you are seeing JB Muturi is already in office. So another one who is called who this man Musalia Mudavadi is already in office. I've also seen some people even paid a courtesy call going even to summon some workers in their offices. So what I'm asking is, why is it that they are claiming they're not part of the government, but whereas even before approval of vetting, they're already carrying the function? Which place do we learn? Do we assume they are not part of government, or do we assume they're part of government?
Wakati uliitwa KU University from Lombo, ulifanya the first visit kwa registrar of university. You know, hii ni kama your registration week. Unaona ile wiki ya registration. Gojeeni serikali. You know, there are many things that happens when you are forming a government. The first thing that Ruto, and I told you last time, the first thing that Ruto have done is the executive order to describe his government. Hiyo amefanya. Vetting inafanywa, interviews inafanywa. By December, you will have ministers. By January, you can now ask them question. Lakini kuona Moses Kuria akienda kwa Ministry for Trade, hiyo ni kutembea pale utakuwa for the next 5 years. Kwa nini?
Captain, welcome, Captain.
Thank you, Franco. And what I can say is that I was and I'm still anyway UDA diehard and Kenya Kwanza supporter, and I will remain until the 10 years finish, not 5, 10. So that is why I'm giving Benson Butia a very big smile, as you have seen. Butia, you know, we are in government right now, but the vetting I've heard from you that you've said, for me, I totally oppose somebody like Aisha Juma. For me, I cannot talk of my education background, but Aisha Juma, who had D- in high school and direct to degree in university, and somebody questioned that thing, I don't know
It is
what
not a
happened.
degree, Captain. It is not degree. It is what you call umesikia kitu inaitwa honorary. That you are being given as a form of acknowledge.
Then
hiyo ndo alilete, si ya kuwa hand unaenda class unasoma 35 hours per unit. Hii ni ile unaenda maybe umeparticipate function UK unapewa ka certificate ka kushukuru. Hiyo ndo alibeba akisema ni degree na masters.
Is it allowed?
It's not allowed. That's why you see Professor Wajakoya alisema atarudi class kusoma because PhD yenye ako nayo ni honorary. Hata Raila alipewa na Uhuru Kenyatta walipewa during when they had a visit in United States of America. But you cannot call Raila a professor because he was given a kind of that kind of honorary. Hatuwezi muita professor. It's not earned. It is given. That one.
I think Mbutia tunaelewana vile France amesema, because that was where I'm sick. Until now I'm sick after the Aisha Juma's what do you call hiyo kufanyiwa hiyo vetting. Okay, Mbutia, what do you have to say? Okay.
Let me say this. Me and you, I went to university where only 5,000, Francis, hauko umezaliwa. I went to university when only 5,000 students were being admitted in universities. In late 90s, 98, 97, we could only admit 5,000 students out of a million students. That is less than 1% of the students. To date, last year alone, 80% of students got D-, D. And you can check. You know, some of these things. Because also, when we want to open this discussion, we must be live of the country where we are. It is out of a million students who sat for exam last year, only 143 who got C+ and above. What does that mean? We have over 700 students who are below. We cannot sit here and say that that leadership is a preserve of me and you, who got an A in Alliance, in Muranga High, in whatever. I want to why Mama Wakiuno is my best in that cabinet. It is the woman from the coast who was a mayor of Maridi town. It is a woman who went Kilifi town, Kilifi county, akazunguka akapata kiti ya women rep. Ni mwanamke. Let me finish. I want you to also, you know, Francis, nataka wewe mwenyewe uanze kuappreciate milestones za watu.
See, unajua the way you are putting it is as if we are rewarding Aisha Juma because of gender and not competence. Kenya needs competence, not gender.
Plus wacha ni
mimi sina shida hata tulikuwa na president ambaye ni mwanamke na akona hiyo tajriba ya kuongoza. Mimi sina shida as long as he can lead it very well, is enough. I have no problem with that.
Actually, I'm not on gender. I'm talking about the character.
Credentials, academic credentials.
Let me tell you, academic. Huyu mama alituambia ako na degree hata kama ni honorary. Huyu mama alijitoa na hiyo D- yake akakuwa mayor. Akajitoa hapo akakuwa women rep. When it was easy for her to get second term for women rep, alienda kupigana na wanaume Malindi town, akakuwa minister, akakuwa MP. When ODM ilikuwa natafuta watu wawili tu wa kutoa na kufukuza, ule mwanamke alisimama na wao. What am I talking about? We are not talking about another house girl. We are talking a woman of Mekatiriri, a woman who is a fighter, a woman who is supposed to do this. If we survived Olentimama kama waziri, if we survived Kariuki Chotara, if we survived anaitwa nani, if we survived huyu mwingine alikuwa anaitwa nani, huyu alitolewa huku wa Western juzi, ulikuwa wa class 8 alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Hata wacha hiyo, we are still surviving on Sudi. No problem on that.
Yes.
But
so
it is a PS position.
Yes. So
Benson,
let me finish my point is, let's not discriminate people. We have seen how a professor of medicine have managed the Ministry of Education. It's a total failure. So A- and whatever is not a qualification. How does she push the agenda of public service? How does she streamline public service? How does she deal with the issue of gender? Women representation and, gender policies and all that. It doesn't require those things. I am not a believer of 100%. I'm an A student, but I'm not a believer of those things. We have seen A student in the name of Magoha. We have seen A student in the name of Adan Mohammed. We have seen A student in the name of the Nyeri, ule jamaa wa Nyeri alikuwa wa ICT anaitwa Musheru. We have seen how they have performed in that cabinet. So basically, we give opportunities to everyone. Mama wa Kiuno.
We have no problem with giving opportunity, but that is why we have degree, diploma, tertiary, and other arts and so forth, the level that goes with it. We cannot we cannot take somebody who is supposed to be being an artist to go and become a minister because we want to acknowledge. Life has some what we call class. This is economically, politically, socially. All of us, you cannot be president. That's why there's president, there's deputy, there's minister. In the academics is the same. There's an A student, B student, C student, and each student has the capacity that he can perform the best. Why should we then force a person who is supposed maybe to be somebody to be technical to go and do a work that's supposed to be done with somebody with a degree because we want to show them that it's not of any value degree?
Francis.
And then also let me ask you, Bernard, could it be the reason as to why what you have said, kina Joy Musheru, nani kina Ndimama and so forth and Chotara you have talked about, could it be the reason as to why Kenya is still in the position we are today because of them being given an opportunity where they didn't deserve?
Number one, Mama wa Kiuno have been certified by all the institutions that need to certify her. That's why she was running for governor. That's why she gained over 140,000 votes in that whatever. Her degree is recognized by the institution that be, not me and you. That's why she was a candidate for governor, which is a minimum requirement. So let's not even go to the debate about it. If it was a honorary degree and it meets the criteria of the Commission of Higher Education, let it be. Number two, the opportunity, once mkienda kutafuta swara huko Rombo, munapita hapo kwa hiyo mpaka, mtafuta swara, mkishika swara ni yenu. hii mambo ni lazima tujue swala iko na wenyewe. So basically there will be those outliers. There will be those outliers that will not be comfortable, but we will
Let's mute our microphone, please, so that we also get what Benson is saying.
yeah. Yeah. So there will be outliers. People will not like. I at the beginning when Aisha Jumwa was nominated, I was also not very confident. But listening to the arguments around qualification, opportunities, equal opportunities for women, equal opportunities for other people, for minority, equal opportunity for wale unasema ni wa D minus who have taken steps to further their education and to get experience and all that. That made me change my mind. Number 3, a cabinet position is also a policy level. It is not a technical course. It's not a technical job. My hope is that the PS, both PS gender and PS public service, because I think there are two or three state departments, will have more technical people. You can now appoint, a gender expert. You can appoint a public service expert. You can now appoint a youth expert who can support the minister, and that is a beauty of a growing nation. Thank you, Bwana Moderator.
So, but anyway, but what for me I stand for and what I believe is that even if it's minority that Aisha Juma was awarded in, they could have found another Mijikenda who is well qualified from the same county to be given the opportunity, then to be taken where maybe the level that was much better to her, that she can handle the best. She can handle the best. Because if we go by that minority, you see, we shall be, maybe to some point, we shall be rewarding people because mtu tu ametokea maybe a small community, we give him a reward. Maybe somebody is coming from this gender, we give him a reward. And then at the end of the, as a country, hauwezi ona country ikianguka, inaangukanga tu polepole. You cannot see a country failing. Unaona hata sahi, let me tell you, unaona hata sahi Uhuru yenye mnalalamika mkisema amekopa sana, hakukopa siku moja hiyo 8 trillion akaamka asubuhi akaenda akachukua 8 trillion. It started slowly by slowly until now it look a menace that maybe many people cannot be able to be solved. So these are the issues that we need to look at them like, let us not create small problems that they will accumulate and bring a lot of problem in Kenya. Anyway, Captain.
Yes, Francis, what I need to tell Benson Bodia is that it could have been even better. You switch between Soiba and Tuya and Aisha Juma, because I've been watching those questionnaires from the parliament and vetting in all whatever. I saw even Soiba and Tuya to be better to be PS than Aisha Juma. And what position, Botia, are you giving Obado, Okot Obado? Because I see he has been loyal to Kenya Kwanza and UDA. And he's been following you. I saw even today he was there, or yesterday he was there at the function which was there today in Kenya. What position are you giving him? I don't want, and we are not happy even when you bring people back like Miguna to Kenya, only that to be seen that Kenya Kwanza is a good government, only to tell us that we are launching Aslas Fund on 1st of December to be Kenya Kwanza government to be seen it is good. Appointing people on regions like Mombasa, we are giving Aisha Juma a position. We come to Turkana, we are giving Nanok a position. We go to Kisumu, we give what do you call this guy from Homa Bay? I don't know the name. And we come back like to some other places. We give position as by the regions. Like when we come to Kilifi now, we give the speaker for Senate to be seen that Kenya Kwanza is like a national thing. We are rewarding everybody in the government. in Kenya. Only
I
to be
think
seen that you are rewarding your members who are in UDA and Kenya Kwanza.
I think the reward should be based on competence. Hata kama watawapea wafuasi wao, but
Yes,
they should be competent people.
competent enough, because when you tell us now rewarding the people or you munaleta inji kama ikue pamoja, mukikuja sasa mahali kama Homa Bay ama mahali kama hiyo Mombasa, Mishi Mboko apatiwe minister basi juu hata alikuwa Azimio, lakini she qualifies even better than Aisha Jumwa. Are you seeing those? All of them, they come from coast.
Captain,
You understand?
Sawa, thank you. So UK, let's go around. Then Benson just come back to you. UK.
No, I think he's answering me. Mbutia is answering me.
It's okay.
And
Then
then
just
goes,
1 minute. UK. Let's give
Captain.
Benson 1 minute, so that you proceed.
No, let Captain spell his name properly. If it is an English name.
It's okay, Benson, go on. 1 minute, please.
UK, if this name you have is it spellable? Your name is spellable first. Then you come to mine. I've been here for long, UK. You know me very well.
I just wanted to by greeting Francis, greeting Mulumbu, greeting Olara, greeting Benson, and now Captain. Cap Taiche.
Lakini UK ni mimi nilikuwa naongea dakika moja ndio nimepatiwa na moderator.
Oh, go
Just
ahead.
1 minute, then we'll proceed, UK.
Okay, Captain, I feel you, the things you are talking. Unajua serikali ni kama tenancy. Tenancy, unakuja unachukua milago yako, unatoka, wale wengine, ule familia ingine inakuja na watoto wake na kila kitu. Unfortunately, that's how governments are formed. That hii inatoka, ingine inaingia na inaingia na watu wake. The president have appointed only 50 people maximum. Wale watu wamepatiwa position, they are 50. There are 4,300.
Kuna sauti mbili hapo.
Sorry?
Wale wengine hatuongei to mute. Let's mute. Then one person unmute na aongee huyo mmoja mwenye anaongea.
There are only 50 positions that have been given, maximum a cabinet and some few executive appointments at the office of the president and the office of the deputy president. Maximum 50. A government, if you look at the structure of a government, an incoming government, it have a position in Kenya. And I keep on telling my younger brother Francis to go and lead the executive order of 2022. It gives you an approximate of 4,300 positions that will be distributed to Kenya Kwanza supporters. Francis, shika hii mzuri. 4,300 Kenya Kwanza supporters and sympathizers like UK. Unaona watu kama hao, sasa hao wanaweza pata kama ni board au ni ambassador au ni high commission au ni directors, but the total position for our incoming government is 4,300. Normally they are appointed by the second year, so you will find Obado somewhere. Hata kama atakuwa chairman wa Lake Basin Development Authority, Obado will be somewhere. I can tell you, it is ni tenant anakuja na watu wake. Asante sana, good to see you.
So UK.
Yeah, thank you, Francis, Benson, Captain, Mulumbu. I think the other gentleman has moved on. I think what I can say is that Benson wants to sound like he's an insider, and I'm not so sure. Benson, I wish you well. The only thing is that you have not given us a true story regarding the milk. What you are saying, you see, these people called middlemen, I think Francis is referring to them as cartels. Some people call them brokers. Other call them Uko combat. They are referred to as what? I don't know. Anyway, but I want to refer to them as middlemen. Now, those middlemen, in financial terms and in trade, they have a role, and you can't do away with them. You see, your mom, is it the grandmother who is doing milk in Muranga or wherever? You find that to get the milk to the market, they are seriously at a disadvantage. First of all, you are suggesting that they need a trade association. Maybe, yes, they do. But how do you get the trade association? One which is functioning the way Francis was trying to say. Because some of these things are so perishable. If you have undeserved, unnecessary delays, you can't make money. So the fastest you sell, sometimes the better. And that is why the middleman knows that he goes to your yard or your farm with cash. And cash now is not the same as the one which is promised to you by a government authority, which is coming 2-3 months later. Maybe people have gone back or are back for half term. You have not even paid school fees. Now, those are some of the issues why you see these people are existing. And they exist in all trade. In all trade. Even if you are importing, you may think that you want to import direct. You need the middleman. There is a gap they fill in all trade supply chain. So you cannot get rid of them. What you can do is to control what they charge so that they do not exploit the producers. That is what you can do. Take, for example, your grandmother who is delivering milk to the local circle. After delivering that milk to the local circle, unless it is moved very quickly, it might not even get on for processing before everything goes bad. And you cannot bypass the circle to go ahead. Then, unfortunately, in Kenya, you find that the people at the circle are themselves corrupt. The people at the circle, this one which Benson's mother believes that you can go and take the milk there, and then the circle will now connect you to the other on chain, people ahead in the chain. The nature of Kenya is that at every stage there is some level of corruption. The difference is just a question of how much. I want to go to the topic, what is down here. I had a bit of the president's speech. And interestingly for me, it looks like his speech on the launch of the manifesto. Everything he was talking about are very, very promises which are, whether they'll get there or not, you wonder. He's busy talking about 100,000 fiber, 100,000 kilometer, this fiber optic thing. But he's forgetting that right now the priority is on the living, on food. You have brought the fertilizer, which is basically going to maybe bear some fruits in the long term. But right now, I don't know why he has forgotten that he used to criticize the then existing government about food. But right now, everything they are doing is not helping. Then you remember this GMO thing. Why can't he wait for his government to be in place so that some of the blunders, you cannot pass them on? Sometimes you tend to think that, for example, when you listen to what Mr. Gachagua, deputy president, has been talking about, he's been going offside, flip-flop, and you realize they do not have a formal cabinet as such. So you wonder whether who is passing these policies. Talk about the issues of the forest, the issues of the DCI, for example, that they should not go to government offices to check things. The issues of the central bank, for example, when you start saying that there is no money in central bank, and if he talked to his, for example, is it the treasury nominee who was once upon a time in central bank, you would know that central bank is not a place where you stash money. So you realize when Gachagua was talking about 93 million in central bank, it didn't make sense because you don't take money to keep there in central bank that people will come around and see how many billions do you have in there. No. Government running is basically about collecting taxes and using it. It is basically an income and expenditure kind of accounting. So you can't go there and say that I only found 93 million. Remember, even those who are supplying and in procurement and supplies who are really enjoying taking advantage of government tenders and contracts, at the time of paying them, they are not paid at central bank. They are paid through the commercial banks you see here. So for Gachagua to even imagine that tulifika huko to 93 million peke yake, we are broke, we are in the red, you see. Those are very, very inaccurate and only displays some ignorance, exactly how a government functions, how the government pays their bills. You remember this issue about pending bills, for example. Those people, if at all they did not render air, so they have to be paid, they will not be paid at central bank. They'll be going to their bank in the commercial banks. They don't go to central bank to be paid. So that is it. So for the president to talk about 100,000 kilometers of fiber optic and all the manner of constructions, the housing sector, the agricultural sector, those are the same things he gave us during his manifesto. So today again, he was back on the same. And I've heard Benson trying to say how he had, I think, 9 points on agriculture alone, isn't it? But then the thing is, the immediate things, those subsidies they were withdrawing. That is how Kenyans were surviving as at the time. And right now, the survival rate, people are dying and so many people are facing a lot of hardships. Take, for example, even going to school. How are these people going to be assisted? The immediate problems, priority, getting the fiber things is just good enough. Then he talks about how they have reduced the Felicia expenses by 50%. Francis, you remember at one point I said here that I talked to some auntie of mine when they had about 50% Felicia reduction by Safaricom. They thought that if somebody had a Felicia of 1,000, until now they'll only be required to pay 500.
So
now you can see.
If I cut you short, I think it was the grace period of 3 or 7 days that the interest rates were not multiplying. I think it was a.
I'm coming to that. Coming to that. You see, if you have a Felicia of 1,000, now when the news came that Safaricom has reduced the charges by 50%, what people thought is that if you had 1,000 debt, so you'll be paying 500. That was far from it. You see, a Felicia credit of 1,000, you'll pay something like around 20, or between, I think, around 20, 30 there for fee, for the charges, call it interest. Now, that is what was being reduced. The responsibility to pay Felicia is still there at 1,000. So, but anyway, I think people have begun to understand that. But now you see today, during this occasion, the president goes on record that they have succeeded in lowering credit, in making credit accessible, which may be true because of that reduction. But you realize that if you have a Felicia of 1,000, and the cost is reduced by 50%, it is like you, instead of paying 30, now you pay 15 shillings. How that will improve your life to any meaningful anything, you wonder. But that is not my point. My point is, Felicia is consumer oriented. Now, if you had challenges paying the Felicia of 1,000 and you are being listed, isn't it? Because he did say that now you will not be listed. People will be, CRB will be told not to blacklist you. The thing is, remember, you are borrowing Felicia to consume. It's not to do business. It is not to do business. So your credit position cannot actually, if you look at in the long run, your credit position will not improve just because of the Felicia expenses brought down. No, it will not improve because this is Felicia itself is consumption. It is not business borrowing. It is like you borrow from Eurobond to deal with your recurrent expenditure. It is not growth or development of any sort. It is purely consumption. So that cannot amount to easy access of credit. Credit for consumption, easy access, that will only make your life more unbearable. Now, the other thing is to do with the CRB listing. CRB is not a Kenyan invention or anything. This is a global practice. And that is what happens when we have lent Francis money. He has not paid. He's given the first demand, he's not paying. Second demand, he's not paying. Now, if you go to the borrowing portfolio of most of these lending institutions, what do you get there? You get that all the customers are graded. So the president was talking about credit scoring. The credit scoring has been in practice since ever, from the time immemorial. It is not something which is going to be started because the president is saying CRB should adopt credit scoring to blacklist people. It is already in practice. As I said, before you end up in CRB, these people have done all manner of recovery tactics. They are defeated. It is as a last resort. He said that 4 million people are not now going to be blacklisted. The only way you cannot be blacklisted is when you pay the arrears.
Thank you, Ken. You know, I find it ridiculous because one thing that I'm sure of ni kwamba kama ni deni ya mtu umekula lazima ulipe. It has no shortcut. You are in a shortcut because, and if CRB by any chance the listing will be CRB tatolewa, it means if you will be taking a loan of 10,000 utakuwa unaitishwa title D yake kama security, which will become very bad. So anyway, welcome Mulumbu.
No, sorry, let me conclude with the vetting thing. Just 1 minute.
Yes.
You see, the vetting thing, I don't know where Benson has gone. Benson, you can't support the bringing on board of Aisha Jumwa because if it is about loyalty, I know of so many people who are loyal to, let me just say, our order in the coast. Where did people like Hassan Omar go? And there are very many people in that line, at least with the proper education. Now, you realize that, for one, I realized that Aisha Jumwa, when she was talking about her education period, she was talking about 1993 to 1991, which was basically counting the years backwards. But I think during the vetting, even the people who are vetting did not, it's like they didn't even correct anything there. Then Benson was talking about mayor. I think she was a councillor. She was not the mayor. But the issue of the qualification, the D minors, was because, you know, we all know that the minimum for anybody to access university education in Kenya, I think, is a C+. The point was not that she's not hardworking or whatever, but it's because somebody was trying to question even the degree itself. The degree itself, leave alone that it was honorary or whatever. In other words, D- would not, unless you use another route, will not allow you to do a university degree. I think almost in the entire Ninis of Kenya, the minimum qualification is like a C+. So that was the issue was about the what do you call it, academic qualifications. So it doesn't meet, but remember, I think Benson was trying to refer to a Chesa. A Chesa also did not, I think, was a standard 8 dropout. But a degree is not a requirement to be a cabinet minister. Maybe I would just support Benson with that regard. But competence is what is important. And if you have the required competency and merit, it should be. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's have Mulumbu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, guys. The situation we are right now is not a good situation. Though I would like to talk to somebody like Mbudia, who is trying to explain here and is trying to blind mind us. What he's trying to speak, he's trying to blind us because he's a hustler guy. He's trying to blind mind us. Our country right now is going to drain. Now, Mr. Yuke ameenda wapi? I would like to talk when he's here. He's my friend. Those are the kind of intellectual people that are well learned, but they can't get chance in Kenya. You know, Kenya, if you're learned, you can't get chance because the country is being led with those people. Bangladesh, so long as wanapata mali yao kutoka mlango ya nyuma, they don't care. Wale wamesoma, they don't care. That's why walifanya Father Obamas akasafa na wakafanya mpango wakamuua kwa ile njia walimuua nayo, because he was so bright that they could not the Kenya country could not employ him. That's what is going on until today. Nilikuwa nataka nione Mbudia hapa, sijui ameenda wapi. Uko hapa? Mbudia yuko? Benson. Okay. Kama huko, I want to educate you kwa sababu nyinyi watoto mmezaliwa jana. You don't know what you're talking about.
Use a better language. We use a better language, my brother.
I'm just using a better language because you are not older than me. That's why I'm saying umezaliwa jana. Just say yes. I'm as your father. You may see me looking like you, but I'm not like you. I just want to tell you what you never saw and what I saw. What you don't know and you should know. So, we're having a problem in Kenya. Because Kenya has been thank you so much, Mr. UK, to come in. Those are kind of well people who are educated, who understand what Kenya it is. Any country that cannot be led with people that who are competent or well educated, that who have studied and knows how the country is being run and how the country can be joined to the other countries all over the world. Mimi sijasoma, ukiona Kiswahili yangu iko broken na Kiingereza yangu iko broken, I never got a chance to that to get educated like Mr. UK. But I do understand. But I can't lie to you. Ukinipatia ministry kama yenye unapatia mimi jumwa hiyo na inaendesha, that's a lie. I may know what's supposed to be done, but I may not know what is supposed to be calculated and what's the country supposed to be done. I may know what's within the village, but not out of the country. That's why we are failing. Look, most countries that are well developed, they don't entertain corruption. They don't elect somebody who is not well educated, who can calculate and do what is supposed to be done for the country and all over the world. Because anybody who is being elected in the ministry can be elected in anywhere in the world to lead any position in the world. But can you tell him that Juma can be here elected to go to UN or to go to America or the United to lead anything? Tell me if she can. Then you
can only do it within Kenyan land.
Not within Kenyan land, within coast, not all over, because with the other things are being pushed on. Because kufuatana na ile qualification yako nayo, unasikia vile Mbuthi ameongea ati ya kwamba he can be in the ministry, they can appoint somebody who is more educated, ambaye amesoma tana, anaweza saidia. Do you hear what he said? Anaweza saidia. Do you understand that point? I wish Mbuthi will hear. I hope he's somewhere he listening to me. Ataweza saidia. Unaona mahali Mbuthi anaanguka, atanaweza saidia. That's why unapata the country is messed up. That's why the Kenya country fail. Because wanachukua mtu wanaweka mwenye hana qualification, then wanaleta mtu ambaye amesoma, anakuwa chini yake, anamwandikia everything, order what to do. The president orders the minister to do, the minister orders somebody who is qualified to do. That's how Moi failed the country. And that's where we are going from. A president that who nullifies all, anashika the judiciary, ananullifies all the criminal cases, the murder cases, basi anachukua watu nullify the criminal cases, murder cases, and the corruption cases, anawapatia ministry. Only Kenya. And it happened in Zimbabwe. Tell me what kind of country did that and the day it can develop. Where? America ukipatana na corruption, you hang yourself. Japan unajiua mwenyewe kabla hujakufikia. Malaysia unakuwa hanged. I'm talking to a lot. German hata usiseme. London, Britain, uliona prime minister aliresign just kwa alidanganya na akaenda party yenye wakati ilikuwa na COVID, aliresign. America, Obama akitaka kusimama useneta, ilibidi aende Kenya atafute historia yake, mpaka aende kwa nyanya yake huko Kogelo, aandike the history to prove, ndiye akakuja kuwa senator. That's America. Kitambo simama hata kutaka any position you want, they have kuangalia who are you to give that position. But Kenya mnatuambia mtu amepata D, it doesn't matter, aliamuka. Hata mimi I'm known in my village. Mimi mwenyewe Jamaracha, even in Luoland I'm known. Jamaracha I'm known. Nimecheza muziki nikasaidia Wajaluo sana. Most of them they know me. Hata nikikenyaga Kenya saa hii Jamaracha ameingia, simu zinatusumbua. Jamaracha tunataka recording. They know me. But wezi jidanganya sasa, they know me I can be mayor of Kisumu. Because that's not my title. Hiyo kiti nataka mtu amesoma anafanya calculation. That one who has gone to university and a degree, he knows what it is. Basi you reduce the country, Kenya country, to go down to the beach. I can't even explain. Then mnatuambia kwamba so alimuta aliamuka akawa maskini, sijui akafanya nini, akaenda kahijack degree na haijulikani mahali itoka. Na kuna watu wamesoma miaka ni miaka, they sit down, wanaangalia Kenya kwa macho, wanajua every corner of Kenya how it is supposed to be done. You cannot, that person cannot get a job because kuna mtu mlango wa nyuma. Really, what's the meaning of being what's the meaning of going to school? Kwa nini watu waende shule? Why do the people study in the class, sit for 7 years to get a degree? Why? Kama mtu anaweza drop out, apate D, aenda danganya, apatiane certificate, akuja sema ni degree, atakuja kuwa minister. Na mtu kama UK alisoma akapata certificate yake, akapata degree Kenya, akatoka UK wakasema yako hiyo Kenya hatujui, akaenda akakaa chini miaka 8, akasoma tena, akapata degree yake, bado yuko London, na wewe uko Kenya hawezi pata kazi. Why can't you call Mr. UK atoke Kenya kuja? Because his appointment ni position his appointment means wanaangalia the best person. Ruto kitu angefanya, angalia the best person. Hata UK from London come Kenya because of your education. I want to be this position of which he cannot be swayed. Anaenda kuwapa kwa kulingana na masomo yake afanye kazi. Hata mtu akimwambia corruption is no. I'm doing it because ni kazi niliapply, nimepewa kutumikia wananchi wa Kenya. Lakini Juma akimwambia nataka 1 billion over there, Juma ana sign. Ajua hata kitu ana sign because Ruto anataka hiyo pesa. Wa cabinet zote zimechaguliwa hizo, itakuwa kama Ruto akipiga sino unapeana hiyo pesa. Hakuna question mark. Are you killing the country or are you building the country? That's what Mbudi is telling us here. What more used to do. Nasikia Mbudi anaongea kama mtu amesoma. Hajasoma. We need Ruto kitu angefanya baada ya kushika uongozi, hangeweka urafiki. Because you want to build Kenya. Anataka kubuild hustlers, mama mboga na boda boda. Unaweka urafiki kwa uongozi. Uongozi haweki urafiki. Look for the competent people to run the country. Don't bring friendship. Mimi mwenyewe sijasoma but nilienda kwa seminar nikasoma for 2 weeks. Waliniambia business haina urafiki. Biashara haina urafiki. Ukipeleka mtoto wako hata mchukua aenda kungojea biashara, lazima umlipe that hours amefanya. Business has no relative. Uongozi has no relative. You guys mmeenda university, what did you go to read there? You are failing our country. You are failing our country. The best people that were well educated were supposed to be in the leadership. Mukakoroga na court, mukakoroga na election, mukapatia what you gave them. Yes, we accepted, but you are going to pay for it. We were accepted, tutalia ndani ya macho sai who are crying. All of us we are crying. Ananabado, mtalia zaidi. It's coming because Africans, we are foolish. We have everything, but we give everything to white people. These people, they have nothing. Wanna develop from our own resources. Because wakishakuwa uongozi unajifanya wewe ni mwerefu, and you are not mwerefu. Guys, I don't know what I can say. I said it before, I said it again, and I said it again, and I'm still saying today. So, tunajiua wenyewe. We are killing ourselves. We have some people here who think they are so clever. Wakigrab, wamechukua na simama wanaenda huko wananyakua kila kitu, wakisanyakua na hawajui anything, they think they are clever. You are not clever. Kenya inazama. Na hata wewe Mbuti itazama na wewe. We are here, itazama na wewe. You are not the first. We saw it wakati wa Moi. And it's coming for you. Kwa sababu mimi mtoto wangu huko nyumbani akanapohangaika, ananua kile kitu ambavyo kwa bei ghali ambavyo inunua. Hata wako hata kama wewe una pesa, sidhani kama umesaidia jamii yako yote. Pale kijijini wanahangaika, wengine wanakula wanafunzwa. Because ya poor management. Basi kuna kitu hapa inasema DCI. Umesikia kitu DCI amesema? Hiyo kitu ya DCI ni ya kwamba hii watu anataka kufagia wale wenye alitumia wakati ilikuwa ile kazi walifanya yote, anataka kuwafagia kwa sababu uongozi unasema ukitaka kuendelea vizuri wale walikusaidia kufika mahali unafagia, unaweka wapya. That's what's happening. Mnafikia sisi ni wajinga. So he's now forgetting wale alitumia wote, anataka kuwamaliza aweke wapya. That's what hiyo ndio plan inafanya saa hii. Hiyo nimeacha hapa namna hiyo. Ukienda kwa milk, anamaliza milk. Nimekuambia Mbuti akisema nachukua mama mboga, wanachukua hapo wanaenda uza Nairobi. Hiyo milk ina vitu mingi sana ndani yake. Ukiweka mama mboga atapeleke mpaka Nairobi, katikati hapa imepoteza kazi kwa watu wengi. Milk ukienda peleka peke yake Nairobi, kuna vitu mingi ambayo ingetolewa kwa hiyo milk before iende iuzwe, ambapo imekosa, itabidi uagize kutoka nje because kuna butter ndani, kuna everything inside. Mimi sijasomea hiyo wala sijasoma, lakini nikisema hivyo Mr. UK ana understand what I mean. Kwa sababu ikichukuliwa na processing, kuna vitu mingi itatoka hapo ndani, itasaidia. Haukuwa na haja ku order from Uganda the way you want orders, because you have the milk to produce those things that's in that milk. Middle people hawawezi toka at America hapa, we have the middle people but professional. Always toka hapo ende kwa kampuni ununue vitu direct from the company. No, there's somebody in the between, utaenda pita kwake akuletee. That's why kuna Amazon. You guys, chukueni watu kama Mr. UK, kuna America, kuna wamejaa watu wamesoma, wanafanyia wazungu hiyo kazi. They come to Kenya, they do the job, they build the country. Mwache kuchukua watu wametoka kijijini, hawajaenda shule, because wamejulikana in Kenya and they have no experience, they are killing the country. I don't know how you people gonna be, lakini kwa sababu wengi wajinga ni wengi, sasa wachache wao werefu tunakufa hapo ndani. Hayo nimemaliza hiyo. Basi nimemaliza ile ya uongozi nimemaliza. Tumeenda kwa tenders. Tenders nimemaliza pia. So let me go to not so far. What I can say, Kenyans, please, can you speak the truth to the presidency? Wajue mnajua. Because vitu mnajaribu kuongea hapa, it doesn't be add up. A country without manufacturer. Unaona Biden alisema mali ya vitu ya country zote wale wenye kwa grid walipeleka China. Amesema everything's coming, because China imeleta kichwa everything's coming back. Kwa sababu they are the inventor. Huko wanaendaka kwa assemble. Everything's going back to America. Wanatengeneza wenyewe. Because vitu vinakuwa assemble America vinapeleka China because cheaper labor, basi wanarudi kuuzia America. But now everything's coming back. Na support all the manufacturers. Hii bottom up yenye Biden anasema si bottom up, nani Ruto is talking about. Hapa watu wamesoma kitambo, ufungue company, watakuassess wajue unaweza, na ukiwa unaweza unatoa kila kitu, serikali inakupatia pesa, inapata percentage fulani, ama kampuni fulani inakuja na kupatia pesa, inapata percentage fulani, wewe pia unapata percentage fulani. Hata mahali nimekaa hapa kuna kampuni hapa nyuma yangu. Watu wameandikwa kazi, wanafanya kazi. Anywhere kuna kampuni inafanya kazi. Registered. You are known. Hakuna corruption. Ukipatikana watadili na wewe. So if you guys, you can't stop this, you embrace what Ruto is doing, and corrupt everything, anachukua wale watu, anatoa makesa, anafanya thing, then you clap your hands, tunawangojea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mulumbu. I see UK has something to make. Go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Mulumbu is saying. The reason being that earlier on, I had Mbudia trying to imply that the people who connect, particularly the milk farmers and the consumer, Mbudia was almost trying to brand them as illegal people. Middlemen are part and parcel of the chain, from the consumer to the end user. So do not try to brand them as conmen or anything. The fact that they have a better markup margin, it simply means that they are exploiting the producers. What you do is to let the market forces control things. There is no way most of the people who are growing milk, who are producing milk around and other foodstuffs which they sell on sale, especially in the urban places, they are not strictly commercial businesses. They are subsistence fellows, and what they want to sell is normally the over and above their subsistence living. So that is where you get the middlemen to come and bridge the gap. You can't have the mamas, your grandmother in the rural area selling the milk direct to a consumer in Nairobi. It doesn't work like that.
1 minute, Mr. KU, let me just support you one thing. What Mutia is saying, I was in Nairobi, I lived in Nairobi for 12 years. What he's trying to make is that the way he does that, ndio unapata maziwa inakuja Nairobi, imewekwa maji na rangi, basi wanakueja ni maziwa. Ukiweka pelale kesho yako unapata yote mimi. That's what he wants us to do. That's what he's advocating to. Kwa sababu hiyo maziwa akichukua hapa akienda kwa wanaongeza maji, wanaweka magadi ndani, inakaa ukikuzia unafikia unakuzia maziwa, wewe fika jioni uangalie maziwa kama niko maziwa. Because it has not passed to where the process is. That's what he's telling us to do. Hiyo kitu lipitia. Thank you.
Just to conclude before Mbudia comes in, you see, Mbudia, the people who collect the milk from your grandmother, one thing she benefits, in some instances, you either have the delivery receipt for later on collection of whatever you have delivered to the circle, or you may actually be able to collect your cash there and there. It is the sort of thing, if she was to sell to you who is using the milk in Nairobi, the other logistics and the costs of making the milk available to you, packaging, preservation, and what have you, she can't do them. She can't do them. She has to surrender that, leave it to the marketers, leave it to the retailers, all that. The chain is from the beginning to the end user. Those middlemen, by nature, they have to be part of the supply chain. Thank you.
Francis, do I have a right of reply?
Yes, you have it.
Okay. Thanks, Murubu. I think, sometimes it can be hard when you are outside in the cold. But let me say this, and I will tell Murubu this way. I have operated an LLC for 10 years in America. So, and I have worked for 503 for 22 years. So I'm not a villager, just to let you know. Number two, UK, the things that I was saying is when we did the county conversations, and that's how we developed our manifesto. One of the things that came out is the value chain that you are trying to address, and some of the low-hanging fruit that were identified is, and actually, like a farmer, and I want to tell Murumbu, I'm a farmer. I produce an average of 200 liters per day. Maziwa yangu inapelekangwa the shopping center where they have a cooler.
Not the circle.
No, let me give you the value chain. I'm explaining the value chain now. This 200 liters comes from my farm somewhere in Gaishanjiro, Muranga. It's taken to the next shopping center where there is a cooler. The cooler was brought in by the governor of Muranga, Mwangi wa Iria, like 6 years ago. This milk, initially, we formed a circle, a daily cooperative for our location, and there are 35 wards. I want to give a practical example so that also we don't jumble things here. There are 35 wards in Muranga. What the governor did the first year of his term, he brought in 35 coolers. That is, each location have a 10,000 cooler. Then each ward formed a local daily cooperative society. Kwa hivyo hii maziwa yangu 200 na ya mwingine inapelekwa kwa hiyo kura. Kijana wangu wa kazi anapeleka hapo kwa kura, kuna gari inakuja kuchukua. So once the milk is in the kura for a day or two, it's taken to Muranga Daily Cooperative factory, which somewhere along the way, because of the political processes, it corrupts. So what am I saying? Maziwa yetu inachukuliwa, which is an average of, we produce, my ward, and I'm talking practical as a farmer, my ward produces 8,000.
Mbudhia, it collapsed
Yes.
due to mismanagement.
No, let me. I'm actually coming there. When the governor started the Muranga Dairy Factory cooperative, it's called MCC, Muranga Cooperative Creameries. It was sabotaged by the milk dealers. The one we know.
The middleman.
Not the middleman, the Brookside.
Then, Benson,
listen, let me explain
in more details how are you sabotaged so that you don't move with rumors. Explain more.
Unajua hizi vitu ziko kwa gazeti, ni vitu unaweza Google. You don't have to, Francis.
We are talking about your practical example, not in the Google.
Summarize
Okay. The 35 correction centers, 10,000 coolers were supposed to feed to MCC in Maragua. The factory was established at a cost of 200 million. That factory did not, it actually worked for like 4 months. Then there were issues of irregularities, and the governor was taken to court. All those who remember why Mwangi wa Iria was being arrested, and the EACC and all that. So today, because that factory did not work, today, the 8,000 liters that is collected in my ward is picked by Brookside. We are paid 37 bob per liter. Then we enjoy a bonus of 2 bob. The point we are talking as UDA is these 8,000 liters can actually be packaged, added value at a cost of 15 to 20 million. You can actually build a milk processing plant within that ward. So when we say we are going to bring 600 coolers and processors, it is for this milk 8,000 liters isiende pale KU itengenezewe hapo. We already have a system. We have a cooperative system. There is a chairman. There are people who have collected milk for the last 7 years. They can be able to manage a processing plant. Ndio maziwa yetu tusiuzie 37, halafu ikifika Githurai where my brother stays inauzwa 120. In that case, we are going to sort 2 ends. The farmer is going to get at least 60 bob, and the guy who is staying in Githurai will get 80 bob. Will buy milk at a lower prices. The scenario we are having today is a farmer getting 37 and my brother buying at 120 in the city. These are practical examples of the things that the president was talking about today. And they are doable. Yes.
I'm asking this question. Have you considered the variable cost of production that are involved by Brookside? And if in case, how will your production cost be lower than that of Brookside so that your milk will fetch a lower market price at the same time having a contribution margin?
Francis, yes. because I'm a farmer and I went to school, I can tell you our dairy cooperative at the ward just need an investment of between 15 to 20 million to take packaged milk in the factory. Me and you, before this guy came, we were talking about what Orekina is doing with his community. You just need that container. Then those values, those things that you are saying, Brookside doesn't do any miracle. What they do is just packaging. We already have a cooler. We just need a homogenizer, and we need a packaging machine, and we hit town. I'm giving an example of some few dairy farmers. One is Githongori Dairy, the fresher one. When Honorable Faya started this, today they are producing 42,000 liters packaged from Githongori inaenda direct mpaka Nairobi. The guys in Githongori are already being paid 45. They have a bonus of 5. They are already hitting 50. These are the things we are saying, Bwana UK, that they are doable. They just require, they are low-hanging fruits that require some investment. When we say we are going to give 600 coolers, these are the people we are talking about.
So, yes, you have talked about 600 coolers and you have said 1 plus processor can cost 20 million. How much do you think that can be established across the country that can sort out? It's not only Mount Kenya, but also back in Kajiado, we have livestock. In Narok, we have livestock. We have all those areas that are producing milk. How much investment that the country can make so that we can have that one?
The plan talks about, as we talk, already within the Ministry of Agriculture, 300 units were already being bought. 300. To date, in our manifesto, another 600 will be added. There will be 900 units spread across the country, including one from where UK comes from in Nyambondo, or in Bita. So it will be spread across. It's not just about Central Province. So it is this 600 that will go to this point of correction. We are already there, Bwana UK. We are already there. We are already collecting the milk. We have collected the milk for seven years. The only thing we don't have, and that's what we're asking the government, is instead ya hii maziwa kuja kuchukuliwa hapa na lori, tuitengeneze itoke hapo ikiwa package. Tuuze packet moja 40 bob. Ifike Nairobi.
I agree with you, Mbudi. My only concern was that you are trying to blame Brookside for what has happened to the milk in Central. You see, when the milk leaves you, I'll still go back to your grandma. You may find that even to get to the factory in Murang'a for your grandma, it might be quite a challenge. And just listen. And that is why normally when such things happen, you find that she's having serious challenges how to get her milk to the factory on time. So what do you get? You get a situation whereby somebody like Mbudia, who has got the capital and can invest even in transport, she may not have a means of investing in transport in good time so that this thing is even delivered to the factory on time. Do you know that? Now, you are trying to blame the people who are going direct to get the milk from the direct producer as being conmen and okay, maybe taking advantage of the producer, the way you are saying. But that could be due to circumstances. It could be due to circumstances. Unless you have these people circulating around a cooperative, the investment in a cooperative is at another higher level. For somebody who is producing milk for their subsistence and just want to sell the surplus, you realize that they have to deal with these people you call middlemen. And I think somebody was calling them cartels. They are not really cartels. They are genuinely part and parcel of the supply chain, the processing chain, especially until it gets to the end user. Talk about transport. Talk about
UK.
Yes.
UK. Already my grandmother had been selling her 5 liters for the last 7 years in a cooperative.
Then how come she's exploited?
Because the milk goes to a cooler. The 8,000 liters.
Who has invested in the cooler?
The coolers were brought in by the county government. Exactly. So what happened? The county government formed the cooperatives, world level cooperatives. They have been operating for the last 7 years.
The cooperatives have been in place even before the county governments. If I check my history,
what does your history tells you?
You see, the days when the KCCs used to be there.
No, what does the history tells you about the county government? They have been there for 10 years. The first thing that Mwangi Wairia did, and that's why he even changed his name to Wairia, which means milk, was to bring kuras to our wards.
Wait a minute. He changed. His name was not Wairia.
No. He's called Francis Mainge. His name is Wairia because he was the MD for for KCC. He became the governor. He said and that's why he was the only elected governor in Central Province, because he was transformative. But let me tell you why this value chain is important for us. We are already collecting the milk for the last 7 years. Maziwa tumepeleka imefika pale ya 8,000 liters per day. 8,000. The only level of intervention that we need at this level for us is to turn from a cooler to a packaging. We just need a packaging machine. It is actually 15 to 20 million. We already have a vehicle, and I'm talking about thousands of cooperatives in Kenya who collect milk, but they don't get to the level of processing. Do you know what it takes to process a milk to a packet? It is a 30-minute thing. That 30 minutes.
That is part of the pasteurization or what?
Yes, the fresh milk that we take from the supermarket, the only process it undergo is homogenization and pasteurization. It's just
do they also produce the other side products, for example, yogurt, butter?
At this level, because it is not at this level, the cooperatives don't have the kind of investment for yogurt and whatever is at a higher level. What my cooperative, where my own milk in Aperekwa, what they just need is a 15 million investment. Kamashini, hii maziwa itolewe kwa kura, iwekwe kwa homogenizer, itoke kwa homogenizer, iende kwa pasteurization, iende kwa packet, ikitoka kwa packet, iwekwe kwa ipelekwe Nairobi.
So tell me how this process was being exploited by Brookside, because I understand that is one of the issues in Central. They are trying to blame that Brookside was exploiting. What came in between and were exploiting the producers.
What happened in the entire of Mount Kenya? There are less than 5 milk processors. The Muru Dairy was a very successful dairy farming enterprise. It was bought. Buzeki had established Moro Milk, the one that was somewhere in Moro.
Benson.
Yeah.
Let him go on.
I don't want ndo nisitokwe, nataka kuelewa zaidi. When it was being bought, was it kind of force that was used, or they sold willingly, or what happened? What happened? What transpired?
Let me tell you, these things were, I tell you, our governor in Murang'a put a factory, 205 million. To date, that factory have been closed through an executive order. There is no other two way of saying this thing. The governor was put into some cases, some funny cases, and the factory was closed. It was closed because Murang'a County could not produce milk in Central Province. By the way, when you see as UK and maybe 2-3 years down the line, people will understand why Central Province revolted some of these things. We have a factory in Murang'a, 205 million investment that went down because of a personal interest. The one in Moro Milk, it was bought gunpoint. The one in Lemuru, and I can tell you because my home is in Tigoni. The one in Lemuru was bought at gunpoint.
Wait a minute. When you say gunpoint, you mean there were bigger forces behind the sale, or what are you saying?
Yes, all of them. In fact, the only milk processing plant that survived in Central Province is Gedongoli Dairy Farmers, and because the chairman was a two-member MP called Joroge Fire. He was a chairman. He was actually threatened, and he actually stood on his ground. We are not going to sell Githunguri dairy farmers. All the other farmers, Rimuru, there was another one called Getuge. There was another one called Kangari. All of them, they were bought. They were
Are
bought.
you saying they were not bought at competitive prices, or what? Or...
No, Benson, there's
said,
one thing that you're ignoring.
I said gang point.
Yeah, so you know, I can force you to sell a piece of land because I need to use it, and you are refusing. Or I mean, you may be wanting more money, but I pay less and force you to sell. So that's why I'm asking you. What is it? Is it the acquisition which was forced? What about the money exchange? Was it competitive?
Actually, the money, like I can give you the one for the Muru because that's where my home is in Chigoni. The big boys or the big family came in and said, okay, this cooperative have issues. They actually engineered a coup within a cooperative, a cooperative that have existed since 1970s, with over 3 billion assets.
To justify the takeover, or what?
Yes, they engineered a coup, which was led by some insider and some relatives, and that coup fragmented the dairy cooperatives, and it was forcibly bought. So all the milk that...
So Benson,
yes,
you know, I'm looking at a point that it's more of, I don't know if I tell it's more of jealousy or it's more of something contrary to business. Because, you know, because the moment you have said that there was kind of fraction inside it, then how did Brookside play a role? If there are people who did not agree in terms of business or to operate maybe a partnership, how do you insert another different company if you don't agree? Sasa tukikosana na wewe mnaweza laumu UK kwamba ati UK ndio wamesababisha tukosane na wewe.
Francis.
Yes.
Francis. When you see the unaona vile ule jamaa ametoka hapa anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Marundu. Ule jamaa ametoka hapa anaitwa
Mulumbu.
Unaona vile anatoka roho. Ndio ile unaona vile roho inatokanga Gachagua na watu wa Central Province. We have issues. We have issues with our man. And it is not just this sector, it is banking, it is insurance, it is land, it is the roads. Unaona hizi barabara tunasema zote za Central Province.
You are enjoying good roads. You shouldn't complain.
Let me tell you, we are enjoying. Let me tell you. Uliona vile tulivote because we have issues. By the way, we have issues like the milk thing. Unaona hii kitu ya maziwa. I cannot understand how my milk 200 liters inanunuliwa at 37 bob. The following day iko Githurai inauzwa 120 halafu ninalipwa after 90 days.
You see, Mbudhi, in business transactions, we normally talk about at an arm's length transaction. I hope you understand what that means.
Yes,
if you are having a commercial transaction and it is described as being at an arm's length transaction, it means in all aspects it is fair. Both parties are getting their fair due. Now, what you have described is a situation whereby some issues arose within the cooperatives, and then some differences arose. Now, in other words, from within there was disagreement. Now, under the circumstances, if somebody now appears to buy, I'm wondering why you are blaming the new owners.
Let me tell you, UK.
Yes.
Systemic is stopping Meru Dairy Cooperative Society to start its processing plant. Systemic is buying Tuzo in Nyahururu. Systemic is buying Moro milk in Moro. Systemic is buying Remuru Dairy. Systemic is buying Danamea and buying their factory, their land, their everything.
Are they paying good value for the acquisitions?
You know, Benson,
let me unajua sasa unajua ni lazima sisi unaona hii maneno tunaongea Francis, hii maneno
unajua what we want is not that we are not listening to you.
If it is an arm's length transaction, in other words, call it willing buyer, willing seller.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what we wanted to know. It was there like kama ni mtu ameamua kuuza kampuni yake, maybe umeongelea kuhusu tuzo, mtu ameamua kuiuza. Sasa kama mtu ameamua kuiuza, why do you feel that this person is threatened whereas the individual may be willing to sell?
As takeovers.
Francis, the willing buying, the willing seller was what Uhuru told us in 2013. The willing buyer, the willing seller is what made Kenyatta family to have a shamba equivalent to Western Kenya. The willing buyer, the willing, let me tell you, when we say state capture from the last government, we in Central Province, and actually, it is funny to see a man from Central Province fighting another man so hard. We have issues. I can tell you, we have issues that we want to sort out. And when we say we are going to sort those issues, we are going to unveil. We are going to let Kenyans understand how Central Province revolted against their own kingpin. I'm just describing a small part of the bigger issues that we hold as Central Province. If I want to unlock my mother, if I want to change my farm, unaona hiyo farm yangu inatoa 200 liters, ninalipwa 8,000 per day. I can unlock that farm by getting 15,000 if we sort the things that we are talking about here. If my cooperative can get that processing plant, and I like what Orekina is doing, because Orekina is telling us a story that we have always wanted to tell in Central Province, that we can earn more. We can earn coffee. And I'll talk about coffee. We haven't even talked about the coffee auction in Mombasa. We haven't talked about, let me finish. We haven't talked about the tea auction in Mombasa. There are many things that we will talk about.
That's why I'm asking, when we're talking about company takeovers, was somebody forced to sell the company maybe to Brookside, or he sold it willingly? If somebody was given a better deal to sell and he decided to sell, why do you have to blame the buyer whereas the individual decided to sell at that particular price?
You see, Benson has not explained that. Benson,
Which part? You need to explain, because you cannot come and claim that a company, just wait I finish, then you explain it. You cannot come and complain that Brookside bought a certain company, whereas the same company never complained and they were given a better deal and they accepted it. So this one, it means therefore, it's like you are putting it in a scenario like Brookside came, did an annexation, like they wakakuja wakachukua na lazima wakakalia kimababu. If somebody bought willingly, there's no reason to complain. The manager, the owner should be the one be complaining, maybe if aliforciwa ama alinyang'anywa kimabavu. But kama ni mtu aliamua tu kuamka akaona deal amepewa na Brookside ni nzuri, amepewa pesa nzuri yenye aoni kama ataipata, amechukua, maybe ameona the running cost is so high that he cannot maintain, ameamua kupeana kwa Brookside, maybe amefika at a situation that amefeel kwamba if you combine with the Brookside also is the best. The other issue also that you need to explain, let me finish. I've also seen another moderator has come. Look at the Brookside. As much as you are throwing tantrums and saying Brookside has done this and this to Mount Kenya, I know of more people who are employed by the same company from your area. I know so many individuals who are direct beneficiaries who are either paid distributors of that company. If that company says that price that you are talking about, do you think it will be sustainable to employ that magnitude of people that today Brookside is employing? Look at the workers that are being paid. If we reduce that price the way you are saying, do you think it will be manageable? And if then we allow maybe another company, maybe from Uganda, to come in and do that activity, what will happen to those people who are employed there? Don't we see that we'll be creating another problem, thinking that that is the solution?
Francis,
allow me to add to Mbudi another question there. You see, if these other milk factories or milk processors, milk producers, like the Limuru Tea Tuzo and Ruto'S, they were bought as a going concern. Normally, going concerns are normally acquired on very, very specific terms. And normally you find there is no loser as such, the way Mbudia wants to put it, that it is like Tuzo was sold at a throwaway price. And as the Francis says, if they have not complained to that extent, and you have not substantiated the gunpoint you are talking about, you see, you are unfairly blaming the acquirer or the purchaser. You need to have facts and substantiate and prove. And for example, you find that Tuzo plus the entire thing, the employees who are all bought as a going concern. Nobody lost their job. It's only the ownership that changed, and maybe the branding.
Francis and my friend, you want us to discuss abstracts like going concerns and weeding buyer, weeding seller. Me, I'm telling you the practical things. So I'm not just telling you what happened. I'm telling you what happened. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling us to discuss the ideals. When I say factories were forcibly collapsed, so that we have a single a person who controls 90% market share, to the detriment of my mother, so that the milk in Central Province can remain at 30 something. That these are real situations. These are not imagined. These are the things that we have been saying for the last 4 years. Number two, so that we don't lose the discussion. The discussion here is about how do we increase productivity? How do we get my mother to sell her milk at 60? And how do we allow Francis, who is somewhere in Kahawa West, to buy milk at 80? So that Francis does not buy at 130 and my mother is being paid 30. This is the whole discussion. And we are saying that the only thing of doing this is to deal with monopoly. You deal with monopoly and empower local producers so that they can have end-to-end value chain. So that the milk that is coming from Kandara can go direct to market without getting to a situation that is driven by a monopoly.
Anyway, Julia, and let's have Julia, then Makirichi. I think you'll be the moderator. I'm feeling sleepy.
Asante, I just have a question to Budia. Really, I agree with this idea that we should empower local producers and maybe local processing of milk. I want to ask him, he has refused to substantiate about Brookside, how Brookside took over, how Brookside, I don't know who sabotaged who. Budia, you have refused to give us details and anything substantial and even with evidence. I think because you have refused to do that, I'm not even supporting Brookside because I don't even know how those things operate. So I don't even agree that we should have one company buying milk. That's my stand. But still, you have refused to substantiate. So my conclusion was you are just spreading propaganda against the Uhuru family. It is a war against anything that belongs to the Uhuru family by the Kenya Kwanza people, which you people you are trying to propagate here. So unless you provide to us evidence and give us something substance, something we have read even in the papers, like if I say today that Ruto had a Muteshi case, I can prove to you, I can even produce publications to that. I can be. So if you bring here propaganda to say that Brookside bought this, somebody forced this, please don't do that. But yeah, in this platform, we always like to say things that we can substantiate and we can explain further. We don't like to spread things we cannot prove about. Another thing I would like you to tell us, you said that, I don't know, you said that, I don't know, 500 coolers have been bought or 300 have been planned for. You are trying to explain something about milk. That's a good thing if it's going to happen. But when you are saying that as who? On behalf of who? Are you by any chance working for this government? That, you see, even me as
Ruto is an insider.
Yeah, no, he should tell us, because me, as you see me here, I can't say anything about that Baba is going to do this. I can only say Baba said that he'll do this. You see? And if you ask me when he said, I can quote for you when he said he's going to do this. But you are saying, you are telling Kenyans that 500 coolers are going to be bought. I don't know, 300 were planned for. Who is buying? Who is planning? Are you part of the planners? Are you talking on behalf of the government? I mean, we don't even have cabinet secretaries yet. In fact, we don't even have a government yet. We only have the president and the deputy president and the members of parliament. We don't even have the policymakers. They have not been sworn in. Nobody has sat in any board to decide we are buying these coolers, we are doing this. Is it the county government that is doing this? Maybe if it's the county government of Murang'a that is doing this, that's a better explanation. I mean, I think, Budi, I want to request you something. When you say something here, that the government, if you ask me and I say something about education, I'll tell you that I read in Nation newspaper that the government is planning to do this in education. And I will say, I read this. I won't say like, we are planning, you are here telling us, we are planning to do this, we are planning to buy this. You, Buzia, you are planning to do this? Are you working in Kenya Kwanza? That's my question. So if you are not working in Kenya Kwanza, or you don't have any authoritative authority from the government of Kenya to make these statements, then I think you should not do that, because you are lying to Kenyans. It's not a good thing. Even the government himself, Ruto, if he hears, he can tell you to stop. Because if you tell us you're buying 300, I don't know, 500 coolers and 300 what, and then after 1 year, we won't find you to ask, why did you lie to us? Then you are doing an unfair thing to Mtembei TV, because you shall be using Mtembei TV to lie to the viewers. So that's my suggestion, Budia. If you're going to say something, I think please say what you can substantiate. If you make allegations about a company doing 1, 2, 3, make allegations that you can substantiate, that you can even tell us, go back and read, that even this case was in court, this date. If you can't do that, please don't do that, because we always advise our panelists not to do that here. Otherwise, all of us will be coming here with allegations and counter allegations against Budia, against Kuseo, against Makiadi, against Mulumbu, against anybody, things that we cannot substantiate, and it is not fair. So what you are saying about Brookside, I think is the main propaganda that is propagated by Kenya Kwanza people against the Uhuru family. Not that I'm saying they are doing a good thing. No. I don't even think it's right to have one company buying milk. I don't think so. But still, how they came to be there and whatever happened, if I cannot explain and I cannot even quote publications, then I'm gonna do that. I would refrain from that. So as you go on telling us we are buying this, we are doing that, please tell us. Are you saying on behalf of the Kenya Kwanza government? Are you representing them here? Maybe as one of the representatives from the cabinet or something. If you don't, then I think you can put it this way. I suggest that, me as Budia, I suggest that we can do 1, 2, 3. That's a good way of putting it. That's your suggestion. And we'll take it positively, because that is a positive thing. If you say that, is very positive. Asante.
So thank you. Before you continue, I was told that the night moderator, that is Richie and Julia, will take over for me. I think I'll just be following as a participant now, not as administrator. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Asante
Yes,
sana,
yes.
Francis, safi sana for holding the studio for that long. I want to say hi to Julia Kuseo. You are changing your names every day. Budia, Mulumbu, and Francis Tena. I think before, I'll make my comments later, but I just want to address an issue here, Budia, that you were talking about. I was listening to a lot of what was going on here, and I believe what Julia has told you is exactly what I was going to say to you. If we come here and want people to forgive William Ruto for not doing what he promised to do in 1 month, because he does not have a government, then we should also be very fair enough to tell people that whatever he is pronouncing on the podiums everywhere he goes is just hot air. I believe that government does its things through a policy, and most of the time these things are done through cabinets, and they are approved through cabinets. So right now, when you tell us that William Ruto does not have a government that is completely formed, and I was listening to you earlier here, you said let's give William Ruto until probably next year January, probably things will start rolling. So I listened to the 600 coolers that you are throwing here. You are saying, I don't know, 200 coolers have already been bought. I mean, if you do not have evidence, that 200 coolers were bought, I mean, who bought them? Is it the Uhuru Kenyatta government that you guys are blaming every day for being a failure? Or is it the William Ruto government that has been in power for 1 month? We should be fair to our listeners. You said that there are companies, there are coolers, I don't know, there are companies that were bought at gunpoint. I mean, you know, some things when we talk here, these things go very far. Can you prove that somebody was forced to sell a company to another person? Can you prove that this person was coerced to sell a company to another person? If you do not have the evidence, then what you're selling here is hot air propaganda. The price of milk, like you said, has many factors that go into it. It's not just a matter of providing a cooler and the price of milk will go to 40 shillings. What about the feeds, animal feeds? Who controls the price? Are you going to sell the animal feeds gunia moja instead ya kuuza 1,500 ama 2,500? You sell the gunia to the farmer at 6,000 shillings and expect that farmer to still sell you milk a packet 40 shillings. Is it possible? So you cannot just come here and throw numbers here. I was listening to William Ruto lecturing Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And this is the same thing that Mbudia, you guys keep on doing every day. You are giving us lectures, you are giving us hope, and it's false hope. Because William Ruto has no company that manufactures anything. And the people that is advising and giving lectures about value addition are people who have grown from nothing, from scratch. They have companies. They can show you their track record. They can show you where they started. They can show you what they have done to reach where they are. The person who is lecturing them about value addition has nothing. He has no factory, he's producing nothing, and he's here busy telling them about value addition. Now, you want to allow Uganda to bring in their milk, just like the chicken farmers are complaining about kuku kutoka Uganda. It's the same situation that Kenyans are going to have to go through if we allow Uganda to bring in cheap milk. It is as simple as that. When the president says that we should add value to our milk and export our milk to other countries like DRC, nani alimwambia DRC bado haina ng'ombe? You know, it's the same notion. The campaign, the campaign words that we were hearing all those years from 2017 Bakasa is the same thing that you are talking about. To add value to our milk so that we export our milk and we can drink milk from Uganda. You know, when somebody who has done business sits there and listens to you talk like that, and ashanga what you're saying, because somebody like William Ruto, you are the people who tell us that William Ruto is a successful chicken farmer. I want you to go check your facts. Go and check the biggest supplier of, it's a monopoly, and this one I can bring here documents that show. Go check the person who supplies Moi Referral Hospital with eggs. Go check the person who solely supplies Moi University with eggs, and come and tell me here, are you going to compete with such a person as a small scale farmer? It's the same thing that we want to transfer to milk, and we are going to kill the milk industry. There are things called acquisitions and mergers. We say you know about this. If your company is not doing very well, instead of going down, letting your company die a natural death, you can sell off your company to somebody who is a bigger manufacturer or producer, so that at least you get your money back and somebody else can carry on with the business. It happens everywhere. It has happened in Kenya. We have seen companies acquire other companies. We've seen hotels acquire other hotels, so that you keep the jobs that people are doing. You can still hold the employment factor, and you can still have business going on, but a different brand, under a different brand. So
Richie, you see, Richie,
Yes.
You see, Benson has told us about some takeovers here, and I asked him a direct question, whether they were forced takeovers.
You know, Kuseo, when you tell me that it is a forced takeover, it means the person who sold received nothing. That is what I understand from buying something at gunpoint.
And Makiadi, I'm asking Francis and Makiadi and all those moderators, please don't allow people to come here and spread lies. It's a wrong thing for Mutembe. If someone cannot substantiate, unamwambia anyamaze ama withdraw that statement. That should not be tolerated in Mutembe. If you cannot substantiate takeovers, what somebody robbed this person, if we cannot akikataa kusubstantiate ana withdraw his statement na anaacha hiyo discussion. I think those are the rules we have set in this platform for a long time. Asante Makiadi, I'm sorry for disrupting you.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Mulumbu, nitakupatia nafasi. Just a minute, let me finish my remarks. I'll give you an opportunity. Mbudhia, we are talking about takeover of the milk factory or milk production in Kenya. Who are we going to blame for the coffee industry in Kenya? Are we still going to blame Uhuru Kenyatta? Because the coffee farmers, the tea farmers are still crying about the same thing. Today, I can play the video here. You heard about, you had the governor of Kericho threatening to throw away and close the factories in Kericho County. Why? Because those people have moved from the normal, natural picking up of tea leaves to mechanization. And so, are we still going to live in this history whereby we are blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for everything? Right now, UDA has a government. You guys can go ahead and change policies that you don't like. The thing that you are competing against is not Uhuru Kenyatta. The person that you're competing against is not Uhuru Kenyatta. You are running against time. And the earlier you guys in UDA and Kenya Kwanza government understand that you are running against time, then you'll sit down and start working. Because it's almost 1 month, you have done zero, nothing. The projects that you have launched are the projects that were started by Uhuru Kenyatta. As much as you're blaming him for running down the economy, the houses that were launched in Nairobi were built by the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. The dams that you are launching were built by the government of Uhuru Kenyatta. So you cannot take the success part and own it from the Uhuru Kenyatta's government and then disown the failures. So I always keep here saying that the UDA government and the Kenya Kwanza fraternity were not prepared to rule. They had no plan, they have no plan, and they will not have a plan. Moving forward, all they keep on doing is blaming. It's either we inherited a dilapidated economy, it's either we got the coffers empty, and these are the same people who are traveling around the country with groups, outside the country with groups, MPs, joyriders, all over the countries. In Rwanda, they are going to Ethiopia, they are going to, to bury the queen. And they are the same people that are coming back to tell us that the country has no money. They are the same people who are expanding the executive. They are the same people who have decided to retain the CAS so that they can reward their cronies. And we are busy telling people here that the government has no money. It is either you have no plan or you want to loot. And I want to go back to what I was saying here the other day. I have listened very carefully to the declaration of wealth in the vetting process that is going on. At the beginning, I felt like these people are very lucky because they've done good business. Then I go back and ask myself, what business has Aden Duale, for example, done in Kenya to have a net worth of 850 million? What business has Kipchumba Murkomen ever done to have 550 million? What business has Mutua done to have, in fact, they said Mutua is 420, but he's more than that. People know that. People are saying he's a billionaire. Musalia Mudavadi. Mbudia was saying Musalia Mudavadi inherited money, but he did not inherit 4 billion Kenyan shillings. Unless we have somebody who said babake alimwachia 4 billion na akona hiyo 4 billion mpaka leo. He must have done something to reach where he is right now at 4 billion. 4 billion is not pocket change. 4 billion is 1,000 million times 4. Kuseo, if you do your math, I know when mtu wa hesabu, if you have 4 billion shillings, if you spend 100k every day, utakula hiyo pesa mpaka wajukuu wako, hata they do not need to work. And these people are coming here to tell us that they are successful.
businessmen. They have real estate. You know, the likes of Aisha Juma. They are telling us that they are worth 100 million. Ukimuuliza hii pesa ulitoa wapi, anasema pension ya bunge. Pension ya bunge. She's just left parliament, the other parliament in September. Juzi tu ndio Aisha ametoa wapi pension ya 100 million. So these guys, I realize these guys are planning to steal. Hawa watu wanataka kuiba, sasa wanatuambia ile pesa watakuwa nayo by the time wanatoka kwa hiyo kiti yenye wanaenda kupata. This is just a choreographed thing to steal from Kenyans, and I'm telling you people, and I'll repeat again, and they keep telling you here that the Hustler Fund will be launched next month. I said here and I'll repeat again, the Goldenberg scandal will be a toy. When this Hustler Fund starts, getting operationalized, people will steal a lot of money, because if there are banks that are releasing the same money and there are people who are defaulting, these are systems that have already been set in place, the banks, the cooperatives. But these people want to release money directly to the people without mechanism of retrieving that money back. Kuseo, where will these people get the money to pay? People do not have jobs. Who are you going to give the money to? People are complaining. All you are telling people is here tunaenda kuwajengea nyumba 100,000, sijui what 100,000 units every year. Okay, utawajengea nyumba, nani ataishi ndani? Atatoa wapi pesa ya kulipa nyumba kama hiyo? People do not have jobs. So let me spare you kelele, lakini I'm telling you people, UDA government was the biggest scam, and these people they have seen that today. They went to the stadium pale, watu wamewaonyesha ukweli. Last time they mobilized people from all over the country. Today people have shown them we are not together with you. Ile kitu mnafanya ni kutupigia kelele hapa kila siku mkiongea juu ya dilapidated economy, empty coffers, but you are not helping common mwananchi. Common mwananchi anasema analala njaa. Mnasema mnaenda ku subsidize production. What is subsidizing production? How long will this subsidizing production take so that common mwananchi anunue unga 100? Hii subsidizing ya mafuta hii yenye ilikuweko mkatoa mkasema ya kwamba you cannot subsidize fuel kwa sababu ni cartels. Mkaenda mkasubsidize fertilizer. Au fertilizer mtuambie ni nani walileta hiyo fertilizer? It's still the same cartels, but because they are cartels that are aligned to you, then it means that okay, it's okay to subsidize fertilizer. Mulumbu, let me give you an opportunity to talk. I'll make my remarks baadaye zingine.
Thank you. Nikiendelea kukuuliza fertilizer iletwa bure. Wanakuja kutuambia subsidize. Na imepeana bure. Because Kenyans are foolish. Let me tell you, Mr. Makiadi, somebody like you, when you go back to Kenya, ya kwamba you went to school, you ulitoka Kenya, na ukaenda ukajiongoza wakaka kwa wazungu, wale wameelimika, wale wameongeza zugu zao, wale ma-engineer, everything, and you did all that, you paid for that. You suffered for that outside here and out of Kenya. You got the knowledge of what your wazungu is doing. And you want to take that one back to Kenya. These people like Mbuda, they won't let you do it. They will not let you. And that's what's happening in Kenya. Because you see this development, I say it here every day, these developed countries, they took their people and this developed, some of the same inches zilitangulia ilikuwa UK na America and Italy and France. The same other these countries, they have to learn from those countries. When they were given chance, while those governments took chance, iwe China, iwe Japan, tuseme tuache kanda, China, iwe Malaysia, India, so forth. Walichukua watu wao wakapeleka kwa hizi nchi developed countries ambapo they do invention. Wanatengeneza, they create things. Watoto wao wakasoma to go and learn what those people are coming back. Ndio wasu, angalia vile India inatengeneza vitu vyao wenyewe. Even India ni iko na the best doctors in the world, the best in the world, if I'm not lying. Even in America here, they're the best. Hata ukiangalia katika cabinet ya secretaries wa Joe Biden, the best one, and most of them wa India, the best. Mbona kuchukua Americans? Because they want the country to run. No. Nenda London. Then anyway, nisema Makiadi, right now you go back Kenya because you umeenda kamba umesoma unajua what can develop the country. Now Mr. UK, they won't allow you, people like Budia, they won't allow it. They'll make sure that you are down onto the earth. They won't allow you. That's how they kill the country. Wanachukua wewe ni mwerefu utawazuia because wamezoea zile shortcut. That's what they are doing to the country. From Moi era, Kibaka alisaidia kidogo akalet on, though alikuwa amefinya akamuingilia akafinya, but aliachilia kidogo 2030 kafanya kazi. That's why the country worked well. Uhuru alipoingia akaachia Ruto because Uhuru alikuwa anagonga kidogo akaachia Ruto akagonga everything. Where is the country right now? Vile ameingia, do you see what he have done? Amechukua wale corrupt wote wale wana makesi wameiba, ndiye anachukua anapatia cabinets. Anachukua anapatia cabinets. Our courts will collaborate with them because they have so many cases. Walijua wakiingia Martha Karua na Raila, they are going to write them off because of the deeds they have. That's why they did that.
Mungu atachapa Ruto kidogo.
Sasa nyinyi mkitoka muende Kenya, unaona vile ni DCI sasa is being breaked up because wale wenye walitumia kuua watu na kudo everything they want to do, because if you want to finish ule ulitumia kwenda kumaliza isiwe na your government is going to run. Ukimwacha hapa anajua what you did. That's what's happening. Let's tell them the truth. So kitu mtu anakuja kutuambia it doesn't work. Nyinyi watu mmekuja ng'ambo, mmesoma, you are supposed to go back Kenya and show this. Mbudia hajakuja huku ng'ambo akajua what's happening here, how the country is being developed. He just believes in what is in Kenya. Hajui anything beyond Kenya. He doesn't know. So atakwambia propaganda what they do in Kenya. Mwenyewe hajui hata what governor did there, what their person did there. Yeye anakuambia hata walileta hii, wakaleta hii, walileta. But he doesn't know what's going in between there, what's supposed to be done from point A to point Z. That's why the country is dying. Nyinyi kama watu ambao wameelimika, mkasoma, say when somebody like Makiada, I know you are running a company of a mzungu. He trusts you so much more than anybody else because Kenyans are so competent. They are very hard work and very smart. That's what Kenya is. Very smart. But when they go back home, wanapata ule na kuambia ile corruption iko Kenya, wanagonga mpaka they all go back to that corruption. That's what's happening. Kwa sababu ukitoka wewe naenda Kenya unataka kuambia what's supposed to be done, wanakuambia what are you doing. Usipokubali utapatikana river, utapatikana Ngong forest. So you have comply. Kama sivyo watafuta gari yako waweke breki zitoke uende uishi huko msituni. Ama akunulie majambazi waenda kumalize. That's what they do. We know these things what are happening. But you guys, if you guys that want Kenya, if you can't listen to us, if you can't listen to Makiadi, you can't listen to my sister, the teacher who is there, to Mr. UK. We know what Kenya is. We know you people Kenya, what you are doing in Kenya. If you don't change, walai hata mtoto wako nafikiria unakusanya mahali anakula hiyo, hata ikula. It'll be a problem. So guys, Kenyans, open your eyes. Because anything to find with the production, there must be somebody there who's specialist. Because the way Mbudi and I explained, he's not giving us hachungi akatueleza vile that thing is supposed to work. It's so many a lot of things anaacha nyuma. Because milk ikitengenezwa akata anakamua milk kutoka pale, before ifike kuuzwa, there's so many things inatolewa hapa ifai iwe inafaidi mwananchi. Na inaemploy watu wengi sana. Ambapo yafai iwe inaenda kwa process vile inavyotakikana. Na yeye anataka itoke hapo iende Nairobi direct. Haitafika because yeye vile yuko hapo, there's a middleman pale atachukua maziwa aweke magadi aweke na everything. Hiyo nimenunua, ukienda kupika chai si chai tena. What does it help? Ameua everything. So guys, Mr. Mbudhia, listen to UK, listen to Makiadi, listen to your sister mwenye yuko hapa saa hii anaitwa nani, Julia. Listen to her. She has been in Kenya, ametoka Kenya, amekuja America, amechukua almost 80 years kusoma. kuongeza kwa elimu alipata Kenya. He knows what's happening, supposed to be done in Kenya. Makaji knows, Mr. Yuken knows. I did not go to school, but I know. When they tell you them, they know what they're talking about. Because this is where the world started. Nyumbani huko tulikuwa tunaishi kwa nyumba ya matope. You knew nothing. Sasa mko na magorofa. Did you Kenya know how to build magorofa? You didn't know. Did you know what you're talking? Sijui kwa machine mlikuwa nazo, hamkuwa nazo. So somebody came here, akasoma from scratch, akajua vile machine imekuwa build, akajua how it support roll mpaka ifike kutoka kwa kijiji mpaka ifike Nairobi. You come here, wewe hujasomea kitu, you want to know more than him. Julia Kinyamaza, where are you going? Nowhere. Anaweza decide watoto wake akaa America forever. You can akae forever. Wakenya wache wajinga wako. Makia does say these people are foolish. Will you develop? Give these people chance waambie what's supposed to be done in Kenya. Even Ruto huyo hajui, hajawahi kutoka Kenya akaenda kuisha London akaisha even. No, he doesn't know anything. Anajua namna ya manipulate and steal and kill. That's what he knows. Thank you.
Richie.
Yeah, go ahead, Benson.
Richie, I just want to tell my brother, my elder brother, Murumbu, that I'm not in Kenya. 2005, that is 17 years ago, I was working with UNICEF in New York. So just to let you know, I'm in Phoenix as we talk. But basically, just going to the main issue is Julie asked me about kwani mimi ni insider. When you support a cause, and you own the cause. We have developed a plan. I traveled to Kenya for 3 months. I was in Nairobi during the campaign season. I sat in a number of meetings, including the county level meetings. And I listened to people. I listened to communities and the things that they were saying. I have invested, and I keep on saying in this forum that I have a lot of interest because I'm a farmer in Kenya. And I do mixed farming. Before you came, I was telling UK that I produce 200 liters of milk every day. I have eggs, I have maize, I have all these things. So I am very passionate about these things. So when I have seen the manifesto, I have seen the plan, it talks about the 600. Today during the speech, it was very evident. And you can read the speech, you can see what the 300, where the 300 is coming from, and where the 600 is coming from. It was actually, it is in public domain, what have been planned and what will be done. Without going to the bigger issues of merger and acquisition and monopoly, my hope is that the 200 liters that I produce, I can be paid at least 55 to 60 instead of 35 with the cost of production. What is my aspiration as a farmer is that if we can reduce the monopoly, we can be able to achieve that amount. We can be able to form local production units within our wards and our divisions that can spur local economy. Before you came, I was giving UK and Francis practical example. In my ward, Shanjiro ward in Muranga, 7 years ago, the governor gave us a cooler. We are already collecting 8,000 liters. What happens? This milk is taken to Brookside. If we can process our milk at that level where we have 8,000, I'm very sure we can raise our income from 35 bob to 60 bob. This is my intersection with the UDA government. If they can give our producer, our dairy cooperative, Shanjiro Dairy Farmers Cooperative, if we can be given that facility, we can sell to Julia, or not, Julia is in UK. If we can sell to someone in Githurai or someone in Roresho, maziwa tunaweza muuzia 80 bob na tupate pesa. That is what I want to see happen. So every time the president and the team says that we want to do this, it actually comes from the heart. I feel like, unajua kama ile ni kama mtoto ameambiliwa sweetie, because I know what it takes to produce 200 liters of milk. I know the troubles that we go to produce 1 liter of milk. I can tell you today, the cost of producing a liter of milk in Murang'a is costed at 28. And I'm talking about my own farm. It's 28 bob. I'm selling 37. So basically, if we are able to increase our amount in terms of profit, that would help and spur economy at that level. It is this thing that we are looking for. The county government of Murang'a started 35 cooperatives. Those cooperatives were supposed to sell to an aggregator called MCC. MCC was killed, and these things are in public domain. I don't think this is a judicial process where we are supposed to produce reports. It is in public domain that Murang'a cooperative died because we had to sell our milk to certain individuals. Sometimes it sounds propaganda, but in the fullest of time, some of the things that we say here will come to pass. And finally, my sister Julie and Richie, don't throw me away. I will be the voice of the other side, and I will try to expound the plan and the things that we want to do. Thank you, Richie.
Yeah, Mbudia, my point of departure.
Mbudia hajasema kama yeye ni insider.
No, it's okay. I know he has no idea what's happening inside, so he cannot speak on that. But let me say this. My point of departure from your argument, Mbudia, is this. You're talking about having a cooler and processing your milk at that lowest level. Now, the president, and I'll have to play this video so that we don't look like we are going around in circles. The president said, we as Kenyans need to do something called value addition on our milk. Value addition. I don't know what value addition is. Maybe you know. And export our milk to other countries, including DRC yenye alisema ile siku ingine ya campaign haina ng'ombe. And then we drink milk from Uganda. And you're here.
I think something happened to Makiadi. I don't know. Kuseo, you were saying something.
I was trying to say that.
And you are hiding yourself. Why are you hiding yourself?
No, I think my camera slipped. I was trying to say that you had asked Mbudia a number of questions, but I think he has only responded to about half. For one, you see, there is this notion that G. Brookside did what to the milk, whatever it is in Central, which is not entirely true. And that's why I was challenging Budia that when you say gunpoint and takeovers, he counted quite a number of these institutions which were taken over, including the Molos and what have you. And to our surprise, there had been no complaint at the times of the changeovers as to explain that anybody was forced into these transactions. And that's why I was saying that if the transactions were done at an arm's length, it means they were competitive and both parties were for it. So it was willing buyer, willing seller, if at all. Now, he's bringing in the issue of his grandmother back in the village. receiving 37. And the milk eventually is sold somewhere in Githurai at 120. And he was, according to him, the people in between who were brought in by Brookside are robbing the producers. But you do realize that if that milk is not marketed, it's not branded in some way, it's not processed in some way, it's not conserved in some way, which these middle people are doing. Now, that is me personally, that's why I was not agreeing with Mbodhi. He cannot brand the middle people as conmen, conning their grandmother, who is the primary producer, and eventually keeping less than a third. Is it a third of the entire? It's only enjoying about a third of the entire price by the time it is sold in Loresho or Githurai. Now, for me, these people in the supply chain are part and parcel of this milk from the producer to the end consumer. You cannot do away with them. They are middlemen, all right, but each of them has a role. Others are marketers, others are promoters, others processors, others are transporters. Thank you.
I am sorry. You know, the problem is when you start speaking your heart out, these people have a way of throwing you out. So let me play a video first before I talk. Inaonekana ninavamiwa kama Bernard.
We have a huge market in EAC, in Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We now have the market infrastructure for us to take over the market in our continent. The reason why our continent is importing milk, powder, food, is because Kenya has not taken its place. Kenya is supposed to be the country that would position Africa appropriately to be able to make sure that we supply every commodity, every product that we should. Instead, we are having a quarrel, small quarrel. Oh, Uganda is bringing cheaper milk. Uganda should bring cheaper milk because they can produce it much more cheaply. We should be adding value to our own milk. We add value to our own milk, and I want to say here, we had a program of improving on our milk value chain. We had first 300 milk coolers. That product was sabotaged. That program was sabotaged because of interest. But I have gone back to that product. We are going to have another 660 milk coolers. We're going to add value to our milk. What we should be doing is our milk from our farmers. We should be adding value, producing butter, using it to produce powder, and go and sell it in DRC, go and sell it in Central Africa, go and sell it in West Africa. And then we get the cheaper milk from Uganda and we drink. Sindio? Yeah. Instead of having a quarrel with Uganda, why are we having a quarrel with Uganda? We are having a quarrel with Uganda because we have refused to take our rightful place in our continent. We should have made.
What happened to Makiadi? He was kicked out again. I don't know who is kicking Makiadi out. But that clip was good. We were able to listen to what the president said. He said, I hope I have heard clearly that we process our milk to butter. I mean, we make milk products and export them. And then we buy cheap milk from Uganda and drink. So which is this cheap milk we are buying? Is it the GMO milk or what are we buying? I mean, which is this cheap milk we are buying? I need somebody to help me there.
Okay.
So the president is really encouraging value added. Somebody was saying here, my question to Buthia, and I'm still asking why he's bringing the Brookside issue here and did not respond to Makiadi's question. What happened to the coffee industry in Mount Kenya region? Who did Uhuru family kill the coffee industry in Mount Kenya region? Who killed the coffee industry in Mount Kenya region? And who is stopping who from investing in milk processing? Okay, is there anybody who is stopping anybody from investing in milk processing? Can we now see what Ruto is saying? Can we
No,
see the
Benson
companies
was saying
coming?
his grandmother is being exploited by Brookside.
And who is stopping somebody else to bring another company apart from Brookside?
He talked about gunpoint.
You know, that's a propaganda booty I'm requesting you not to spread in this channel.
Okay.
I'm kindly requesting you. If you
Let me-
cannot prove those allegations, don't
let me
spread
tell
them in
you,
this channel.
Judy, the only reason why we elected Governor Mwangi Wairia in Murang'a was because he came with the whole issue of milk. He actually changed his name from Francis Mange to Mwangi Wairia. He invested over 350 million to sort out the milk issue in Murang'a. And the aspiration was that we are going to produce our own milk. We even came with a name, you know, Murang'a Gold, you know, Murang'a Fresh and all that. The part one was very successful. What I've been talking about, the dairy, the kuras and all that. The second part was hiyo maziwa itatolewa hapo kwetu
Is it the
Kaichanjiro.
one they were calling Freshia or something like that?
No, Freshia is the one in Kiambu, in Githongori. This was Murang'a County, and it was fully invested. The investment was by the county government. Actually, over 350. The first part was to bring. Actually, he started. Maybe you can go to the details. When he came in, he brought extension officers. He brought Napier grass. He brought sweet potato vines. He brought AI. He started building those AI small units called those AI small units where you can take your cows. He brought in back the cattle dips. Year two, he brought in the coolers, and we improved our milk from a production of I think 40,000 liters to have 1 million liters to date. And that investment went to a level where by 2018, we brought in machines to make our own milk. 3 months down the line, I can tell you, Judy, and I'm saying this because I'm a farmer, and I cannot play politics with a person I voted for 3 years. That factory was closed. The governor was battled and actually taken to ASCC, and even today, you saw how he was ping pong with his candidate, because every time he talked, he was being pushed. Remember, he wanted to become a president, and he was pushed away. What is my point? And I don't want to deal with politics. I still want to go to my grandmother, that he's still selling milk at 37. He's producing at 28. He just earned 7,000. How I wish this mother can my grandmother can sell milk to, at 55, that he can earn something. The question that we keep asking ourselves as producers is, what is this magic that we sell at 37, then tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening, the same milk is somewhere in Githurai, 60 kilometers away, and it's retailing at 120. My point, and that's where these coolers are coming in and the value addition is coming in, that I can still produce na nipeleke Githurai na niuze maziwa. Ule mtu ako Githurai anunue pesa kidogo, na ule ako analima apate pesa mingi. It's a win-win situation. It reduces the cost of living for a young man living in Githurai, and it improves the life of my mother. That's why the value addition is very important. Without going to the politics of who, where, who did what, that is the area of intervention. Going to Makiandi and what he was talking about, value addition. And the milk value chain have a lot of processes. The simplest you can do of value addition is just pasteurization and packaging. By the way, if you package milk, pasteurization process is just 30 minutes. If you package milk and pasteurize, it moves a liter from 35, 40 to around 100 bob. This is where the bottom-up thing starts. And if Julia and UK, we can agree on this, that this is transformative. These are all hanging fruits. Finally, I have listened to what Makiandi have prayed. The East African integration is in the final stages. You know, the four pillars are already, we have done with like 3.
What do you mean 4 stages? It has been enforced, the preferential trade area.
No, I'm saying the 4.
It has been enforced.
No, I'm saying the 4 the 4 pillars of the currency, political, free market, and all that. We are already at the market pillar. We have done with the market pillar. We remember last week when Ruto visited Uganda, Tanzania, they were saying we have removed a lot of non-tariff, actually 44 non-tariff barriers for us to work with Tanzania. Out of 58 barriers, we have removed 44, we have 14, and we are looking at how these 14 can be sorted out. So the whole issue of looking at market, instead of looking at 50 million Kenyan, we look at a market of 330 million in East Africa. That will be a game changer. And Julie, to answer your question, Rato milk, there's a milk called Rato. It's very popular in Kisumu and Western Kenya. Rato milk is produced by Pearl Industry. Pearl Industry is owned by an in-law of Museveni. They produce their milk in Mbarara and that region. And I have been to their factory. The milk sells at less than 35-40 bob. Actually, for the traders, they buy Rato milk at 25 from the border, and you can sell that milk in Kisumu at 40. And that milk is competing with Brookside at 60. So what is the big issue of regional integration and free markets? So that we can enjoy cheaper products, milk, sugar, and all that. Then at a higher level, those who can produce for DRC where there is acute milk, and those who have worked in places like Zambia and DRC and Chad, those countries they have a lot of problems with milk. So actually, there's a big market there. And finally, Julie, I want to refer you to in 2020 an accord called Livingstone Accord. This was an accord by the 4 governments, Kenya, Zambia, DRC, and I think Chad was involved, where we are supposed to take powder milk to that region, the 4 countries around the upper central Southern Africa countries. And this is what we are talking about. 330 million people can benefit from our value addition. So while my mother is adding value at a lower level of pasteurization, Brookside can take its powder milk in Chad and in Zambia, where they have acute problem of milk. It is a bigger discussion. If we just remove politics and we see the bigger picture, then it will have net effect in reducing the cost of living and increasing productivity and labor and employment for our people. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Benson. I still disagree with you. I don't believe that somebody was forced to shut a company by gunpoint or whatever you are saying it, or somebody was arrested. They can do DCI. I think this has to do with competition and how much funds you have and how much you can invest. That's what I think it has to do. Mange, I was trying to look up Mr. Benson Budhi. I've not seen anything about a milk company, trending or from Mange area, but I've seen that about the coolers. I've also seen that he bought cows for a number of people in Muranga County. I mean, he was buying people cows. That's a good thing. So I think what Brookside did is just that you couldn't...
He even bought one for Baba, you remember?
Yeah, I think that whoever wanted to start a company couldn't face the Brookside. And we have to accept here, Budhi. Budhi, I want to help you. All those people who really don't like Uhuru, unajua, we cannot be the same, and we cannot be at par. We cannot be at par ever. economically, social status. Kuna mtu amezaliwa State House. Na Uhuru didn't choose to be born in State House. So me, I'm talking to Kenyans who have a bone to crack with Uhuru. Uhuru was born in State House. He did not decide to be born in State House. He found himself there. So he has a head start above all of us. And we cannot help it. And there's nothing we can do about that. Sasa hii vita ati Brookside ni yake, hii nini, tuache hiyo maneno, tujenge nchi yetu. Let's think how, if there is Brookside, how can we come up with another kind of Brookside? That is what we should be thinking about. Let's stop saying that Mwangi idea. That is not true. Don't say that on this national TV. I don't believe it's true. But I agree with you that we can start another Brookside that can do value addition to the milk products. However, huyu president amesema that we process our milk. I need panelists to discuss that. I will hand over back to Makiadi and he can invite Mulumbu. I want that discussion that we can process our milk and buy cheap milk from Uganda. What do guys feel here? Makiadi, karibu, welcome back, Makiadi.
Thank you, Julia. I'm really sorry, panelists. I don't know why I'm having issues today, but I believe the issue is sorted out. I'll play a video here and then I go back to the discussion in a moment.
Maji imetuadhiri. Mnaona hapa kiangazi vile iko. Kiangazi ni kikali. Hata ukituangalia mimi hata miguu yangu sijaosha. Hii ni mashure. Kiangazi ni kikali, hatuna chakula. Sasa tunatakiwa tukuve. Tunatakiwa tukuve kwa sababu hamuna chakula, hamuna maji. Watoto wetu hawana maji. Wakitoka shule ni waende haraka waende kwa mto. Wakashote maji.
Hiyo maji tumefungiwa, ng'ombe zetu zitakunywa nini? Watoto wetu wataogea nini? Wakienda shule watakunywa nini? Hatuna mito, hatuna penye tutatoa maji, tutaenda wapi? Watu waambie ukweli penye tutaenda maji.
Hapa katika eneo la Mlima Kenya pia wakazi hawajasanzwa na adhari za ukame. Na hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri tumeweza kuona kwamba katika eneo bunge la Kieni mamia ya wakazi wanakabiliwa na baa la njaa na wanahitaji maji na chakula haraka iwezekanavyo. Na katika kaunti jirani ya Laikipia tumeweza kuona gavana wa kaunti hiyo ambaye ni Joshua Irongo hapo jana aliweza kutoa milioni 20 na akaweza kusema kwamba hizo ni za kukabiliana na njaa, na tena akaweza kusimamisha maendeleo na kusema kwamba kwa sasa serikali hiyo imeweka makalio yote kukabiliana na baa la njaa ambalo linaendelea kuangamiza watu na pia mifugo. Na katika kaunti ya Meru tuliweza kuona kwamba takriban watu 600,000 wameweza kukabiliwa na baa la njaa, na tuliweza kuona hapo jana gavana wa kaunti hiyo ambaye ni Kawira Mwangaza waliweza kupokea chakula cha msaada ambacho ni mchele na pia maharagwe ili zikaweze kuwasitiri wakazi wa eneo hilo ambao wameweza kuathiriwa sana na ukame. Na tuliweza kuona kwamba katika kaunti ya Isiolo gavana wa kaunti hiyo pia aliweza kusema kwamba kwa sasa pesa zote wataweza kuzielekeza kwa mikakati ya kukabiliana na ukame, na kusema kwamba miradi ambayo ilikuwa ikiendelea maendeleo itaweza kusimamishwa ili wakaweze kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kukabiliana na baa hili la ukame. Na pia katika kaunti ya Embu tuliweza kuona gavana wa kaunti hiyo aliweza kutengeneza ile kamati ambayo itakuwa ikiangazia mambo ya ukame ili wakaweze kukabiliana na janga hili. Na pia niliweza kuandaa taarifa hapo awali kuhusiana na swala hili. Wacha tukaweze kusikiza.
Katika kaunti ya Isiolo, gavana wa kaunti hiyo Abdi Ibrahim Guyo amesitisha miradi yote ya maendeleo katika kaunti hiyo ili kuwezesha utawala wake kuwajibika zaidi vita vya kukabiliana na ukame ambao umeathiri maelfu ya wakazi na mifugo.
As a county government, we will suspend all projects because our priority now is to safeguard the lives of our people and their animals, because that's our priority. You cannot do development when people are dying. We are suspending all development projects to focus on making sure that nobody in Isiolo County dies of hunger.
Katika kaunti jirani ya Meru, zaidi ya watu 600,000 wanahitaji chakula cha msaada, huku kaunti ndogo zilizoathiriwa zaidi zikiwa Mburi, Igembe ya Kati, Igembe Kaskazini, Igembe Kusini pamoja na Tigania Mashariki na Magharibi. Baadhi ya sehemu za Imenti ya Kati na Imenti Kusini pia zimeathirika. Gavana wa kaunti hiyo Kawera Mwangaza alipokea sheheni ya magunia ya maharagwe ili kuwagawia wakazi wanaokabiliwa na baa la njaa.
Ukipata kilo zako 5 ama 2 ama 3, hiyo ni nguvu ya kuwezesha wewe kwenda kulima zaidi, ni nguvu ya kuwezesha wewe kuingia kwa biashara zaidi. Kwa hivyo tusikae tu kwa nyumba tungojee msaada, tuko wengi sana.
Serikali ya kaunti ya Laikipia imetenga shilingi milioni 20 kutoka kwa bajeti ya kaunti kwa muda wa miezi 6 ijayo ili kuangazia hali ya ukame inayoshuhudiwa kwa sasa katika eneo hilo, ambapo wakazi 180,000 wanahitaji mkubwa wa chakula. Katika kaunti ya Nyeri, wakazi wa eneo bunge lakini pia hawajasanzwa na athari za ukame.
Tutafanya supplementary budget hivi karibuni, na ndio tuweze kutega budget kubwa sana. Tusimamishe miradi mingine, kwanza tulishe watu wetu, tuokoe maisha kwa sababu ya zizo vipegere, chakula ya kukula, good food, mambo ya maji, mambo ya health. Hiyo yote ni mambo kati ya yale tutaangalia, na hiyo ndio tutaipatia kipao ya mbele kwa sababu ya kuokoa maisha ya watu wetu.
Doing a lot of campaign for food, and the first batch of food we are sending them to schools, and in the next maybe 5 days we shall have food learning in almost all our schools. We have done the first phase of providing food to school. It's not enough.
Takriban watu 100,000 katika kaunti ya Embu wanakodolea macho baa la njaa baada ya kukosa kupata mvua kwa kipindi kirefu. Sasa gavana wa Embu Cecily Mbarire ameunda kamati ya kukabiliana na ukame katika maeneo ya kaunti hiyo, hasa Mbere.
Watu wa Embu ambao wanahitaji support ama relief ni watu 102,036 ambao wanahitaji chakula immediately na maji, na ambao wako na shida zaidi ni kutoka Mbere North na Mbere South. Mbere North tukiwa na watu kama 29,000 na Mbere South tukiwa na watu about 30,000.
Haya yanajiri huku wa Kenya milioni 4.5 wakikabiliwa na baa la njaa kote nchini. Margaret Kimathi, NTV.
Maneno ndio hiyo, naona Mbudhi amepotea, but this is exactly what I'm saying here. You know, mimi zile enzi za kitambo nilikuwa ninajua Central Kenya and Mount Kenya region at large. It was like the basket ya ile chakula ilikuwa ina feed watu wa Nairobi. For a long time tulikuwa tunajua chakula ya Nairobi ilikuwa inatoka the Mount Kenya region. But right now, as you can see, even the people who are producing food in those days are people who want to be helped right now kwa sababu wanapitia baa la njaa. There are people who are going through hard times. And I keep on saying here, this government does not know what it is doing, because I remember there was a time, Julia, wewe ni mwalimu, unakumbuka mwanafunzi akienda kufanya mtihani na haku amesomea mtihani, umpatie question paper hivi, you can tell that person is not prepared, because ata flip through the pages, aone wacha nianzie number 15, aandike number 15 kidogo, awachane nayo kwa sababu amesahau hiyo, arudi number 10, ajaribu kuandika namna hiyo. That is what this government is doing. Mbudhi hapa anakuja kutuambia mambo ya value addition kwa maziwa. People are dying of hunger. People are dying of hunger right now. The president is moving around telling people how he's going to launch houses everywhere and building dams. People are dying of hunger. They have not addressed the issues that are affecting wananchi at the moment. So even if we move this discussion to how we are going to add value to milk, still the common wananchi is still suffering. And that is my point. I would have loved to have this discussion sometime next year, you know, after somebody has, found a meal to eat. People have gone to school, children have gone to school wakiwa wameshiba. Wazazi hawahangaiki kwa sababu ya hard economic times. People can afford food from the stores. That is where we should be heading right now as a country. But we are still stuck in the same, mentality that Uhuru Kenyatta killed the economy. We inherited a broken system. Mbudia, let me ask you something here. I'll go back to what you're saying about milk. You want to empower mama ule wa kijijini pale apate maziwa ambayo anaweza uza kwa bei nafuu na ajisaidie. And again, you are going to open the floodgates of cheap milk from Uganda. How are you going to protect the common mwananchi? Because all these are just declarations and statements that are made. Ni kama tu zile zilifanywa kwa kampeni wakisema wakiweka Biblia chini namna hii watashukisha bei ya unga. What have they done right now? They are talking about give us more time. We have been here for a month. We do not have cabinet. It is either this government has no strategy or it does. It is as simple as that. If they don't have anything to tell people, they should just keep quiet. Na wabebane kila wakati wakienda trips around the country and outside the country, and things move on until mwananchi akuje aseme enough is enough. This government has no strategy whatsoever. We will keep repeating this thing here every day. William Ruto is too much hot air. Hot air kila siku. Today I was looking at the statements that he was making. Na ubaya nikiongea sana namna hii natupwa nje. Sijui kama Mbudhi huko na watu ambayo wanakusaidia huko nyuma ama namna gani. Every time I try to speak, I'm thrown out. I don't know what is happening. I've never had this issue before, but I believe this is something that is unique. I think UDA is playing the hard ball on us, but we will speak nevertheless. I was looking at the promises that were made today. I don't know if any one of you had the opportunity.
I can remind you of the big ones.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
One of them, the 100,000 kilometer fiber optic.
Yeah, 100,000.
Okay, I'm not saying it should not be done, but priority surely. Then the other one, he was talking about the health issue. Now the NHIF had been formally hanging around the employed, and now you want to change it to the household. And that is long term. Then the other one was about the trees, 5 billion trees a year. You're telling people who are dying of such ambitious things. Then he's talking about launching the building of the houses, 200,000 a year. You see, it said nothing about the dying as we speak. Nothing about the fuel, which is harassing everyone. And those are what Kenyans wanted to hear about, how the unga is going to be 70 or 100 shillings anytime. Those are the hard-hitting ones I had today.
Yeah.
Of course, the other one was to do with the Felicia. Remember, he was praising how now the cost of credit is going to be easy. But believe me, Felicia is a consumer credit. It is not business credit. So in other words, it can only make your life worse. It is like borrowing for your recurrent expenditure. People should borrow for more generating projects of that kind of thing. Felicia, by all standards, surely, it is a consumer thing. When you are going to supermarket to consume and you can't make it, then you borrow. And then, anyway, I already talked here about how some people misunderstood the Felicia thing to mean that if you have a Felicia of 1,000 shillings, that 50% means you'll pay 500. No. The cost of borrowing 1,000 shillings Felicia, and the one that was changed was if you pay in 3 days. If you pay up in 3 days. Felicia itself is addictive. Month in, month out, you have Felicia. So what is going to happen? If you don't pay it within 3 days, even that 50% it was publicly praising will not be there. It will not be there. The cost of Felicia for about 1,000 is like 30 shillings. So if the 30 shillings is reduced for you to 15, you still have to pay the Felicia anyway. So how is that going to change your life if you are dying of hunger now? Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and before I move on to the next person, I also wanted to mention here that there's one that was really interesting here. I'll come to you, Domi. I can see your hand. avail 6 million fertilizer bags for long rain season planting. So you want to avail 6 million fertilizer bags for the long rain. No one even knows if it's going to rain in the first place, because every region in the world is fighting climate change, issues to do with climate change. You are planning on things that do not affect the common mwananchi at the moment. Double the land under irrigation to 1.4 million acres in 3 years. He's the same person who was in charge of Galana Kulalu. It was sabotaged. We have never been told what value we got for our money. Upscale affordable houses delivery from 50K to 250K per year. These are the same people that were telling us that Uhuru Kenyatta did nothing. Now they want to upscale from 50K, which means the 50K were built already. Uhuru Kenyatta did something, but now they want to upscale from the 50K to 250K. And then there's one interesting thing here. The one about the dams. Construct 100 dams through private partnership financing. If you look at the cost of a dam in Kenya, one dam, and then you do your math, calculate that by what you are looking at right here. I don't know how much capacity the Kenyan government has, or wherever private partnership financing has, to build these dams that William Ruto is talking. Because the one thing that I know
He
is
said 67 of them.
I'm reading what is written here from it's just like a short what points from what he got he read today. He said 100 dams. 100. Where are you getting utapata wapi you know, some things the Ruto anatuambianga we
So,
should sit
Masiagi,
down.
what happened to Kimorere and Arol dams? Those were just 2 dams.
They said it was a political witch hunt to punish his supporters. But the thing that he's not telling us is what happened to the money, because the money was paid. The money disappeared. And no one is telling us what happened to that money. But now they want to revive because now it's a new regime. Uhuru Kenyatta alienda, it was political witch hunt. And this is the same thing that we are telling you, Mbudia, every day here. If you people do not start working right now, mjue, you are running against time. Not Uhuru Kenyatta, running against time. Because everything that doesn't work, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, serikali ya handshake. Everything that doesn't work in this government, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, serikali ya handshake. But then when it comes to the good things, wakati mnaenda kulaunch nyumba huko, you are happy and you own that achievement.
Do you have the clip of Uhuru buying meat from market today?
The one at, was it Nyamakima or where? No, not Nyamakima, Bama Market.
I think so. No, I think it was City Market.
Yeah, I'll look for it. I'll play it in a while. But what I want to say is this: I've played these videos here. These are people that wanted to punish Uhuru Kenyatta in the last election. These people, the reason why I played the 2 videos is because I wanted to show you what we are looking at people. And I'm not pointing any particular position or I mean a particular tribe or region. I'm just showing you the kind of mentality, the kind of brainwashing that people have undergone. These are the people who say they are going to punish Uhuru Kenyatta aende Chachweri. It's not even 1 month. Haijaisha hata mwezi moja. These people have started crying. Wanalia njaa, wanataka wasaidiwe na serikali, and they are the same people. You cannot force somebody to vote for another person. That's their right. But then you should not involve people. Yani unaenda kupunish mtu usea, alafu wewe pia unaumia, alafu unaanza kulia. Now people are looking at the food prices in the shops.
They have been denied subsidy.
They have been denied subsidies. They are crying like any other person out there. And then Mbudia is busy here blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for buying companies at gunpoint. Which is not you have the government right now. You have the government right. Why can't you correct the things that you feel are wrong? You want to interject? You want to respond to that before I go to Domi?
Okay. I'm happy that Richie, you are getting to the details, and every time, like you have opened a very nice page where you know the 6 thematic areas that the president addressed, from climate change to digital superhighway to agriculture to universal health and all that. Those are critical areas for us to discuss here, because they will also inform the oversights that we want to play in this forum, because you cannot oversight what you don't know. Number 2, the issue of Fuliza and the mobile money. But when you look at the financial inclusion processes in Kenya, one of the things that happened is that we have very expensive money in form of fintech processes. That all the monies that we get through mobile money they are very expensive, be it a cost of a transaction for M-Pesa, be it whatever. And that have been discussion for many years through FSD and the ministry. How do we ensure that our mobile money are cheap? So that discussion will continue. I'm happy that even our Hustler Fund, we're going to take the same model. So portion of the money, I think it was discussed at 35% of the money will go through the mobile fintech processes, so that we are able to reach out to the people who are not in the formal groups. Finally, I agree with you. We are hurting. The country is hurting. There's no food. There's no rain. Traditionally, where I come from, it rains by 20th. I'm being told that today and over the weekend it doesn't seem to be raining. When you look at the meteorological report, the first serious rain will start 1st of November. And I feel for my people, when you see the people in Kieni or in Meru, that's a big issue. But I also want you to be balanced. Last week but one, you saw the deputy president, the foreign mission and the development partners, and all the 27 governors of the counties that are affected by the drought, flagging out the food. So I think it is unfair to say that the government is not doing anything. There's already something happened. The food was flagged. All the governors, 27, are in the processes. You saw the Governor Kawira from Meru saying that they have already received some food. So something is happening. But I also agree with you that that this is something that needs to be sorted once and for all. We can't be having these perennial things every year in, year out. On issues of dam, the government programs on water pans, which creates micro irrigation schemes, are doable. We have always done water pans and small water dams. And at this level, the 100 does not refer to the Vision 2030, Kimarwell, Itare, and Dhako and all that. We are talking about water pans that work for micro irrigations and also for the dry areas for feeding their animals. So basically, some of these things are within. They have always been there. So it's not. There's nothing new about 100 water pans in the budget.
Okay, let me go to Domi. But Mbudia, the president was very categorical. He talked about dams, not of water pans. I think you're lowering the expectations of the Kenya Kwanza government. Anyway, we'll come back to you. Domi.
Okay, Mjambo. I think there's something our brother was talking about us earlier on that I think there should be some clarity. Anyway, I do not have to be a farmer, a dairy farmer, to do mathematics of 1 + 1 = 2. First of all, okay, how did this Kitunguri factories rise. If you are saying that it's Uhuru with Brookside that blocked Mwangi wa Iria's project, if anything, Mwangi ended up together with Uhuru. He ended up supporting Uhuru. Okay, Uhuru's cause. Okay, which is Azimio. Now, look, telling us that the whole plant was closed just because of Brookside. You are being economical with the truth. Even if it's so, okay, fine. But telling the president telling us that we'll do the processing and get cheap milk from Uganda, you know what will just happen is this. You will get the milk from Uganda, the cheap milk from Uganda, and bring them into the processing and put away the expensive. You know, milk will be milk. Tafadhali tuache kudanganyana. My friend Mbudia, we are in Kenya. Ruto has proven beyond a doubt, even you yourself know, that he is a liar. And he has lied so many times. So there are some things, wait for it to happen before you can principally say, we, by the way, you are not part of it. You are not part of that government. And I can assure you, all that was spoken, probably you heard of it. But at that, in the end, you will suffer like any other person with your milk. Two, you are forgetting also that the milk that you're talking of being 35 shillings, Ruto said we want to reduce the cost of living of Kenyans. You are talking of increasing to 60, and you're forgetting also that this factory that is processing that milk is being taxed on every level. And by the way, for your information, Ruto's government is increasing on tax on manufacturing. Is increasing. Yeah, he has increased. He's increasing all the taxes. So thinking that having your own. By the way, we had KCC. KCC belonged to the government. It was processing milk, yeah, and I think it's still producing. I can't remember. But milk was never less than 50 for KCC. You know why? Cost of production. You are talking of, okay, yes, you think of, we'll think that if Ruto comes in, is going to make the producer, the one that is the processor, the one that is processing the milk, to have to reduce his margin. My friend, he will not reduce. As long as taxes are high, he will not reduce until they deal with tax issue. Policies are very important on the nation. It is not just speaking, because they have been speaking. If anything, Ruto has spoken for years, and whatever he has spoken and not done the promise. Everyone knows here. He told us about they told us about the laptops for children. They did not give the laptops. By the way, Richie, I got some clip somewhere. I think probably I may send you sometime. There is sometimes God, when I keep criticizing the person that is there, in your father, or keep criticizing the person in position, sometimes God may just decide, even if he may not have intended so, to give you that position. Unakaa ukisema huyu mtu ameandikwa miaka mingi ni manager na atuandikaki kazi, and God raises you to be a manager. Now, and you also see the challenges that person is going through. It is when you realize, wow, so hata hii kuandika pia ni ngumu. What is happening with Ruto now? He kept criticizing Uhuru's government. And God said, okay, if this is the noise you're making, have it. Now he's facing the challenges that Uhuru was facing. He is not able to handle it. He told us that 100 days maize flour will go down, maize will go down. We will be retailing at 70. He has failed. Now, what makes you think that what he's saying now, he will do? That is, I think sometimes let us look at, before you take any promise and take it so passionately, look at the person that is promising. Don't just believe everything. Because I can assure you here, my friend, at one point you'll see that you'll get frustrated. We are trying to save you from frustration, because at the end of the day, you will be frustrated. Be sure of that. How can you tell us that you want to bring, you want us to, okay, to process our milk? Then you tell us that you want to bring, we will allow cheap milk to come. What will happen is this: a producer of milk, I mean, the one that is buying milk to process, the processor will get the cheap milk from Uganda and will process that so that to have a maximum margin. And especially now that there is a high tax on, will be high tax on manufacturing, he would prefer get milk from Uganda. So it is a golden bag, as Richie says, it's a golden bag, a scandal that is in process. We'll have Uganda milk will be processed, and Kenyan milk tutakuwa wakulima watakuwa na maziwa na haitaenda, and we'll just be back to the same position unless you reduce the price of feeds. Unless he does that, all these other things are out there. It is mathematical, brother. And we are talking of mathematics. Do it mathematically. Wacha could take that promise just theoretically. Do it mathematically. As long as you don't reduce price of feeds, as long as you don't reduce tax on production, as long as you don't reduce, as long as you don't create an environment that is conducive, as long as you don't reduce tax on fuel, because that milk will have to be transported from to the processing, and from the processing to the retailer, it will have to be transported. The high transport cost will mean high expenditure, and that will still to a very it will be high prices on the consumer, and the consumer will cry. So please, let's be realistic, because according to what I see, what you're talking is totally out of reality. That's my submission, Mr. Matiani.
Okay, thank you, Domi, for your submission. You'll get another opportunity. Let me go to Frederick.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Mnaendeleaje mtaani? So I'm glad to be here to talk to you guys. I've been listening. I listen a lot on the background, and like always, I always get disappointed with how you guys just don't take things seriously. People pretend, people, are lying to themselves. You come here, you talk, yet you know that you're lying to yourself. You're lying to your listeners. You're speaking of how much patriotic you guys are, and you're just lying to yourselves. A government is in that came into power by lying to you people. and you're buying the lies, and you're coming here talking about milk, talking about the price of food should go down, yet nothing is being done. You just keep listening to story after story. You know, you're talking about milk. You're saying your grandma is suffering, and you're talking that you want the price to go up. Yet on the same mouth, you're speaking of the cost of living should go down. How do you want to make money and spend less on supporting your life? You know, be realistic, man. This government has been here, and what we expected is they are supposed to do at least something to show a direction that will bring change. A day like today, which is a Mashujaa day, like that was for yesterday for you guys. This guy didn't talk about how he's going to make life easier for the struggling citizen. All he's talking about is other plans to spend money and, you know, and tomorrow, yet people are starving today. You're talking that something is going on because relief food was flagged to go to counties that are struggling. That is what you would call first aid. What is the lasting long-term solution? That's what we need to see. That's what someone needs to talk to us about. You need to tell us this is what is happening to lower the cost of living. So I get saddened when I hear learned people, informed people trying to defend lies. What do you stand to gain? Benson, what do you stand to gain by standing by lies? You know, they're in power. They're now the ones ruling. They shouldn't be telling us Uhuru did this, Raila did this. If there's something they know that Uhuru or Raila did, you put up an inquiry, arrest these people, give us cases, show us. You know, it's beyond storytelling time. You know, I can't go home after work and tell my daughter that, you know, you're sleeping hungry today because I'll be paid tomorrow. Then tomorrow I come and I'm like, oh, you know, they paid me, but because, you know, of this and that, now you'll not eat still. Those are called stories. You know, we just need solutions, man. Acheni hii mchezo ya kusimama na watu wenye hawawezi aminika bana. You've been telling us give them time. That's why people like me, we've been sitting back and watching and giving them time. But I mean, you have to show something. You have to show us something is going on. You're talking about you need to plant, is it 5 billion trees a year or 5 million trees? I don't know even the figures. I don't even care about the figures because it means nothing. When your deputy just the other day say that we want to introduce the Shamba system. So, like, what are you guys saying? Why can't you stand up with for one thing, you know, then move from that? It's unfortunate that my countrymen in a forum like this where I would say we are informed, because if you are able to be speaking from whichever part of the world in a forum back at home like this, it means at least you have some level of knowledge and information, and you maybe you've traveled far and wide like some of us, and you've seen stuff. So when you see stuff, you really expect that one thing you can stand by is simple integrity. You know, cases are dropping, and our corruption cases are being pulled down, and you guys don't think it's something worth mentioning? Listen, guys, uh, you don't have to support your side when they're wrong. You just need to stand with what is factual, what makes sense, and what is good for the people. That's all me. That's all I always stand for. I don't support no one, and I've said it here before. I don't support Uhuru. I don't support Raila. I don't support Ruto. I support Kenya. Talk to me about Kenya. And the only way Kenya goes forward is when we face facts and when we tell each other the truth. You know, you don't have to like me. I don't have to like you. But we both need to love Kenya. That's all I keep telling people. These guys are lying to us. You know, it's as clear as day. How can you tell us that we need to improve on milk product and process and export, then bring in cheap one from our neighbor, instead of telling us how is it that our neighbor is making theirs cheap? Why is Uganda having cheap milk that Kenya doesn't have? If you're talking of their cartels, tell us who these cartels are. Here you are talking about Benson again, talking of water pans. Yet we have dams that no one can explain where the money went to. And back then, you were saying it was political. It's time for you to tell us, well, it's political. The dams, the Aurora and Kimorere, it was political because this and this and this happened. We just want people to speak the truth. If it was political, now you guys are in power. Then why don't you revive them before you bring in new projects? What are you talking of water pans? The statement didn't say no water pan. Why are you twisting facts? Why are you twisting information? Well, how does it benefit you? Like, let's be real, guys. Some of us are out here, living our good lives, but and people might think we love it out here. Ask anyone who lives out here if they love it here, if they would rather be home than be out here. And trust me, you'll be surprised what they'll tell you. So let's build Kenya, and let's be honest. And this one, I'm just being straight to Benson. Benson, man, be real, bro. You stand to lose. These guys are all playing you. You're not winning in this. So let's stand together and win. It's not about you, it's not about me, it's about Kenya. That's all we need to talk about. All right, thanks guys again. I'm here. So, that's my submission for now. Santeni sana.
Okay, thank you, Frederick, for your submission. Let me move to Chaka.
Asanteni sana Julia Makiadi. Ukisai hiyo jina yako mzee, si nitaizoea mwaka huu. Adharesta kwetu ni asubuhi, so nitasema tu habari zenu nyote, and then nitaingia tu kwa submission yangu. Mtu kujienua, siku zote ukijienua huwa unakinyagwa. Na hawa ndugu zangu wa Kenya Kwanza, kwa kujienua kwa wingi, sasa wanaelekea kukinyagwa. Naye Mungu pia adhihirishe kwamba yeye si Mungu wa kuchagua maskini tajiri, kwake ni sawa. So desturi ya kuwaponda wenzi wao kwamba wao ndo kila kitu, ndo wameangusha hii Kenya na sisi tuna uwezo wa kuinyanyua, ukweli ni kwamba kukicha tunaona vitimbi vipya. Manifesto iko mbali, ile ambayo tulikuwa tunadanganyiwa. Wa Kenya wale walidanganyika, kwa sababu mimi sikuchupa kura yangu bure. Niliweka mahali sahihi nilipokuwa na matumaini napo, mahali ambapo nilikuwa nimechunguza track record ya mtu, na track record ya mtu inaangaliwa kwa vile vitendo vyake na pia matamshi yake. Na ndio maana mimi kivyo vyote vile ingekuwa ngumu kuniconvince kurudi upande huu mwingine.
But kwa sababu tumeshapewa hii serikali na baadhi ya watu, kwa sababu sina amani kwamba hakika kwamba sisi tulopigia upande wa Azimio tumeluzi. Hiyo kitu haijaniingia kwa akili na haitaniingia kwa akili. So tukirudi kwa upande huu wa serikali, ukweli hapa ni maneno baada ya maneno, ahadi baada ya ahadi, lakini ukweli hawa watu walishikwa shtukizi tu kwamba labda walijaribu wakaona labda pengine watakosa hii serikali, lakini kwa sababu ya mipango yao wakaipata, kuja kuipata wakawa sasa wameshangaa hawajui wataanzia wapi. Sasa wacha tushuhudie wakifanya campaign na kampeni kwa zile strongholds za mzee. Sasa hiyo wameleta Miguna. Baada ya wiki mbili zijazo tutamuona yule bwana alomtukana mama yake Uhuru, anaitwa sio Cosmos J, pia naye akiambiwa come back. Sisi tuna hii serikali tunamshirikisha yeyote yule, lakini lengo na madhumuni ni kuhakikisha hizi kabila pia zimechange mind, zimerudi katika uongo. Maana wao hawauzii uoga, lakini wanatuuzia uongo. Hivyo ndugu zangu wale wa Nyanza region, msiache mbachao kwa msala upitao. Msihadaike kwa wakati huu kisa mmeletwa Miguna, basi mkaona labda kuna upenzi zaidi. Lengo ni kuhakikisha unaregeshwa hapo useme sawa mzee. Kwa hivyo hilo tu lilikuwa ni ombi langu la kwanza. Pili, dawa nzuri tu yeye inaweza katagesha uchumi wetu chini ni corruption. Leo hii wenye wamezunguka kwenye serikali hiyo, wenye wamekuwa nominees na wale watawekwa kwa hizo position zingine, wote ni hao walioasi serikali hiyo iliyoisha. Leo hao waje wapigane na ufisadi. Ni jambo ambalo linanipa maswali na sidhani kama litatimika kwa ukamilifu. Ikiwa tu kesi zao zote zimefutiliwa. Kwa hivyo it seems kwamba what they did is totally right. Kisingizio ni sababu ya siasa. Kwa wamewekelewa. Unaekelewa nini? Kwa hiyo Julia Makiadi na wengine hapa sisi tuzungumze na tusishoke kuzungumza. Watu wa Kenya tuna nafasi ya kuelimisha ndugu zetu wakaelewa ni nini haswa ambacho kipo. Jambo lingine ambalo nitalizungumzia, nina shaka sana na mheshimiwa Kalonzo kwamba ana maswali kichwani, huku yuko kule yuko, kwa sababu ujio wake jana kwanza ulikuwa waibu. Nimeona amekalishwa mahali kando tu na watu wanafanya mambo yao. Naona pia alifanya kuambia rais, unajua kuna Kalonzo yuko mahali pale. Please, Kalonzo abaki na msimamo. Kalonzo ana uwezo tena mkubwa endapo atashikilia mahali kwake, despite hata kama kuna uchungu, amekosa kazi hana, lakini asimamie pale, kwa sababu rekodi ya Kalonzo despite kwamba mara amegeuka huku na kule, lakini ni mkomavu na na imani anaweza pia kutuunganisha Wakenya, tofauti na uongozi wa vijana wenye umeingia hapa. Kwa hiyo Kenyans hapa tusiwe na matumaini mengi. Hii ni serikali inaangalia pesa tu. Panapotoka pesa tuhakikisha kwamba tumeingia pale. Sikia jana DP akisema kwamba Hata zile pesa ziko kwa county government, zile magavana, kuna mpango hizo pia zitaregeshwa huko juu. Hizo pesa zenye ziko county huku zitaregeshwa huko juu, kwa sababu hii serikali ikiona imeangazia mahali, jua kuna benefit yao inatafutwa mahali hapo. Ukiona tu wamemwilika jicho mahali fulani, na hata wakikwambia la uzuri gani hapo, kuna kitu kiko pale. Na kwa sababu njia ya muongo waga ni fupi, mara ukweli unajitokeza hapa, na wanageuza immediately tu wanapogundua hapa mahali tumeingia sipo, kwa sababu kama ni ahadi tumezianza kitambo. Kama ni siasa walianza 2018. Ahadi kama ni hizi walianza nazo mapema. Where are those stadiums? Sijaona hata nikizungumziwa hilo. Vile viwanja tu waliahidi wakati huo viko wapi? So serikali ni yao, wakimesi ni yao, na sisi wa Kenya tungongange. Tusipoona kwamba harama maisha imeshuka, hapana, tusivumilie. Uhuru tunao na katiba inatulinda vizuri. Tusimame wote kwa kauli moja, tutoe haya masuala ya ukabila, kwa sababu wanaumia ni watoto wetu, na watakaoumia zaidi ni vizazi ambavyo vinakuja, ambavyo kutokana na hali ya hewa yenye ilibadilika, itakuwa ngumu wao kwanza kuona shamba lina maana zaidi. Wao watakuwa wana focus na njia hizi za mikato. So please, tujiangalie sisi hapa, lakini zaidi tusijiangalie sisi, tuangalie vile vizazi mnakuja viishi katika nchi ambayo itakuwa iko huru, imetokana na hawa waongo. Pili, sikio siku zote halizidi kichwa. Uhuru ndio wanamponda, lakini Uhuru yeye alituliza watu, aliwatuliza kabisa. Ndio alikopa madeni, lakini hayo madeni pia alifanya kazi. Hizo pesa pia zilifanya kazi, kwa sababu kuna mambo na infrastructure, mambo na barabara aliyasimamia vyema, na baadhi ya mambo mengi tu. Pili, hiyo subsidy pia ilitusaidia. Kasema hii inaharibu milioni 8, sijui milioni 800, sijui milioni ngapi. Kwa hiyo tunaitoa, tutavumilia mpaka pale ambapo tutatafuta long term. But tunaumia wa Kenya. So hawafocus vile vitu ambavyo vinamwathiri mwananchi wa kawaida kwa sasa. Jambo ambalo hili litawaeka chini tu immediately, kwa sababu sasa hii huu ni mtungi umefungwa, hauna hata pumzi, na ni mtungi wa pombe ya mnazi. Umefungwa mpaka hauna, kila siku unafura tu. So wakati ukitafuta nafasi utoke hii kisplit, sidhani kama kutakuwa hapa kuna sawa. Kwa sababu mwananchi sasa hivi anajiuliza maswali. Zile ahadi na yale mazuri nilionyeshwa, mbona ni ngoja? Sasa hii ngoja hii ni sumu wanajipandia. Na kibaya zaidi, young generation ndio walikuwa wana support hii, kutokana na zile promises walipewa. Hawa ndio watakaoanza, na ndipo hapo sasa watakapotafuta ushauri kwa vigogo kama kina Uhuru na mzee Raila na wengine, ambapo itakuwa ni too late, kwa sababu lilia wembe tushampa. Kwa hiyo wangekuwa na heshima kwa hiyo hawa viongozi, maana heshima siku zote jamani si utumwa. Mtangulizi wako kulikuwa na kitu alikifanya pale, sasa ukiingia pale mshukuru kwanza kwa kile ambacho alikifanya, naye Mungu atasimama na wewe kukupa nayo akili na maarifa ya kuweza kufunga mbele. Lakini endapo utamkuta mwenzako alisimama pale wakati yeye hajasimama pale kwa hiari yake, kuna Mungu alimweka pale ili atimize kile ambacho kiko pale. Naona ingia pia, shikilia pale, hata kama kulikuwa na mabaya gani, jaribu kumsupport. Inaleta umoja pia wa Kenya, inaleta pia heshima kwamba huyu kiongozi ana heshima, maana uongozi ni heshima. Without respect kwa wale watangulizi wako, unajitia wewe unajua kila kitu, ndio unapojikuta sasa kile unachokifanya kinagonga mwamba. Kwa hiyo hili ni laana lilijitafutia, na ni laana la roho ya kujinyanyua roho ya kujienua, ambapo mwisho wa siku itamregesha chini akinyagwe. Asanteni kwa hayo kwanza.
Aya, asante Chaka. Naona Misi alikuwa amedrop na amerudi. Kabla nimpe nafasi.
Now, away from the vetting of the CSs, and let's have a look at the cost of living, where most Kenyans living in Nairobi are living from hand to mouth as the cost of living, especially the cost of food, becomes unbearable. And as Beldin Waliaula now reports, the prices of sugar and flour have been on an upward trend, forcing city dwellers to look for ways and means to survive during these hard times. Now, some of whom now depending on food from their rural homes.
About 5 weeks since President Ruto took charge of the highest office on land and even promised to lower the cost of living, including lowering the cost of unga, Kenyans are yet to enjoy the fruits of Kenya Kwanza promises. The cost of living is becoming unbearable to most Nairobi city dwellers, with shelf prices scaring many Kenyans away from supermarkets and big stores. In order to survive the hard economic times, many city residents have now devised a method of getting food from upcountry. At the Machakos country bus in Nairobi, vehicles coming from the countryside are fully packed with food. Unlike before, where those in Nairobi used to send money for upkeep of their families, the story is now different. The village is literally feeding the city.
Maisha imepanda sana. Unapata saizi unga imeongezwa bei, sukari imepanda, kila kitu mpaka mafuta. Na sisi kama wakaji wa Kenya, saizi inabidi ya kwamba chakula inatoka nyumbani kikuja Nairobi.
Mahitaji ya nyumba sikuwa nauliza chochote. Na sasa inafika hata mtoto hawezi kunywa chai asubuhi kwa nyumba. Hata lunch saizi nilifunga. Wasipokula shuleni wala wameenda shuleni, itabidi ningangane jioni nitumane ndio wapate.
The cost of sending luggage has gone up immensely, with public transport owners attributing the increase to the high cost of fuel. At North Rift booking office, it's a beehive of activity, with clients coming to collect their food packages. Sacks of maize sent from the village are evident. These vehicles mostly serve Kenyans living in Western Region and Rift Valley.
During the weekdays, chakula mingi utumwa sana. Hadi sasa nivenye sasa leo mjapata chakula ziko mingi. Huwa inajaa kuanzia hapa hadi the other side. Sasa hii ni kuashiria kuwa Wakenya wanapitia hali ngumu ya maisha.
At Ena Coach and Transline booking offices that mostly serves clients from Kisii and Luo Nyanza, there is not even enough space to store the food coming in from the villages. All types of food are sent here, ranging from bananas, avocado, and even vegetables, despite their perishability.
Mtu anasema badala ya kununua unga 210 kwa kilo 2, afadhali alete mahindi ili asiage. Mtu anaangalia badala ya kununua chakula Nairobi, afadhali aletewe chakula, atumie 300, aletewe chakula ya kukula mwezi mmoja.
The high cost of living is not limited to food alone. Housing is also prohibitive and unreachable for many. Most of the Nairobi residents, especially the low-income earners, are struggling to pay their monthly rent.
Kulingana vile maisha iko, hakuna mtu anaweza jimudu kujilipia nyumba. Mnashikana kama wanaume 5 uko na familia. Imagine, juu nyumba zimeshakuwa bei, hata kama hakuna mtu anaweza jilipia nyumba.
Niko na yule wako form 1, niko na yule wako form 2, na huyu wa undergrade 6, huyu grade 6. Sasa ule wa form 2 alifukuzwa, wa form 1 amefukuzwa. Sasa hakuna vile ningelipiwa grade 6 na nilipasa maisha imetusuppress, imetufinya sana.
But for others, there is still a beacon of hope that the cost of living will soon drop.
Hivyo sisi tunangoja 100 days yenye president alikuwa anasema Mheshimiwa William Ruto ya kwamba 100 days bei ya chakula ilikuwa imerudi chini.
As Kenyans reel silently from the high cost of living in the city, they have now turned to their relatives back in the village. But for how long will this codependency last? Beldin Waliaula, KENYANS, Nairobi.
Haya, Misa nakuona umeingia hapa. You are soon rolling out 250,000 houses and people are saying hata pesa ya kulipa hiyo nyumba hawana. So karibu. I hope you have an answer for that.
Asante. Mimi nilikuwa naomba habari ya ndugu yangu Kuseo, Benson Mbudhia, Frederick Sunday, and Julia and Richard. Habari yenu. You know, Benson, you know, I listen to you keenly. You speak a lot of sense, by the way. Don't be discouraged. You know, kirushwa mishale hapa, don't be discouraged. I think you speak a lot of sense from a point of you're trying to be real. And I think being real in a foreign land, you know, sometimes when you are in a panelist of 4 or 5 people with a different opinion, it's like you are on a foreign land. So I listen to you keenly and I do identify with you. So that is good. But again, going back to, I think it's okay. I don't have a lot to say. Julia, happy Mashujaa Day. You know you are Mashujaa, so it's good to see you. But it's I think what I think I do relate with everyone. You know, I think what the government is focusing on long-term projects, long-term plans. Housing is not a short-term project, short-term project. It's a long-term plan. But food and the daily cost of living is something that is urgent and important, and I think the government should be able to address that immediately, because you cannot invest. Yes, we need to hear what you have in the future. The plans that you have for the future is a good thing, like housing. But again, we just have to start looking at how do we live to fulfill the plans that you have in the future. You can't be planning for us a place to live when we actually going to die out of anger. So I think the government should start looking at more urgent and important areas. And I think it's important that they listen to the Kenyan citizens, because it has been a cry for some time. But however, it is worth noting that the cost of living is not only different in Kenya, even those in other countries, the cost of living is as well. Things have changed, things are going up. And so it's not only Kenya. By then, mshahara ni ile ile, hata kila mahali, the minimum wage is the same. But the cost of products is going up, not coming down. So it's a legitimate concern that Kenyans have. And I think the government should focus on providing solutions that will help us and sustain us while we are looking at a long-term project. So I also want to recognize and congratulate the president for allowing, making it possible for the barrister Miguna to come back to the country. I think it is a good, that shows that he respects the rights and freedoms of a Kenyan citizen who has been in exile for almost the last 5 years. Miguna, as you can remember from 2017, has been having these challenges. And it was very good to see that now he's allowed to travel back to the country and being received. I think the fight of Miguna is not only his fight, but it was a fight for diaspora and Kenyans who have audacity of challenging those who are in power. So it is good to see him back home because that's where he belongs. And he made a statement that as a Kenyan, you cannot be deported to a foreign country that has extended a privilege of you to be there. So that is what I will focus on. But I think, like many of you are saying, Kenya Kwanza now, or the government of Dr. William Samoei Ruto, should now stop talking and focus towards providing solution. I cannot emphasize that enough, that we cannot be, every day talking without action. So when you talk, you should accompany actions. Increase the food production is good. How are they going to increase the food production? And again, Frederick, the whole idea of planting trees is a good thing because there's climate change, and climate change is affecting us. The question is it a priority for us to start planting trees now? Are we spending money to, are we allocating a budget to commence that ambitious project of planting trees? And if we are allocating trees, are we going to allow the people, people dying? We watch people dying, whereas we are busy planting the trees. I think all these things are good. The priority of them is what is upside down. And I think to me, that is what is of concern. I hope Rigji, as he promised that time for talking is over, now is the time for action. I hope that they will swing into action. And ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, vile unasema kila siku, nakubaliana nawe kwamba tuache ushabiki na ushabiki tu, wakati ule tutaanza ushabiki. Sijakusikia kama umewacha ushabiki ndugu yangu, lakini manake umelia katika yale mazungumzo yako hapo awali. Umesema kwamba kura yako uliweka mahali ambapo ulikuwa unaegemea. Sasa nafikiri ni wakati ambapo tunafaa kuja pamoja, tuwe na lengo moja na jukumu moja la kusukuma serikali ili ipate kufanya ile kazi ambayo iliyotuahidi. Tutafanya hivyo tukiwa kama Wakenya, lakini si kama washabiki wa kuegemea pande moja. Nafikiri hayo ndio maoni yangu kwa sasa. Asante.
Asante Mise, wacha niende kwa Julia.
Okay, thank you Makiadi. Mise, good to see you. Good to see Chaka Mdume. Sikujua Mise waongea Kiswahili sanifu hivyo. You're doing good. Now, I want to agree with, I think, Mise, that I think there are urgent issues. But I think the projects that the president is launching, those are not his projects. Those were Uhuru Kenyatta's project. I think he doesn't have anything else to do because he has to be seen in the public limelight doing something. This government, Mise and Benson, maybe Benson more, today Mise has been a bit neutral. This government, like Makiadi is saying, has no, ni kama hawakuona wakipata uraisi. It is like somebody who was trying to get married or who was trying to sweet talk some girl, and then the girl became pregnant. And then the girl he has to marry that girl. That is from the African point of view. And sasa huyu msichana amepata mimba, sasa lazima amuoe awe bibi yake. Na sasa ajui he needs to buy diapers, he needs a big house, he needs a bedroom for the baby, and he is like he wasn't prepared. This President Ruto does not seem to have been prepared for anything. And again, I'll say this, Baba is the only person who was prepared for this. Baba knew where we are coming from. si ati hii njaa ingeshtua baba impate tu apigwe ashikwe na mshtuko wa moyo ajipate ati kwamba ameshangaa watu wanalala njaa. Baba knew that Kenyans are struggling, and therefore he had put down 9 points agenda, and he had said first and foremost, I know there are about 2 million families that are likely to be sleeping hungry. And I remember Mother said in her interview that fellow Kenyans, rescue is on the way. So they had a blueprint that once we get to power, the first thing we shall budget for 6,000 for about 2 million families in this country. And then when they were asked, mtatoa pesa wapi? He said, we only need to do one simple thing, to seal the corruption loopholes. Because President Uhuru retired President Uhuru had talked about the amount of money we lose every day due to corruption. And even Ruto himself came to the US and talked about that Kenya budgets for 100 million for corruption. So Mother and Baba knew exactly where to get the resources to give to these 2 million families. And then Baba also knew that Kenyans struggle to take their children to school. And he talked about free education. So he knew that if by this time Kenyans wake up one day, so you have seen the clip Makiadi has played. That man has said, akona mtoto form 2 na mtoto form 1. Na watoto wamefukuzwa shule. Now, imagine if you told that man that next time, hatalipa fee, how much do you think that man will celebrate? Baba knew that. He knew, we got to be real here. That is why Mother was saying rescue is on the way. Baba knew that we are struggling with paying our health services in Kenya. He knew that. Now, when Baba was done with those 3 issues, Baba decided to address the way forward. Okay, we have done with the emergencies that we have. What is the way forward for this country? That is why he was talking about creation of how was he going to create jobs. He talked about one county, one product. He talked about what Budhia was trying to tell us about the milk industry. You see, Budhia, Ruto is talking about the milk industry. He's not addressing the whole country. Kisumu maziwa kweli. Is Kisumu producing milk? Or how much milk is Mombasa, is Coastal Province producing? He doesn't exactly. Baba said one county, one product. So we go to Kisumu and decide that maybe they are producing sugar. So we emphasize on that. We decide that we will add value on sugarcane production so that we create employment and we create an export product for Kisumu County and the other counties that are in Nyanza province. Go to Kirinyaga County and decide what can Kirinyaga County produce, what can Nyeri County produce. Baba knew that we need to do something about that. And he also talked about, he was addressing the youth and their skills, and he was saying, how can we make sure that these youths are useful after graduating from schools? He had procedures, he had the policies, Baba was saying, we have this problem, and we'll address these problems. We'll start with addressing this problem. How? This way. But that is, now you see Ruto is waking up one day, mara ameenda kulaunch nyumba za Uhuru. Hizo ni nyumba za Uhuru. Hajui aseme nini next day. So, Mr. Budhia, you are really trying a lot to explain to us. You are trying, but no amount of explanation will bear any fruit because we can see where we are going. We don't have anyone to explain to us where we are going. We can see it. Now, Makiadi is asking a question, what were sent to Mlima Kenya wako na njaa. Even when Budhia, you are saying that your cows produce 200 liters of milk, that could be the only farm in Murang'a County that is producing 200 liters of milk. Because Makiadi, for your information, the land in Murang'a County, in Mount Kenya, is now fragmented. And if you see somebody owning 1 acre of land, the grandfather was rich or was very able, because the land is so fragmented. The other thing, kuna hii shida ya Mount Kenya region that our youth really became alcoholics. That is why you see there is a tendency that Mount Kenya seems to think that the end justifies the means. And that is why they are okay with the Ruto government, because that is the kind of lifestyle they would want. Get rich quickly, doesn't matter how you get rich. And they are okay with it. Wanashangaa nyinyi akina kusema mnalalamika, when if I steal your farm and you don't catch me, what is wrong with you? If I steal your cow and you don't catch me, or you take me to court and the judge rules my favor, what is wrong with that? Si wewe ndio ulishindwa kubribe judge. You are a dumb. Why you didn't use your head and bribe the judge? That is the attitude in Mount Kenya region. Unfortunately, it's a sad attitude. That is why they are okay with this government. They are wondering why you comment about Aisha Juma. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with Kuria? You know, somebody was here saying that Kuria has talk sensible things. Ile matusi Kuria naongea naambia Uhuru akazae. That is sensible. I mean, that Kuria talk sensible. Imagine if you are saying you're okay with Kuria. You see, that is the challenge that Mount Kenya is having Makiadi. So Mount Kenya is no longer very productive. And I think the only parts that may be productive could be a bit of, I think, Upper Murang'a County, we have near Aberdare region, those places, I mean, where there is a bit cool. And then Kirinyaga is a bit productive. And then we have Nyandarua County is productive, but Nyandarua County infrastructure, hakuna barabara Nyandarua County. Na hao watu ndio wamesema hii barabara ya Mau Road inasikia imefungwa. There is no infrastructure in Nyandarua County, Kinangop. And even this place called Kipipiri, and then I know Lower Oljororok, Olkalau, Salient Olkalau, Oljororok. Hakuna stima, hakuna maji, hakuna barabara. Kuna barabara moja tu imetoka Nyahururu, inapita Olkalau, inaenda Naivasha. Then there's a road opening up to Nakuru through Olkalau, and another one through another one from Nakuru to Nyahururu town. The rest of the places, there are no roads. Those people produce milk, wako na a lot of Irish potatoes, and they don't know what to do with them. So, in other words, Nyandarua, Mount Kenya region is ailing, and it's no longer productive as people used to think it's productive. So when you hear people are going hungry, then even Mount Kenya region, they are going hungry. So the question is, like Mise has asked, what should be the way forward? The way forward is, number one, which cannot be the way forward for this government, is zero tolerance to corruption. That is the way forward. But now, if the cabinet secretary is Aisha Juma, in fact, we don't have cabinet secretary, there will be puppets of William Ruto. He put those people there because he can pull them with strings and tell them, do this, do that. Akuta cabinet secretaries, there will be only one cabinet secretary, William Samoei Ruto, and his henchmen. Those the under in a cabinet, Nyuma. That is how he's going to work, which means he'll not even sit and plan for any policies. He has no intentions for doing that, and if he has, he cannot do it. Budia, I wish they could employ people like you. I'm telling you, Budia, you'll perform if they employ you, if they give you a job, because if the way you are passionate here, you maintain that passion, and they give you like the Ministry of Agriculture, and they don't bulldoze you and they don't bully you or intimidate you, then I think you can say, for the 5 years I'm here, I'm going to make a difference. But I'm sorry, Mr. Budia, we don't have such people in the cabinet. And even if we have, Ruto will not allow them to work. So the truth is, Wakenya mko na shida. Na umeona they are getting food from wanatafuta chakula kule nyumbani. Na Wakenya wacheni stop shipping food from nyumbani. Fanyeni hivi. Most Kenyans, all of us here, tuko na kule tunaita Nyarugunga. Wajaruo wanaita Nyarugunga. Most Kenyans wako na Nyarugunga yao. Hata we Makiadi, uko na ile simba yenye ulijenga when you were initiated, you went for initiation ceremony. Kuna pale ulijenga simba, Wajaruo wanaita simba. Kuna place your grandfather gave you. Most hata Budia, you have a place besides maybe what you have acquired. You have a place your father showed you. Chaka hata wewe uko na shamba baba yako alikupatia. Mise, you can show me your simba back home. Most Kenyans, we are still having that traditional thing. Even me, if I say to go home, I have a place to call home. What I'm trying to say, Kenyans, think about that. Think about how you can develop those places. Think about how you can even have your families back home. I mean, think about that. think about even how you can save on rent. Maybe just have a one bedroom house or a one room house in Nairobi. Let your family be back home. Why am I saying that? Kama uko nyumbani, you'd have to transport that corn, that maize, utalima mahindi, utalima maharagwe. Watoto, at least hata kama your children may not have luxuries, you'll have food for the day. Because the things is hard times are coming. This government will not address your health issues. This government will not address food shortage. This government will not even dare address education. They have not, Mr. Chaka, uko na watoto, they have no plans for addressing education for our children. Hawana mpango. The school principals will continue exploiting Kenyans, and in fact, they will increase the fee. Things are expensive, and more children will drop out of school. So, mjipange, mjue that is where we are heading to for the next 5 years, unless we have a revolution, unless Kenyans say it is enough. Now, I saw somebody said, Miguna Merudi home. Maybe Mr. you will explain to me later. I need to understand why Miguna was chased away from Kenya, because I'm thinking that if you are living in America and you became an American citizen, and then we have the 2010 Constitution when you already became an American citizen, I think there is room for dual citizenship. Mr. I stand to be corrected. I need to help there, maybe you explain to me if you understand that. Now, I think there's room for dual citizenship, and that if you don't have a Kenyan passport, you can apply for a Kenyan passport. I know people now who have American passports and they have Kenyan passports. So when they go back home, they use their Kenyan passports. So I don't know why Miguna could not apply for a Kenyan passport. I don't understand, because I do not understand why he did not apply for a Kenyan passport, so that he can have dual citizenship. That one I think I can be helped. I stand to be corrected. So Miguna is back. But guess what? Those who are in Kenya Kwanza, he's going to be a pain on Ruto'S A. Wacha nisiseme hiyo ingine mise. He's going to be a pain on Ruto'S A. So much. Asante Makiadi.
Okay.
Can I respond to something that's really asked?
I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Mise. Let me go to Mbudia because she has been quiet for a while. I'll come to you.
Thank you, moderator. And Julie, thanks, Julie. You are very passionate about the 9-point agenda, but I also want to invite you to the reality, and the reality is something called the plan. And the plan is the most exhaustive document that we have ever seen in the politics of Kenya. We traveled to 43 counties, and we sat with the local people, not the leaders, the local people, and they told us the issues affecting their counties and some of the things that we need to do. So while I was talking about milk in Mount Kenya, just to remind you that we went to Marsabit, we went to Kilifi, we went to Migori, and they told us their issues. We were just taking an example of one value chain. So basically, there are many value chains that have been identified through the plan. And I invite you to read the document, because it will be our point of reference for the next 5 years. Unfortunately, and I hope some of the ideas that were in the 9-point agenda can be assimilated, and there should be a way of finding convergence of the two documents, the 9-point agenda plus the plan. Secondly, you have talked about launching projects that were done by the other government. No government takes a country from zero. There's no, Ruto did not take a virgin government. A government is one continuous process, and you take from where the predecessor did. Uhuru did the same, Kibaki did the same, and this is one continuous thing. So I think it will be very important and more important for Ruto to actually launch the project that was started by President Uhuru. Some of them were very transformative. The Mwea project, the irrigation in Mwea, the housing in all these areas is transformative. It's transformative, and I encourage even governors, the governors down there should be encouraged to take over the project from the former, because that's how a country grows. Number 3, I also want to tell Julie, nikukupasha hii, the last 15 years, Nyandarua have really benefited from the infrastructure projects. I can tell you one of the biggest road that was done by Kibaki is 106 kilometers road from Magumu all the way to Engineer to Olkalao and up to Nakuru. So Nyandarua have really opened up, Julie. If you go to Nyandarua now, it's the new Ishaweri, all the way from Magumu to that side of Nakuru. So basically, there's a lot of opportunities in countryside that people can benefit from. Finally, is the issue of corruption, and I want to agree with you that, and especially budgeted corruption. And what I call budget corruption is when technocrats in government put budget and supplementary budgets with the target to steal. And you remember Mutunga talking about budget economy, budget government, where people in NGO sector, we call our colleagues in government bureaucrats, we call them the per diem government, where people, the only thing they know is per diem and where they can travel to get more money. So I agree with you. There's a lot of spillage, there's a lot of siphoning of government, and some of it is budgeted within our ecosystem. So those are things that we can improve. But finally, I also want to tell you that there are emergency things that we have done, and you need to acknowledge. You need to acknowledge that food distribution, emergency food is being distributed. I just mentioned that the governors and the development partners, including the American government and others, are already doing some work down there, because managing a country is bigger than just the politics. Finally is how do we want to move forward as a country in terms of finding a convergence? I'm waiting for an opportunity where when we sit here, we can actually discuss things without having these divides, because we seem to have a clear divide, and I think Mr. have talked about it. How can we sit here and discuss the issue of education? You are saying about the education system. Me and you know that the government have put a 42-member committee to look at the entire education system. The task force is led by Professor Munavu, the former Vice Chancellor. How can we, as elite, inform the processes? Julie, your background is education. How can Mutembei team, because we sit here as a team, put our ideas into the Munavu-led committee, so that the issues of CBC, the father who is talking about school fees and all these things, can benefit from our advice to that committee. Julie, you lead us. We do this. I think that is the best way to move forward, because bashing, it doesn't matter how much we bash the government. There is already a system. We can improve by robbing and by putting our expertise into the processes that are ongoing. There's already a task force that is looking at the Hustler Fund. What is your idea, Julie? If you are given 50 billion to give to the local wananchi, wale unaita walevi wa Murang'a, how can we help them? That is what I'll be looking at. Finally, Makiandi and Julie, I also want to inform you that the revolution that you are talking about is already in the air. Many things are happening. the revolution idea is developing slowly. We from this side, we can see it. You can see today, yesterday, you can see the targeted messaging that is coming from what I call Kibicho Battalion of led by Pauline and others. The Nyamachoma you are talking about is not a coincidence, and the Bungera Wananchi visit are not coincidence. And Julie keep on asking me where I sit in government, but I can tell you from intelligence, those are some of the things that are coming up. So we know the revolution thing is coming. It is a 90-day. It's a matter of time. Then we'll be dealing with the revolution. But bring it on, guys. Thank you, Tim.
Go ahead, Julia.
Benson, do you know why the people do go for revolutions? People only resort to revolutions as, why is this Buddha? People resort.
Let's go ahead. I don't know what is happening. Everybody is dropping off, but I think.
Were people kicked out or what happened?
No,
okay, people resort. I want to tell Buddha, I'm sure he didn't. People resort to revolutions when as a last resort, when nobody can listen to them. Now, we've had an election that was contested, and about half Kenyans feel this government is not legitimate. And then the people who felt it's not legitimate went to court. And there is a feeling that the Supreme Court upheld the impunity in the electoral system. Now, first, there's a feeling that there is impunity in the electoral system. And then we have a Supreme Court that appears to uphold that impunity. Now, then we have underlying issues that we did not solve that are coming from Ruto government. Issues of corruption and misuse of public resources. Now, as if this is not enough, we have hungry Kenyans. A hungry man is an angry man. Now, these are desperate situations. So maybe Kenyans will ask you, where do we run to? What do we do? We cannot run to court. We cannot run to the government. So what next? So Mr. Mbuthia, wherever you are, stop saying bring it on. It's not funny. You see, it is not funny to be in that situation. It is because of desperate situations. Secondary Mbuthia has asked me why I can not make contributions to the CBC, I think, committee or something that was created by the president to look at the CBC. And I want to tell Mr. Mbuthia, the problem with the Kenyan education is not just CBC. It's not really CBC. Mr. Mbuthia, good to see you back. Now, the problem with the Kenyan education is not CBC. It is not even what system. Let me tell you something. Kenyans really, for now, I mean, common mwananchi may not even care ama umetoka 844 ama unarudi ile masomo ya class 7 ama uko kwa CBC. The challenge, Mbuthia, is the cost of education. Now, do you know how much it costs to take a child to just a moderate school? I think I was a teacher for many years in Kenya. In a moderate school, the moderate school that we call extra county schools, it was costing the parents about 70,000 shillings for them to have their child in that school for that academic year. And I'm asking myself, how many Kenyans can afford 70,000 Kenya shillings? How many? Now, even teachers who seems to be the middle income earners, let me say high school teachers, were still struggling to take their children to such schools. And then another thing that has happened is that there is this doing business with education was a wrong idea. Doing business with education in Kenya was a very wrong idea, that we have private schools. Now, we have all the people who can afford to take their children to these extra county schools and national schools are the parents who can afford to take their children to private primary schools. So the common mwananchi mwenye mtoto wake anaenda kwa public primary school finds her child in the day schools, what we call this day secondary schools. Now, if you ask me, Mbuthia, what I can contribute to this government about education, I can just tell them one thing. Let Kenyans stop doing business with education. That is one. Secondly, let all Kenyans walk to school. Let every Kenyan child walk to the nearest school like they do here in America. Okay, of course, here they are transported. But we can have what we call community schools in Kenya. Those schools, did you know, you people, I think either Alliance or Starehe Boys Center. I think Starehe Boys Center, not Starehe Boys, Pangani Girls, and there's this school called Lenana Boys. Pangani Girls and Lenana Boys have a day's class. Sijui kama mnajua hivyo. Kuna classes that were created by Matiang'i when he was Cabinet Secretary for Education. That Pangani Girls has a class of day school children who walk to that school, which means those children do not pay the fee the other boarders are paying. Now, supposing we make Pangani Girls a full day school, Pangani Girls may be having something close to 2,000 students right now, which means Pangani Girls can admit 2,000 children from the neighborhood. Now, the teachers, if you ask me my contribution, Budia, I can tell the government this is possible. Because as we speak now, the government of Kenya is paying teachers through the Teachers Service Commission. Secondly, as we speak, the government of Kenya is buying textbooks for all children in government schools in Kenya. I taught in a school where the textbook ratio was 1:1. And for a math class, the textbook was 2:1. That means a student had 2 textbooks for math bought by the government of Kenya. And this one I'm talking about several years ago. I'm not talking about now. It is Kebako who introduced this. The government of Kenya buys stationery, exercise books, and notebooks, 200 pages for the children. So why are these children paying fee? They are paying fee for 2 reasons. Chaka will tell you. They are paying fee for 2 reasons. One, those who are in the boarding school are paying fee inaitwa boarding. Lakini even boarding schools, the government pays some support staff. Wanalipa sijui watchman wawili, wanalipa basa, and I think 2 cooks. Which means if we decide we don't have boarding schools, then the children should not pay boarding fee. So the government can be left deciding, thinking, what will our children have for lunch? When I went to school, Moya alikuwa anatunulia maziwa. Maybe we can buy them half a loaf and milk for the day, so that kama mtoto alikuja shule yako na njaa, at least they will have something for the day. And then we'll not need cooks. Na ile maziwa Mbuthi anasema we'll have a place to sell that milk, because our children will be drinking the milk. You see? Then we'll not need the cooks. I'm not trying to say we destroy employment in the school, but we are trying to take this load from the parents. Sasa na walimu je, then the government should increase the number of teachers in our school so that parents do not have to pay anything to pay for any teacher. Serikali iandike walimu wengine. That one the government can afford. So in me, that is the reform, Benson, I did in the education sector, so that Kenyan children can walk to school. And then we can now try to figure out, what about the marginalized areas like parts of Rift Valley, Northeastern, maybe parts of Coast Province, and maybe parts of Nyanza Province? What about those areas that we do not have enough schools? We can decide now tujenge hayo mashule na tupeleke walimu huko. Na kama walimu they need housing, we spend more money building houses for them in those areas and improving securities. In that case, the next time, this is what Ruto should be planning. Next time, every parent wa Kenya ataamka akisema mtoto wangu anakanyanga shule. Let me tell you, Budia, to finish this. You asked me this question. If I was put in the shoes of Mashogu, mwenye amepewa Ministry of Education, na Ruto anipe uhuru na asiniingilie, I'm telling you the truth. The next time, Form 1 ingekuwa bure na watoto wangetembea to the nearest school. I would start with the Form 1. So that within 4 years, Everybody is walking to the nearest school. Nobody is paying a single coin. That is what I would start by doing. And all these schools you call national schools would be day schools. Unasikia Alliance itakuwa ikiadmit 500 children from the neighborhood. So that you ask me, Julia, sasa Alliance iko Kiambu na sisi tuko Kisumu ama tuko Siaya ama Bita Point, hatuna shule. So that we sit with my committee and decide we need a school here, we don't need a school here. We need teachers here, we don't need. Did you know that there are some places in Central where there are schools, there are 2 schools in a radius of 500 meters? I was in a school, boarding school hapa, secondary school iko Pandei, the other phase another secondary school. What for? That is waste of public resources. So that we decide and sit and decide these children wote waweke kwa hii shule, penye hakuna shule tujenge shule. That is what Ruto should be doing instead of wasting time. Saizi awache kupoteza wakati. About food crisis, saizi he should stop wasting time. He should decide that we don't need to depend on water any longer. Akae chini na committee yake even before his cabinet is sworn in, and he decides that we don't need to depend on rainwater, and he calls his people akina Murkomen na wengine waambie mumeimba ya kutosha, you have stolen enough. You thieves, come here, you have stolen enough, you are not stealing again. We are going to make sure that we don't have to depend on rainwater. That is what he should do. But if you ask me, Mr. Mbuthia, that man is not doing so. He said, ametuandikia majambazi. We say most of those cabinet secretaries are suspects of corruption, so I don't expect any difference. Asante Makiadi.
Yeah, I just want to compliment what Julia has said, and I think it's the responsibility of the government to make sure that it provides education and quality education to every citizen in the country. Having said that, I feel a bit, off when I talk about the situation that we have in our country in terms of the need for higher education vis-a-vis getting employed into various positions in our country. I look at the situation where the politicians have lowered the bar, and it is no longer important for all the positions. A governor does not need a degree to be a governor. A senator does not need a degree to be a senator. An MP does not need any academic credentials to be an MP. We have even lowered the bar for the ministries, and the reason why I'm talking this, and I said here the other day, Wetangula has shown us that I don't want to use the word that people use out there, but looking at the vetting process that is going on right now in Parliament, it is a great disgrace. It's like an abuse to the people who spent an extra coin to educate themselves through the university. And sometimes we should be asking ourselves, yes, we are educating these people through the primary level. We want to have a transition that is 100% to the secondary level, so that these people can also go into the tertiary level where they can go to become, whatever they want. They can join university, they can also join technical colleges. But we are also looking at a situation where we have a population that is educated with no work. Completely educated. Everybody has a degree or everybody has gone through college. But then what are we planning to do with these people that we put through schools? That is one issue that I want to talk about. I had Mbuthia, and I don't know why Mbuthia keeps on dropping. I hope he comes back. Mbuthia said here that the government is doing something to address the issue of drought. I agree with him. We have seen so many trucks. We have seen hata Bibi Gachagua tumeona akiflag off chakula cha msaada. But I think, Mise, you've during your skimming through books, you came across something called Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Jikama uliwahi kutana na kitu kama hiyo, Mise. So Maslow hierarchy of needs talks about, it's just a theory, it's a motivation which states that the 5 categories of human needs that dictate the human behavior. And at the basic level, there is air, there's water, there's food, there's shelter, sleep, clothing, and reproduction. And when Budhia comes here to tell us that the government is doing something towards addressing the issue of hunger in the country, we should also ask Budhia. Yes, when William Ruto came into power, maize, unga was subsidized. I call it maize subsidy. Unga ilikuwa bei ya gharama ya chini kwa sababu ya subsidy ya serikali. Now, the first thing they did was to get rid of that unga. Wherever there is unga right now, unga is very expensive, number one. Number two, there are other means that the government can do that. They can go out there and purchase mahindi kwa wingi na walete, sell it to the millers at a very, affordable price, so that we can address the issues of hunger short term right now as we plan for the future. The fertilizer will come, people will plant maize and all the other foods, and then that will help us 3 months, 4 months, 6 months to come. So what is our priority right now, Mise? What is our priority right now? That is my biggest issue with the Kenya Kwanza government. What are you doing to address the issue of food scarcity right now and hunger in the country? How many times will you flag off lorries to go to Turkana, to go to Marsabit to distribute food? How sustainable is this? How many people can be reached? The people, hata watu, Julia, ukiona watu wana flagi magari zikienda Marsabit, kuna watu wanalala njaa na wako Nairobi. There are people who are in Nairobi and they are sleeping hungry. It's not, when we talk about hunger, it's not just about people who are in Turkana, the people we see on TV. There are people who are living in the city center. They are living in, the cities, and they are still hungry. All they need is just for the government to wake up one day and say, look, we know, we understand the situation right now. Probably we would have loved to have a long-term solution, but at the moment we did not want to subsidize food. But at the moment we can see the situation and we can understand that without doing the subsidy, we will not be able to lower the cost of food. And that is what they should be doing right now. It is not about, showing people agricultural economics, like I heard the president saying, tutaonyesha agricultural economics. It's not about that. This is not about showing people anything. It's not about proving a point, because people are dying of hunger. People are suffering. People are suffering of, high inflation. People are suffering fuel prices ziko juu. People are suffering food prices ziko juu. And the people who want to buy food still cannot access the food, because cartels now wamefungia chakula. They are waiting maybe for the price to go even higher. So what is the short-term solution that the Kenya Kwanza administration has to actually address this issue? And finally, as I go to Mise, I want to ask you a question here. We were talking about this conversation with a friend of mine. We had this conversation with a friend of mine. I want to ask you here, can the prosecution withdraw the case of Aisha Jumwa and have an ADR? Is it possible in the Kenyan law? Perhaps you have an idea of that you can explain to us. Karibu Mise, and then we go to the next panelists.
Bwana Penny Nyagaka, habari yako? Nzuri kukuona.
Salama sana.
Asante.
Hata mimi nzuri kukuona.
Nafurahi. Nilikuona pale kwa comments pale, unajua ndio unarusha mishale pale sana.
Hakuna taabu.
Asante. Now, Makiadi, I cannot comment on that. I'm not expert. I'm not an expert witness on matters of Kenyan law. But the prosecution at any time can withdraw the case if they feel that the case has limited evidence, and if at any time they find that it's going to waste the time of the Honorable Court.
No, Mr.
So
my
they can withdraw.
Missy, I agree with that. I know the prosecution. I'm asking you in this case whereby they are purporting to have an ADR. So my question is this: in such a case like Aisha Jumwas, is it possible to have an ADR, alternative dispute resolution, between the accused and the prosecution?
I don't want to commit to answer that question because I'm not very privy to that. But there is a provision in court. Sometimes it's called annexed court mediation, and that is sometimes an EDR, as you as well as put it. It depends the basis on which basis and what is prompting, again, what is prompting them to have that. But again, the prosecution, on the other hand, it could be the accused, or the person who, remember, you are a property of the state, right? And whether you agree or you don't agree, the prosecution can proceed with the case. For example, if you harm me, and at one point I decide that I'm withdrawing the case, the prosecution, it's at the discretion of the prosecution to either agree or disagree, because to stop the precedence of such happenings, the prosecution can proceed to have a case against you. But I don't want to deal with dwell on Aisha's case, but I don't, because I don't know much about it. But earlier on, Julia said something, and I'd asked you to give me time to respond, and tell you that Miguna is a Kenyan citizen. There are rights that you are born with, that nobody can take from you. And, citizenship is one of it. Nobody can strip your citizenship unless you denounce it. But even if you denounce it, there will be a laid procedure for you to regain your citizenship, because you are born in that particular country. Today, the country where you live can decide to take away the privilege that they have given you, and your destination, country of birth, is Kenya. So now, in matters of Miguna had a valid passport at the time that was later destroyed. Now, the question that we should be asking ourselves is, who gave Miguna that passport? How did he acquire it? If we are, sorry, if we have the best interest of fighting corruption and bad practices, then we should have started asking, who gave you this passport? How did you get this passport? Immigration. And then immigration, who was that? Who presided over the issuance of this passport? This way, we would have stopped such precedents at the immigration. But instead, Miguna worked as a senior advisor of the Prime Minister on matters of coalition affairs. And during this time, he earned a salary that was paid by the taxpayers. And we knew, and everybody knew, that Miguna was had a Canadian passport. At the same time, he had a valid Kenyan passport. Now the question is, you are asking Miguna to apply. You destroy the passport that he already has, and then you're asking him now, go apply. That is redundant. I mean, why are you asking me to apply what I already have, right? If then you are asking me to go and apply what I have, then we should start by, who gave you this passport? You see, Miguna was a casualty of being punished because of presiding over an official swearing in of the Prime Minister, who was the opposition leader then. So At that time, he was a hero. We praised him. But at a certain time, we called him a nuisance. And this is a selective application of justice. And what Miguna was fighting is not only the only one. There are many Kenyans who are in US, everywhere, who are in diaspora, who are facing same challenges. Their children. They had denounced their citizenship at a time when Kenya did not allow dual citizenship. But Miguna, despite the fact that Miguna put his foot forward to fight this, he had an option of just saying, going quietly, reapplying and getting the passport and go a separate way and keep quiet. But he chose to fight for those people who do not have the audacity to come and question. So I think that was unfair, and I think the return of Miguna is going to cost the taxpayers money, because it's going. Remember, the ruling of Maraga had given an order, and if you remember what Maraga said that compliance with court orders is not optional; it is a constitutional obligation. So, and the government ignored. So now, by allowing Miguna to go back to his country, I mean, he's going to start suing the government then, and we are going to compensate him the damage, everything that he had lost during that time. And he is entitled to that. And you know, there is an order, and no one is above the law to disobey any order. And so the last thing I wanted to say is I don't see why people are getting worried that chakula inatoka ushago inakuja Nairobi. Do you know how many times tumetuma pesa nyumbani tukiwa kwa town, tukiwa huku majuu, tumetuma pesa siku mingi sana. So hao mandugu zetu wakiturudishia chakula, tusione vibaya tukaifanya ikawa kazi kitu ngumu. Inamaanisha wanarudisha mkono, na inamaanisha kwamba pia wao wamejua kwamba sharing is caring. So they are sharing just like we've been sharing generously. We have never complained. We've been sending money. And so let me stop there by saying, who gave Miguna a passport, a Kenyan passport? Now, after Constitution 2010, if it allowed dual citizenship, so what difference will it make for us to destroy the passport that was issued prior to Constitution provisions of Constitution 2010, and yet this passport has expiry date? Because every passport, it's either 10 years or 5 years, and then it will expire. So why not wait after 10 years? Then when he's going to renew his passport, then we can begin to have a conversation. I think we shouldn't penalize Kenyans who speak their mind, who are of different opinion. It is only fair that we give them a chance to be listened to and to express themselves as rights and fundamental freedoms provide. Thank you.
Wacha niende kwa chaka haraka alafu nimpatie Penny Nyagaka.
Asante Makede. Mimi hata sina mambo mengi. Nadhani swala lilokuwa linaniumiza sasa kwanza la Miguna ambalo Misa ametoka hapo kulizungumzia kwamba kikubwa kilichomuondoa Miguna ni kwa sababu ya uapisho wa Raila ambao ulikuwa kinyume. Sasa swali langu ni je, wale waliomfukuza ni akina nani? Na je, serikali ile ambayo ilikuwa inafanya hivyo, makamu alikuwa nani na rais alikuwa nani? Mwisho, je, kama kweli haswa alifukuzwa kwa ajili ya uapisho na ndio ilikuwa sababu kuu wakati ule, hiyo intention ya kufukuzwa Miguna ilitokana na hilo, for which nadhani hiyo ndio kweli. So who were these? Na where was that government ambao leo hii ndio imemuona kwamba kuna makosa na Miguna anafaa kurudi nyumbani? Je, swali langu mimi nakuuliza tena, huoni hii kwamba ni akili ya ndani zaidi kutaka kuteka eneo zima la mahali kupitia hii situation ya kurejeshwa Miguna hapa? kwamba ile community lazima nitaishika mkononi tu, iimbe mimi, itaimba mimi, kutokana na mtindo kama hii, of which there must be a hidden secret in between. Hilo ni la kwanza. Pili, turudi katika swala la elimu. Si kwa manifesto wala si kwa sasa hivi wako kwenye serikali, swala hili limezungumzia. Na kinachomuumiza mwananchi zaidi, hususa haswa kwenye hizi shule zetu za msingi na pia sekondari ambazo ni za serikali, ni swala la walimu waajiriwa, walimu wa ziada wale. Hao ndo zaidi wanamuumiza mwananchi, kwa sababu hapo ndo kwenye huo ukora wote. Hapo watoto wanaregeshwa manyumbani kwa sababu ya hao walimu wa ziada, wakati serikali iko pale pale na kuna watu ambao wamefuzu, wamesomea na wanatosha kuwa walimu ambao serikali inafaa walipe. Sasa tena mzazi anabandikwa mzigo asioweza. Harama maisha kama hivyo tunavyozungumzia. Mbona serikali isiajiri walimu? Mbona serikali isisimame tu kiendelea kusema kwamba sisi hatuhitaji kabisa, kama vilivyosema baba wakati ule wa 20 wakati wakishikana na Kibaki, shule zilikuwa bure tu, na wengi wanafunzi hata ambao walikuwa wamepitisha miaka na mkuta yuko class 1 lakini anaenda kusoma. Leo hii mzigo ulio na mzazi kijijini ni mzigo mkubwa baba. So hawajawahi kulizungumzia kufasaha kuhusiana na hii elimu ya mtoto wa hapa Kenya. Hebu tueleze tu mahali kidogo tu ambapo kwingine labda pengine sisi tunasema tuna upinzani huku wala hivi. Nilikwambia kitambo, nilitoka kwa siasa kitambo, lakini nitakosoa pale ambapo unaona, nitaikosoa hii serikali endapo unaona kuna mahali ambapo kuna tumiza. Kweli tulisungumza mambo shabiki, lakini naona tunaelemewa. Na sisi bado wenzetu mnatuambia subirini, kuna hivi mnatetea. Please, hebu tu nifahamishwe hayo mawili. Kwanza, hayo tu mawili. Swala la elimu mimi tueleze vizuri, maana sijasikia likihit katika akili yangu kabisa. Na ndio utu wa mgongo na ndio maisha ya watoto wetu wa kesho. Mbona mzazi habebeshe mzigo ambao hauwezi? Na serikali ipo na halizungumzii hili.
Mesa, ngoja nitakupatia nafasi. Nataka kwenda kwa haraka kidogo kwa sababu ya masaa hapa. Wacha nimpatie Nyagaka, alafu nasikia Black anasema nataka kuongea kwa mahali sensitive. Nyagaka, najua unaga mambo mingi, karibu.
Sina maneno mingi sana, habari yao vijana yangu. Wacha niseme ya kwamba huyu mheshimiwa ameuliza maswali mzuri sana. Maisha ya leo ni ngumu na itafanyika namna gani? Wengi wamezungumza maneno mazuri sana na nawaheshimu sana. Kama nafikiri ni Mise alisema mingi sana mzuri, na yangu makiani ni kuambia kwamba yale ambayo mnasema yote ni ukweli, sio mbaya, na you are free. Kama huyu mheshimiwa amemaliza kuzungumza, you are free to criticize this government in any democracy. That's how you survive. That's how you succeed. The gentleman earlier, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry. He said how they went all around the counties and collected the information, and that's what they are implementing as of right now. Now, Julia, as an educationist is good. I was an educationist in the 70s. Na yangu makia ni kusema kwamba if we can influence the system of today, of the future, to have a teacher at every class, at every time this kid is in school, or else the principal or the deputy principal knows. And if we can organize those teachers into, 7 teachers into one and share ideas, Kenya is one of the best countries Ukija hapa kama unakuja America na certificate ya Kenya, you are given all those credits that you took in any college in Kenya. And that's very good. So we have to improve the ideas of education to a higher standards. So yangu ni kusema kwamba we can contribute as to what it is that need to be done. In any democracy, it cannot tell us, vile nimesema, GMO, for example, is wrong. That does not mean that we have left order. We are in order. But what is wrong, and what's right is right. Let the Kenyan scientists study this and tell us as to whether we can afford it or not. When you go home, unaona watu wanatembea hakuna viatu hakuna nini, na unajua hiyo GMO whatever that soil touches, it becomes like poison. You know, guaranteed. I hear that. I mean, I've seen the chicken that are, you know, growing in 3 days, 4 days. So those might be, but in general, to adopt that as a principle and as a government, and you don't have to ask a question, is totally wrong. We have to ask those questions, and in any democracy, Makiadi, you have to criticize, and you have criticized it very well. But what in Wambia, all your criticism, yote, nimesikiza kama ya Julie, everybody, haitawapatia kura in 2027. Why don't you come up with ideas that will give you elections? Kama wewe mheshimiwa ameuliza vile watoto wanasumbuka kwa shule. Make that a one idea. And it touches everybody. It doesn't have to go kwa Mjaluo, kama ni Mukisi. It doesn't have to go to Mukisi, to anybody. It touches everybody. But what I have heard, and the show being there for a while, is all about criticism. It's all saying about Muizi. It's all Kenyatta saying he will never leave the government into a thief. Who is running the government now? So the ideas, the reality seems to shift. I mean, it's like you have a different reality to what some of us reality is. Na hiyo sio mzuri. Let us come down to Sungumuse to understand ya kwamba he to the change, here to the change. Here we agree, here we don't agree. And we go from there. That's in a democracy, and we fought for it for many, many years. Some of us were young. This is what we wanted. Kama Miguna alisema leo today. Nimalisia kusema, what Miguna has gone through is illegal and criminal. Anybody who was to put anything in between is a joke. The courts. Makiadi, if somebody says, I owe you 10 shillings, you owe me 10 shillings, we have to go to the courts so that it can arbitrate the issue. And every court, like 10 court cases, I don't know how many, I might be exaggerating, but they all said no, it was illegal. So it is bad, but we have gone through it. Then, you know, like French, once a French, always a French. In America, you have to denounce the American citizen in 3 months, in 3 different times, and on and on and on. Miguna never did anything. Na kuambia huyo mheshimiwa ambaye amezungumza, the person who gave Miguna the passport was Otieno Kochwang, part of Mapambano. And it was illegal when he had it because it was migrated by Moi. You know, the first one was revoked by Moi. Why? And how is it do you get the other passport? And we can go from, if you have to ask a question like that, we can go from there. But wacha niseme kwamba thank you very much Makiadi for giving me the opportunity. But wacha tuendelee and let us speak the truth. But you guys have not said anything that could threaten us. Asante sana. Asante Makiadi.
Asante sana Penny. Wacha niende kwa Black briefly, excuse so that we can move to the people who are on camera. Black. Black hatukusikii.
Black afungue kiuno.
You have a connection, uko na connection issue. Aya, ni kama utatoka urudi tena, uko na connection issue, unakatika. Kama ni mimi peke yangu, acha. Haya, Guru. Endelea.
Habari yenu. Mko salama?
Guru, habari yetu.
Wacha niseme hivi kwamba mpaka ya leo watu wanangojea kuona ile mambo waliahindiwa in the first 100 days, lakini ya kustaajabisha ni kwamba ile maneno iliongewa itafanyika 100 days haijafanyika na ionekani inafanyika. Na moja ya hiyo mambo ni kuleta bei ya chakula chini. Ndio unaona watu wamekimya namna hiyo, na ndio unaona hata watu hawakuenda kwa ile uwanja kwa sababu wameshajua walihadaiwa. Na unajua kuna kitu kimoja labda wale wako kwa mamlaka hawajajua. Vijana wa Kenya ni watu ambao they are very restless, na ni watu wanataka mambo ifanywe haraka haraka. Mambo bando ikifika hivi next national holiday kukiwa hakuna kitu change, itakuwa hata aibu zaidi. Isipokuwa sasa labda watumie pesa kuwahonga watu waende kwa uwanja. Lakini pia tuseme siasa yetu sasa imeanza kujulikana kwa ukweli ni ya kuhandaa watu. Bora tu waambie watu kitu ambao itawafanya wafurahie ili wakupee kura. Rais Ruto aliweka ndani ya vijana matarajio kubwa zaidi kwamba maisha yao itakuja kuwa maisha bora. Na zaidi ya hayo akasema kwamba hiyo maisha yao ni mbaya kwa sababu ya watu waliita dynasties. Kwa hivyo kutoa wale na yeye kuingia pale, basi maisha itaanza kuwa mzuri. Lakini sasa ni jambo la kustaajabisha kwamba wale walikuwa wanaita mahasla wanaona yule walikuwa wanaita dynasty akinunua nyama kwa city market, wanaenda kumwambia vile mambo imekuwa ngumu, naye anawaambia hiyo saa hii hainihusu sababu kiongozi wangu ni Raila, na kuingia gari na kwenda. Sasa basi tuseme kwamba for the first time in the Kenyan political history we are staring at a situation that we do not know. If circumstances don't change, I see a very, very difficult future, a very difficult years ahead for the Kenya Kwanza government, particularly from the youth. Hawa vijana huwezi kuwalisha propaganda kutoka January moshi mpaka 31st December. Ile wanataka ni maisha yao iwe bora. Sasa mmesikia mambo ya Hustlers Fund. Tofauti yake na Youth Enterprise Fund na Women Enterprise Fund, hakuna zile stringent measures za kufikia hiyo pesa. Ni ile tu, lazima uwe kwa group, lazima uwe na hii, lazima uwe na ile. Na hii ndio maneno walikuwa naongeleshea mambo wakati ya kampeni, lakini wamerudi pale pale. Kwa hivyo sijui ni nini itakuwa imebadilika, sababu vijana wengi hawaendi kuchukua hii pesa juu ya zile stringent measures ambazo zimewekwa pale. Lakini pia niseme hivi, vijana wengi wanajua hii ni pesa ya serikali, wanachukua mbira ile tunaita nia ya kurundisha. After all, kuna wale wanasema hata wale wengine wanakula zile pesa zingine za serikali ni nini wanafanywa. Kwa hivyo unakoba 30,000, 40,000 na unaishia. Pia nani alisema kwamba kila mtu anachukua pesa anachukua njoo aende afanye biashara? Hapo ndio makosa hata ile kubwa zaidi imefanywa. Ati unasikia rais anasema ati Fuliza wanaumiza wanabiashara. Pesa ya Fuliza ile mingi ni ya social spending, ni ya kulipa kondi, kulipa rent, ni ya hata kunywa. Ukiwa na marafiki na pesa imekuishia, unafuliza ngiri 2, ngiri 3, mnachafua meza. Kwa hivyo hii mafikiri kwamba Fuliza ni ya watu ya biashara, sijui hiyo mafikira ilitoka wapi. Ningetarajia kwamba kitu ya kwanza wangefanya ni research, wajue pesa ile nyingi ya Fuliza inaenda wapi, ili waweze ku align expectations zao za Hasra Fund na behavior ya the borrower. The behavior of the borrower is very important. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu tunangojea tuone ni wangapi wataenda kuchukua hiyo kitu pesa. Pia ile matamshi ambayo inaelekea hivi majuzi kutoka kwa deputy president akiwa huko Nandi ni kwamba wao kwanza watashughulikia wale waliwapigia kura. Lakini jana wakati ya Mashujaa nilisikia akiongea in a more reconciliation manner, na hizi contradictions hazisaidii hii serikali. Leo unasema utashughulikia wale waliwapigia kura, kesho unasema zote ni wa Kenya. Sasa hii maneno ndio inaharibu hata zaidi, kwa sababu ujue kwamba hii serikali inashinda ya what we call political legitimacy. Ukiongea na Wakenya wengi, the majority wanakuambia hawakuchagua hii serikali na hawaitambui. Sasa ikiwa namna hiyo, basi wana kibarua kikubwa kuona kwamba wananchi wanawaunga mkono wakiwa waliwapigia kura ama hawakuwapigia kura. Lakini ikiwa ni vile mambo iko na hiyo kujipiga kifua na kunjigamba, mpaka wa leo wanaongea vile walishinda, sijui ni kama hawajaamini. Sababu unajua ni kwa nini hawaamini, lakini haisaidii yoyote, haisaidii inchi. Ile speech ya jana ilikuwa zaidi ya lisali moja. How many Kenyans do you think sat through to listen to those speeches? Kenyans want cheap food, they want affordable fuel prices, they want reformed CBC and so on and so forth. Sio matamushi ama speeches za lisali moja. Haisaidii kuenda kuambia watu vile utafanya in 10 years, 5 years. Yet leo watu wanakufa na njaa. Saa hii watu wanaumia, pesa hakuna, wagonjwa wanaumia kwa mahospitali, wanaenda wanaambiwa hakuna dawa. Hiyo ndio mwananchi wa kawaida anataka kusikia. Basi wacha tungoje, lakini ni kama hawa jamaa hawakuwa wametarajia ama hawakuwa they were not ready to take up the role of leadership, which is a very difficult role anyway. Si rahisi kama vile walikuwa labda wanafikiria. Ikiwa ni kufikiria itakuwa ni sherehe baada ya sherehe, basi mambo iko namna hiyo. Watu wamekimia, lakini hiyo kimya ya watu, hata hiyo ndio zaidi, hiyo ndio inafaa wajiulize kwa nini Wakenya wamekimya tu hivi. There is no celebration anywhere. hakuna ile inaitwa even expectation kwa serikali mpya. Vile ukiwa umeweka serikali mpya, unaona watu wana matarajio kubwa. Watu ni kama washajua kwamba hapa ni Mungu tu, ni kungojea. Anyway, wamesema kwamba serikali yao ni ya iliwekwa hapo na Mungu na pando ni ya miracles. Labda tukiendelea huko mbele miracles zitakuja kufanyika, na hiyo yote wamesoma kwa speeches itakuja kuwa. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Guru. I think we have been here for a while now. Black naona unajaribu kuconnect lakini sijui ni nini mbaya, unadropiwa immediately. There's something wrong with your connection maybe. Let me see if I can add you here. Aya, jaribu kuongea sasa tusikie.
Unanisikia sasa?
Ya, uko sawa?
Jambo wenzangu wote kwa studio na wengine wote mahali popote mlipo, I hope you all doing fine. Kama kawaida nawapenda. Kazi ni kazi. Madhumuni haswa ya kuingia wakati huu ilikuwa ni kuhusu ile issue that Makiari had brought up about the ADR for the Honorable Jumwa. And it is my belief that our constitution caters for that. And if you'd be kind enough, if you could read for us Article 157, I don't know if it's 156 or 157, it goes to do a lot with the office of the prosecutor. So please, and that is the DPP, I mean. So kindly, I don't know if you have access to a computer next to you, if you could just quickly open that and then read for us more. So should be section 6 of that, kindly, if you can. Is it possible? Because
Mister, do you have it?
As you do that,
yeah, I can read that.
Can you do? Please read for us, Mister.
157.
157.
Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes.
So
it tells us how he's recruited, blah blah blah. But there's one particular section that speaks about how he has the powers to discontinue a case.
I think it's about Article 4.
4, is it 4? Please read that for us.
Yeah, it says the Director of Public Prosecution shall have the power to direct the Inspector General of the National Police Service to investigate any information or allegation of criminal conduct, and the Inspector General shall comply with any such direction. 5. So proceedings against. Okay, so Sabbatical A, it says institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court other than a court martial in respect of any offense alleged to have been committed. I think that's what you want to do that. Take over and
next section.
Take over and continue with any criminal proceedings commenced in any court then subject to clause 7 and 8, discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any criminal proceedings instituted by the Director of Public Prosecutions or taken over by the Director of Public Prosecutions under paragraph B. If the discontinuance of, that's about clause 7, if the discontinuance of any proceedings under clause 6C takes place after close of prosecution's case, the defendant shall be acquitted. He, Director of Public Prosecution, may discontinue a trial prosecution without the permission of the court. The powers of the Director of the Public Prosecution may be exercised.
It says it is. Go ahead, sorry. Are you finished?
The power, it's long, so I think.
Okay. Up to that point, what I've gotten is, it is possible before judgment has been ruled. Now, add on to that is if the two sides, that is waathiriwa and shtakiwa, they've had an ADR, and the judge also, as per 7 and 8, what does 7 and 8 say? Judge akikubali pia. Tell us what 7 and 8 says.
7 says that if the discontinuance,
because 6 is dependent on 7 and 8.
Yeah, if the discontinuance of any proceedings under clause 6C takes place after close of prosecution's case, the defendant shall be acquitted. He, number 8, he, the Director of Public Prosecutions, may not discontinue a trial prosecution without the permission of the court.
So what I see here from this article, it is very possible. Whether it is good or not, now that is for each and everyone to judge, because it may set a precedence, unfortunately, that watu watakuwa wanaenda wanafanya vile wanafanya, alafu inafika kotini wanaenda wanaongea nje, alafu inakuja inamalizwa. Naona now, but as to if it is possible, yes it is, as per this article, Bwana Makiadi 157, unless you have a contrary opinion to that. Kindly advise. For Jumwa to get reprieval, yes, anaweza kuwa acquitted on that 157 if all those are met.
And actually, it's important that I read 11. 11 says that in exercising the powers conferred to this article, the Director of Public Prosecution shall have regard to the public interest, the interest of the administration of justice, and the need to prevent and avoid abuse of the legal process. And then I think I wanted to read 10. 10 says the Director of Public Prosecution shall not require the consent of any person or authority for the commencement of criminal proceedings, and the exercise of his or her powers or functions shall not be under the direction or control of any person or authority. So if you keenly interpret that, it can, the interpretation might be far and wide, but continue, Mr. Black.
So up to that point, in my view, that's my view, I think the DPP is very well, he has the powers to do that. And the powers are in this Article 157. It's clearly mentioned. Now, the two other key factors that will be important for this to go through is if, let's say, we know who Jumwa that is, and the other side, Walolo Atriwa, come to that agreement through the ADR, and the DPP is also for it, and it all happens prior to the judgment of the court, and the court goes ahead and gives permission and agrees to it, then as per either 7 or 8, I cannot recall, Juma would be acquitted. So Makiadi, I don't see where the problem is, because I mean our constitution allows it. So sijui swali yako iko pande gani ama tashwishi yako iko pande gani? Thank you.
And ADR is very common. Even the Makiadi, you remember what we called the guy who died here in North America, the black guy who said I can't breathe. Remember that?
Yes, I recall.
Yeah. So why did they form the, sometimes the ADR is very, very important. It's balancing the interest of the accused to make sure that if this issue can be met at the earliest, can be resolved at the earliest and amicably and agreed, the court has that provision, and that has to be directed and requested by the judge, and a report will be attached. The report from ADR will be attached to the final ruling of the magistrate or the judge of presiding over the case.
Yeah, I want to make a remark before I allow Guru to come into that discussion. Number one, Mise, I don't know which case you're talking about, because the case about the murder of George Floyd went to full trial, and the police officer was convicted. So I don't know which case you're talking about.
Oh, I mean, the stages through the case went through. It didn't just go to trial.
So the other thing I want to inform you is that in the US, you cannot have ADR with criminal cases. You check your facts.
Or you can have something
I
called
would agree
JB.
with that. In the
Yeah,
US, you cannot.
you can have something. You have something called JPT, judicial pretrial.
No,
at the judicial pretrial, you will agree with the case, what issues will be addressed, what issues can be dropped, and what issues will proceed to the trial.
I agree with you with a judicial pretrial. That's something different. What I'm telling you is when you have a criminal proceedings in the US, you cannot have an ADR. Check your facts. Now, coming back to Black. Black, I agree with what you've read in the Constitution, but my question is this to you. Aisha Jumwa is wanting to withdraw, wants to be turned into a state witness. I don't know if you're privy to that. Now, I thought in the beginning that the DPP was going to withdraw sorry? Yeah, I thought in the beginning that the DPP was going to withdraw the case altogether and have the family and Aisha Jumwa have a sit down, have some form of compensation to actually take care of this. But it looks like they have some kind of agreement whereby she's going to be turned into a state witness. So I don't think I have more information on what the proceedings will be going forward, but I'll keep an eye on that. So let's wait and see. If the state then agrees with her request to be turned into a state witness, then that's something different. But this issue about ADR and criminal proceedings, I don't know. The Constitution, I don't know if there's another bylaw or whatever provision from the court that addresses these issues of criminal proceedings and whether you can be able to kill somebody and umlipe uwe mtu na umlipe. I don't know if it's possible in Kenya. Maybe Guru has an idea of that.
Yes,
I think that's why.
No,
That's why when you heard during the campaigns.
Go ahead. Ngoja Black. Ngoja Guru.
Hello.
Black.
Yes.
Yes. That's what I was saying. During the campaigns, you had Kenya Kwanza always talk about state capture, because you see all the power lies with the DPP as per 157.
Okay. All right.
Let me add my.
Yeah, Missy anauliza kwa nini.
Let me add my phone.
Just no, 10 minutes from now. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Guru.
Now, I want to emphasize the point you have made. Not even in Kenya, you cannot go and sit down to negotiate over a case involving criminal activity. ADR is mostly used for civil cases. Here, somebody lost a life. So who is going to negotiate how much he is worth being paid? Unlike the case of the Embakasi MP, where the man is alive and himself, he can be able to, say what he wants and instruct the court. Here is somebody who lost a life. So you cannot have a situation where the living can now sit down and start negotiating. That never happens here, even here in Kenya. That's a criminal case. In fact, it's a state case. And therefore, not unless there is no adequate evidence against someone, that's when the DPP comes and withdraws the case, but not on the basis that some parties sat somewhere and decided on some funny kind of agreement. That doesn't happen. And what is happening is that Aisha Jumwa has applied to be a state witness to the murder. So in other words, she wants to fix her bodyguard as a person who did the act. So don't be persuaded by Black here that that provision he is reading here pertains to the issue of criminal nature. It's just like the way it was even with children today. You cannot, it used to happen most times in the past where relatives would sit down when a child has been violated. That no longer happens, and in fact, if you try that, you are self taken to court, for trying to interfere with the judicial system and the rights of the child. So let us be very clear here. Matters of civil nature, you sit down if you have eaten somebody's goat and you have not paid, and you've been taken to court, and then in between he thinks he can pay the goat, that the court will listen. But where a life has been lost, like happened, I don't think there is any that provision anywhere where you have that parties sitting down to negotiate over somebody's death. No, that one is not there, even here in Kenya. Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
May I choose to differ?
Ngoja kidogo.
Sorry, unfortunately, I can't raise my hand. You cannot see.
Ngoja kidogo, yeah. Ngoja, Mr.
No, let Black go. No,
okay. All right, Black, go ahead.
Well, Guru, I think Article 157 is very clear. It does not specify if it is the ADR is relevant or applicable for just civil. I believe it is applicable in all cases. Now that's why Article 157. I don't know if it is misread somewhere around there. I cannot recall whether it was 10 or what, where it says that the DPP also is the one that is also going to make sure that that particular article is not abused. So you see, at the end of the day, it's like it all starts and ends with the DPP.
So it is known that it can be abused.
Yes, I agree with you. It would be wrong when it comes to matters whereby someone has been murdered and that two parties decide to agree outside there and the DPP is involved. I agree with you that it would be morally wrong that people kill each other out there and then they decide to agree on something.
That
I totally agree with you. From a moral.
Hold on, Black. Let me ask you something. We have just read through Article 157, like you said there. I did not see anywhere Article 57 talking about the ADRs that we're talking about here. It just said explicitly that the DPP has the authority to withdraw the cases, but it did not talk about the conditions under which the DPP is withdrawing the cases, unless I'm reading my own things. So I agree with Guru. As much as we want to say that it is possible to have an ADR, but we also have to remember that there is the Bill of Rights. And for all I know is that as long as you've shot somebody and that person is dead, then you have taken away a life. And, the Bill of Rights talks about everybody has you are taking away somebody's right to living. So, Black, when you say that ADR is one of the conditions or whatever is connected to what the DPP might, the Constitution is very clear. It talks about the powers that the DPP has, but it does not attach the clause of ADR as a condition for the DPP to withdraw a case from the court.
But Makiadi is the same ADR that Babu Owino for attempted murder. Attempted murder is also a criminal case. It's the same ADR that let him off the hook. So the question that I always tend to ask myself is it that it's only applicable for only Azimio culprits, that they always seem to seem clean for some wrongs, yet the same applied on the other side of the fence? That's where so many question marks come in. I mean, it's best if we apply the rule of law across the divide. No. Now, yes, I do agree that morally it is wrong for anyone to take a life of someone and then watu waongee kule nje wetu wameelewana alafu kesi inatupwa kwa sababu, I mean, I'm totally against that, but that is the law. So I would say perhaps maybe there is a loophole in that article that maybe needs to be relooked at. That would perhaps set conditions, because the conditions that have been put up there, if I could recall, that would not fall under ADR is if the case is of public interest. Now, question is, how do you interpret a case that is of public interest? Now, they gave an example of something to do with elections. That is something to do with the public interest, even though the parties involved would not be the ones in that particular case. So, I think maybe we need to relook at that article once again, 157. Maybe our MPs need to relook at that.
Makiadi, I just want to correct something that you said, that in criminal law, there is no ADR method is not used. Actually, it's used in criminal law. There is ADR is applicable. You can make an application, and there's a provision under restorative justice, whereby the two parties, an approach that seeks to repair the harm by providing the two parties a ground where they can agree and correct going forward. So it's called restorative justice. So I think you need to relook into it. It's an option, even though sometimes it's not something that is explored mostly, but there is that provision. So do not be quick to dismiss that there is no ADR in criminal cases. There is actually, and maybe it's referred as restorative justice, and that's what Black is trying to tell you there, because there are many factors that I considered. I will try to type into the private chat. Maybe during your free time, you can also look, and next time we can discuss about it.
Yeah, I think Missy was very specific. I don't know where you are pointing at, because I did not say it's. I specifically mentioned the United States. I don't know in which country your point of argument is coming.
I'm general practice of law. There are things that are not reinvented. There are certain laws that are not reinvented, certain approach, even though some laws I designed and made to fit certain areas for a specific purpose, but still it is a common practice that is actually applied in criminal cases.
So let me just, before I give you an opportunity, Guru, to speak, let me just read something for you here. ADR has its limit. I'm reading you from the side that I got my information, that ADR has its limits, and it is not appropriate for resolving every form of legal dispute. ADR cannot be used in criminal matters, for example, and it does not establish legal precedents. ADR may not result in a fair resolution if there is significant power imbalance. Power imbalance may occur when one of the parties has significant advantage over the other. Power imbalance includes emotional strength, negotiating skills, superior knowledge such as financial, legal, or technical knowledge, and 4, leverage such as leverage a boss has over an employer. The impartial third party may be able to help correct some of the power imbalance depending on the intermediary skills. In addition, some of the matters should be debated in a public forum, which is not provided by ADR. in both negotiation and mediation, a person can stipulate that he or she will not sign an agreement until it is approved by his or her lawyer or other advisors. And then that information goes out to explain what types of ADR you have, which include negotiation, mediation, arbitration, mini trial, and rent-a-judge trial. So that's what is present in the US legal area. Guru, sijui kama
Makiadi, when you mentioned the word arbitration, do we have that in our Kenyan constitution?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But let me tell you
We
what
don't.
happens.
So I can absolutely tell you for a fact that what you are reading is not in reference to Kenyan constitution.
Exactly. I wanted to clarify that, and that's why I told Misa here. Like arbitration in the US situation, the parties present, the parties that are involved, they present their evidence to an impartial third party who is called an arbitrator, and then that person makes a decision called an award. So before the arbitration begins, the parties decide if the arbitration will be binding or advisory. That's just part of what the US Constitution is all about in terms of ADR.
Then that being said, then there's no point of bringing it up. Let's discuss about the Kenyan Constitution.
Yeah,
Black, I can confirm that, you know, even within ADR, you have to know that there are different processes within ADR, you know, including mediation, arbitration, and you know, like a neutral evaluation. So
the minute you mention the word arbitration, me say it takes the whole context out from the Kenyan Constitution.
No,
it means you're talking about the US Constitution.
No.
Are we together till that point, Bwana Makiadi and Bwana Mise? Do you agree on that?
Now, do you realize
you are referring to the American?
No. Even Kenya. Do you realize that now Kenya has invested a lot of money in the in training a lot of people who are helping the court in the mediation, arbitration, and a neutral evaluation? Did you know that?
Let me give Guru, go ahead.
I think, Makiadi, we are belaboring the point here. I have not known any president in Kenya where somebody killed somebody and made an application that they go and sit down out of the court process to come up with an amicable solution. And what is the issue here is that most of the ADRs happen in commercial disputes and maybe civil matters where you've taken somebody maybe to court because of these misdemeanor cases, and then maybe it does not, and the parties are a participant of the same. Look at the case of Amanda or a case of even manslaughter. That person is gone. So on what basis do you sit down? So I've not seen and I've not heard any such case. Maybe I've only heard such arbitration in communities like Samburu, Turkana, where they pay each other with cattle. You sit down. Makiadi has been, mowed down by those bandits. Then they assign a number of cows on your life, and you are paid. The community is paid, or is your family. But in court system, we do not have ADR for criminal cases. However, there are cases where that parties are where the main complainant is present. Let's take the case of DJ. The DJ who was shot by the Bakassi MP. If he withdraw the case himself and no longer want to have a relief from the court, there is nothing the court can do. That's it. But in matters of where criminal activity of the nature. Even now, by the way, even that case of the MP has a lot of problem because the government was insisting that it go to full trial. But what happens when the main complainant doesn't want to pursue the case anymore? The case is the state is left in a state of helplessness. So it's not as easy as Black is trying to put it here that the DPP will wake up and tell people now, let's go and talk out there over this murder or over that manslaughter. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. I've not heard it myself. Maybe you can bring out the cases that have been solved that way here in Kenya through our court process. Murder goes to full trial. You are either convicted or you are released. That's how it works. And most of those cases that have been withdrawn by DPP is after he says that after perusing the evidence, he finds that the accused persons are not the ones who committed the act. So that's the way we understand it here. I've not heard any other case in the past. Even in the distant past, when courts in Kenya sat to decide what relief to give outside the court process for such serious matters like murder cases or even robbery with violence. Although if the principal complainant is present and was violated during the robbery with violence, if he decides to withdraw the case, there is nothing the court can do. Thank you.
I think one thing I just wanted to add there is let us not what Makiadi and Guru, you are crowning a statement that mediation does not apply to criminal cases, to all criminal cases. There are criminal cases that maybe doesn't apply. There are some criminal cases that mediation applies. So I just wanted to send a reminder that we cannot put up a blanket statement that all criminal cases do not qualify for mediation. In fact, if you look at there's and I like what Alan Onyando said somewhere, that there is something called court annexed mediation. It's legal. The decision that is arrived at that mediation is binding, and the judge gives it as an order at the end of the day, or as a ruling that is binding. So we cannot just dismiss or say that there is no mediation doesn't work and is not applicable to all criminal cases. Thank you.
Yes,
can I quickly? I think Guru, sorry to say this, I want to hit you a little bit. I've never hit you on this show, so let me just do it anyway. I don't know if you were listening to what Makiadi was saying. Makiadi specifically mentioned something very important, whereby he's mentioned that ADR is not meant to set any legal precedents. Unless Makiadi, I heard you wrong. Did you not say that?
Yeah, I read that.
Good. So definitely, Guru, you'll never hear of any precedents. That fact. I mean, just by that fact, if you had listened to Makiadi, then I believe you wouldn't have spent like 5 minutes talking about it. But anyway, that was on a lighter note. Nimekuuma na kuvivia kama panya. It's okay. I hope you've learned something from that. So my whole point here is this. 157 is the bone of contention that perhaps needs to be relooked, either to be tweaked, because as it is right now, it gives leeway to the ODPP to do the things which I hear you people complaining about. But yes, he does have the powers to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, Black, but I also want to remind you one thing. I think there's a case that the DPP tried to withdraw from the court, and the judge, I can't remember whose case it was, but the judge wanted a good explanation as to what why the DPP was willing to withdraw that case. I think the DPP can also apply to withdraw a case, and the judge can deny the DPP that opportunity, and then that case will still go to full trial. So
Yes, that's why it says Section 7 and 8 of Article 157 says that. I think it's 8, Section 8 that says that the permission has to be given by the judge.
Yeah, so I think as much as we want to say that there's something that we need to do, like tweak that article, I think there's still a check and balance to what extent the DPP can go in terms of withdrawing the cases. But what I want to say about what we've seen in the past few days is that we think that the office of the DPP was captured in the previous government, and I don't see anything that would convince me that the DPP is making independent decisions with concerns to what is happening right now. With all the withdrawals that I'm seeing in court right now, I don't think the DPP is acting. That's just my opinion. But I don't think the DPP is acting independently like we want to be told to believe. I believe there's a hand behind the curtain that is trying to push some cases out of the court. And let me just say that if the DPP withdraws all these corruption cases, then I don't see how we are going to fight corruption in our country. Because if somebody has the power to direct the DPP on who to charge and who not to charge, then the fight against corruption is as well as gone and dead. I don't know, Misa, if you have anything to add there as we make our closing remarks.
For me, I just wanted to say, who does the preliminary work before a case is in court? It is the office of the DPP. So if the office of the DPP does a shoddy job, and or either by design or by default, then at the end of the day, they can withdraw the same case on the basis of lack of sufficient evidence, which actually is a technicality that is more used by the police, because once you give them money, and that's where the issue of corruption comes in, the handling of the evidence, they know at a certain point there is something called rules and procedures of evidence, whether the evidence adduced or produced in court meet the threshold to be admissible, or to be used against someone. So at the end of the day, if the evidence does not meet the threshold, or if at any time the DPP feels that the evidence does not meet the threshold, then they can withdraw the case. So at this point, the judge may not proceed, because under what grounds will the judge proceed with the cases if that who collected the evidence and handled the evidence did not produce evidence that meets the threshold. So I just wanted to say that this is an area where most cases are withdrawn on the basis of technicality. And Kenyan police are very, very good in this. They know what they are doing. They know from the word go what they are doing when they come, the exhibits, how they handle the exhibits. Saa zingine wana handle exhibits ama evidences in a very kienyeji way, knowing that ama ukifika pale kwa station inapotea, unalipatiana pesa kidogo, ile evidence inapotea, ama it's tampered with, and as such it doesn't meet the threshold. And so do not underestimate the power of the DPP, because they can make the case or break it. Thank you.
All right, Guru.
I think we have belabored the point of ADR, and Mise, I understand you are a lawyer, which is a good thing. I don't know, in Kenya, I would want to emphasize that I've not had a situation where third parties have been told to go and agree on the direction of a case where somebody was murdered or a manslaughter happened. So
I did not, neither did I say that there is a case, so do not misquote me.
so the ADR is not an open and shut case as written in law, and the intention may not be what is written therein, because even the precedents are not there in Kenya. So we are not very much behind in our jurisprudence as Kenyans. We are not a banana republic. So what applies in US or wherever, I think we have aligned ourselves very closely to that in quite a number of matters of law. So for Jumwa, she's now doing what we call pre-bargain, where she will now turn into a witness so that she can escape, being the accused. I think that's what you say, that it's a pre-bargain she's made to assist the government to fix the bodyguard. That's how I understand it. So I don't know whether there is any precedent, in Kenya that where ADR has been used to solve murder cases, and if there is, please bring it to this platform so that we also get more knowledge on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Black.
Okay, thanks again. I don't have much to say because yote tushaongea. I'm really grateful at least we've had this talk. So I'm hoping that pengine kama kuna watu ambao wamesikia kule that are in a position to look at this article and perhaps do something about it, then they should. Because just to avoid it being misused in the future for by wrong interpretations, because as you look at it, it is not so deep and it gives a leeway for the DPP to do so much and to get away with it. I mean, now I'm speaking as a Kenyan, not as a KKA guy. Otherwise, mshinde tu salama, nawapenda nyote. Kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi, just be patient, all will be well. 1 month is just not enough for the government to do everything, but in due time, we shall see the process. Thank you.
Okay, Guru, I think one day we'll have a discussion here on what the difference is between a failed state or a banana republic and a failed democracy. Because just an intro on that, if we have a country where laws are not followed or laws are followed by people who decide who can follow those laws, then we might be a country among one of the three, either a failed republic, a failed democracy, or a banana republic. But that's something we'll have a discussion here. I am very sure.
I think it will be very interesting because we've also seen cases that seem to be judged according to the alignment, the political alignment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, and also on the basis of social status and economic ability. So you find there is a general feeling in the population that the laws in Kenya or the constitution is made for the poor.
I agree with you absolutely. And this is a discussion that I think we'll have some time. We'll come here and talk about those three E's, because we always come here to complain about people not following laws. We always come here and talk about preferential treatment being given to politicians, whereby people steal money and they don't get charged in court, or because they follow somebody politically or are aligned to this person politically, they don't get a fair, they don't get their day in court. So we will have this discussion. Are we a failed democracy? Are we a failed republic, or are we a banana republic? That is something that we'll talk at length sometime. Julia, I don't know if you have anything to add before we close the show.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I was just asking myself, maybe that's for the next show, or maybe tomorrow. You can do something about it tomorrow. After what we are seeing now, we're seeing that cases being dismissed, and I think plenty of this is happening in Ruto's government more than Uhuru's government. Okay, I can't remember someone who was set free in Uhuru's government. I can only remember Babu Owino's case is questionable. There is a controversy around there. And even I think even the people in Azmio's side will agree with me that whatever went around doesn't give a very good picture of the judiciary. But now, or even the prosecution. So I'm asking myself, all these people that had cases, let me say, you can tell us tomorrow if we have time tomorrow. We're going to work with Ruto. Their cases have been dismissed. Okay. We even understand that there is a ploy about Gachagwa's case, getting his money back and all that, blah, blah, blah. So question is now, what is the effect? I want you people to go think about what is how does this affect the common man and our view about the judiciary? Now, do you think that we will be feeling okay to go to court, to take our issues to court, Makiadi? Don't you think this is gonna spread to the common man, so that pale kwenye Guru utapata jirani wako amesongesha mpaka, alafu atakuuliza utadu? Let me tell you something, you people, you got to sleep. Let me tell you something that happened to Kenya. And I was in Kenya, I think a few years ago. You people heard about Mungiki. And I think Guru, you know about Mungiki. Now, these Mungiki boys became notorious. And they became notorious in Kirinyaga County. Why they became notorious, it was this time utadu, utanipeleka where? So what were they doing? They were coming around Guru, wanakuja kwa shamba yako, wanaona wewe uko na kahawa ama uko na majani, wanakuambia Guru, at the end of the month, I need you to give me this. And you could not take them even to the police. Okay? Makedi, I'm telling you, they went beyond and began asking levies from schools, government schools. Wanakuambia, we protect you. So at the end of the month, we want this. Walizidi mpaka wakaanza kuendea wasichana wa watu. Guru anakujia ule msichana wako, anakuambia, I'm marrying her by force, by fire. Utadu? What happened? The people of Kirinyaga felt helpless. And they found serikali haiwasaidii. Because even if they called the police, even if these boys were taken to court, they were set free. What did they do? One day, you people, you remember the killings in Madeira. One day, one time, I was in school. One man akaambiwa na hao vijana wa Mungeke, umekataa hivi, tunakujia kichwa chako. He went to a shopping center called Kagumo, where you people hear the place called The Hague. He went to Kagumo and he said, wanakujia kichwa changu. He bought several machetes na akatayariza those machetes. Akaulizwa na jamaa, unaenda wapi? Wanakujia kichwa changu. And by the end of today, I will be done with several of their heads. I am telling you, Makiadi, that day, if you can, you people, you can dig the newspapers of Kenya, the police were walking around collecting bodies in Kenyaga County. The public, it was now mob justice. The public decided to take the law into their hands. That is when a few days we had the Karatina massacre. You people, you remember watching on TV a woman being killed as the police were watching by mobs. A woman who had been said to be hiring those Mungekis and supporting them and financing them. Kenyans were watching in amazement on national TV as people took the law into their hands. And within those period, so many, those boys were killed. They were being hanged in a place called The Hague in Kirinyaga. Unatafutwa, unaangaliwa kama uko na those tattoos za Mungeke. Now, let me ask you people, as you discuss more about the Banana Republic, You see, if this government is not careful, if Kenyans decide that they cannot trust the courts and decide to take the law into their hands, where are we heading to? Kama jirani wako atakuja achukue ng'ombe wako, akwambie utadu what? If you cannot even take them to the Supreme Court, what next? So tomorrow, as we people come, let us think about the implications of what is happening with our judiciary and our court system and our prosecution system. And we think, so where are we going? So maybe, Makiadi, as you answer, what's a banana republic, was a failed state, that's we can deliberate on that. I think that was what I wanted to say. It may be a very sad state for us to go. What happened in Kirinyaga is not right. Two wrongs cannot make a right. But still, why do the people do that? Why did they go there? Why?
Yeah, thank you, Julia. I think we'll have this discussion. And I want to finish up by reminding you one thing that Mr. Ruto said, that they are going to have a mechanism where somebody can build in your land, and you will discuss on what to do with that person. Nakuja najenga kwa shamba yako, alafu tunakutana na wewe tunaulizana sasa tufanye nini. And that is where I'm saying we will have to decide whether we want to live by the rule of law, or we decide to go the banana way, and then we have what we are calling ADR. That is the kind of ADR that we are talking about. People building in other people's chambers and plots, and then because they have already built and they have spent their money building, you cannot demolish that building. So you have to sit down and negotiate with them what you want to do with them.
Yeah, but Makiadi, when you talk about that, there are also, I think you talked about limitations. Every law has a limit or as an exception. So, and I just wanted to direct my brother Guru to Article 159 in relation to what you were arguing. And I just wanted to quickly read and tell you that there is some, first of all, there is a limitation. There's no law that is absolute. There is a limitation or freedom that is absolute. So there is always a limitation or an exception to that. So I just wanted to point you to Article 159 that is talking about ADR and the limitations of ADR. Actually, if I might read, it says that traditional dispute resolutions mechanism shall not be used in a way that. So that means that they can be used, but here is the limitation. Number one, contravenes the Bill of Rights, is repugnant to justice and morality, or results in outcomes that are repugnant to justice or morality, or is inconsistent with this constitution or any written law. So I just want to tell you that you are very particular of murder cases. Murder cases is not the only criminal cases, or is not the case. They are not the only cases that I described as criminal. There are other criminal cases in nature that can actually also have a leeway that can be settled through ADR, whether or not they are criminal in nature. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that conclusively you cannot say that all criminal cases ADR cannot be used in all criminal cases. But let us say in exceptions, there are cases that cannot allow or cannot, the ADR approach cannot be applied. That's something I wanted to emphasize. And anyway, Makiadi, because we are finishing, allow me to say something about Ruto. Ruto, I think Ruto has been in government or has been interacting with the government since way back in 1992. And in 2013 to 2017, he was in the government. And 2017 to 2022, he was still in the government under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now in 2022, going forward, he is in the government and has complete authority as how he would like to run his government. Now, what I would like to quickly say is that Ruto is not like Wajakoya, who has not been very, very involved in matters of governance, dealing closely with politicians, and seeing how the government is run. And so what I want to suggest is that Ruto should be on his feet quickly. He should be on his feet in providing solutions that will benefit the citizens of Kenya. Otherwise, the idea or the 100 days is redundant, because he has been in the government. He was in Kenyatta's government from 2013 to 2017 and 2017 to 2022. So he should be knowing that by now the Kenyans don't want to hear what you're going to provide within the 100 days, because already you have been there and you know where, at what state the government is. So I really would like to see the president moving into a quick or a swift action in making sure that our economy, if you look at the shilling now, very weak, very weak. So, and also fighting the matters of corruption, because corruption has grounded anything that we want to do is grounded by corruption. So if only we could unite all of us against corruption, I think our country is great, and we can see great prosperity in our country. Thank you.
Miss, tomorrow you can tell me, maybe because maybe Makeni may say you don't have time. Do you believe that Ruto believes in the rule of law? And do you believe, or do you think he would be committed to fight corruption?
As you said, tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a good conversation. If we begin right now, I don't think we are going to end that conversation, but it's a good thing. I think we're heading to the right direction. But Mr. Thank you very much. I was actually looking for that judicial authority that deals or stipulates the issues that deal with the TDR, and I think that's a good takeaway. Article 159 3 talking about TDR, and I think it clarifies what we were saying here earlier about contravening another part of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. So thank you for that. That's something that I think kwa zile zote nimesoma leo, hiyo siwezi sahau, and I think that closes the argument which we had with Black here and Guru. If at all this withdrawing of a case contravenes an article, which exactly is a Bill of Rights, then I don't think the judiciary will allow that to happen, which is a good thing, because at least we have a check and balance to what the DPP can do and cannot do. Now, we've been here for 10 hours, 31 minutes. Imagine, time flies. It's been a while since we met here for that long, but it's good. At least we are coming back pole pole, tuna trickle back pole pole. And I saw Bernard starting the show earlier. Now we have been here. People have said they were maoni yao. So I want to appreciate the people that join us in the comment section. First of all, let me appreciate the panel. Asante Guru kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Julia, always good to see you. Mise. The people who are always with us in the comment section. Mohamed Ege, kwa kupotea siku mingi sana, wacha nikukaribishe. Kuna bodaboda Mama Mboga Twalia, na asante sana na kuona hapo. Sara O, World Viewer, Brian Richard, Yufi AO, Yufin, John Dinda, Brian Richard na kuona, Mage Wanje, nani mwingine, Charles Agwaru, Dilexter Elfaz, majina kweli, Nelson Meli, asante sana, Hummingbird, asante sana, na wale wote, Charles nimekuona, Sira, Hummingbird nimekutaja, John Kasisi, asante sana, na wale wote wengine ambao Joy Njoki, asante, good to see you back. Kefa Nyariki, asante sana. Geoffrey Ruto kama kawaida, good to see you always appreciated. Julia, sijui kama kuna mtu mwingine hatujataja ambaye ni normal customer wetu hapa. Chaka alikuwa hapa. Good to see you. I don't think kuna mtu mwingine angependa kutajwa. Charles, nimekuona, asante kwa kupiga blue. Supporters wa Azimio, asante, tunajua bado mko pale pamoja. We are giving this government what they said they want 100 days. We'll give them even 1 year because we are sure that they have no idea what they are doing. So wacha waendelee kuzunguka hapa wakitupatia promises kila siku. Kazi yetu ni macho peke yake. Hatutawasaidia na mawaidha. We are going to always criticize them because whatever they are doing, it looks like they have no idea. Josia Were, asante sana, nasema good morning guys. Tuwashukuru kwa salamu zako. To all the panelists, asanteni sana kwa kuwa nasi pamoja siku ya leo. Ningependa Julia ukituchapia tu kibao cha East Africa kwa sauti yako, tutasikia mzuri, alafu tufunge show.
Okay, kibao cha East African anthem. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuijibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitose kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante sana Julia. Andrew Erimo anasema asante sana. Thanks Julia. Na Tony Maina unasema unatusalimia kutoka Toronto, Canada. Tafuta mise hapo akununulie chai. Kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA labda atanunua. Kama wewe ni wa Azimio sidhani kama atanunua. All the same, all said and done, we want to thank you. Remember to subscribe to Motembei TV kama uja subscribe, na uende ka hit notification button, ndio wakati tunaenda live utajulishwa ya kwamba show imeanza. Kwa hayo machache, Mungu awabariki. Tukutane kesho masaa kama haya, Kenyan time saa 7:30. Mahali popote uliko, just adjust your time, na ukipata notification karibu kwenye show. Thank you all panelists, tuonane Mwenyezi Mungu akipenda.